Chapter 177 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Press. Chapter 177. The Mysterious Stranger's Arrival. The Consternation of the Guests. The Grazier's Terrors and Powers of Identity. The Landlord's Daughter. "Hilloa! House! House!" shouted the strange voice on the outside, but in a tone that seemed unearthly. Whether it were merely a fancy or reality, yet it had its effect, and the landlord sat staring vacantly with his two hands resting on either knee, leaning forward as if he was staring some imaginary object out of countenance. "Well," said one of the highwaymen, "ain't nobody going to the door?" No one answered, but Jem the ostler was hastening by another passage to the door, and then they heard some confused speaking, as if the stranger was giving some directions for the care of his horse. The grazier was fixed in his attention to what was going on, and appeared petrified, and held a morsel on the end of his fork, halfway between his mouth and the plate, with his eyes directed towards the door. In a few moments more they heard the steps of someone approaching the door, and one of the highwaymen said to his companion, "Ned, there are people late on the roads tonight." "Yes, it appears so, but it is very uncomfortable traveling. The night is bad, and the roads no better. Who's this, I wonder?" "We shall now see," said the other, but their backs were turned towards the door, and they could not see who entered the door so well as the grazier, who sat in the same attitude, without a motion or movement, even to wink his eye, when the door opened, and in walked a tall man, wrapped in a horseman's cloak. The expression of horror in the grazier's face, and the swelling of his eyes almost out of his head, at once showed them there was something extraordinary, and they both mutually turned round, and to their extreme terror they perceived the very man, or his double, they had left dead upon the spot where the grazier had seen him. Neither were they alone surprised, for all present were able at once to recognize the same man without any difficulty. "It's the same man, I'm d—d," said the grazier, as if he had made an effort to speak, and when he had so, he couldn't help himself. "Oh, Lord, who would have thought it? What do ye call it?" "The devil," suggested the landlord. "No," said the stranger, "no, I am merely a traveler, somewhat weary and tired. Do not disturb yourselves. I am cold, very cold. The fire will do me good. It is a very cold night. The roads are bad, very unsafe." "Very," said one of the highwaymen, involuntarily. "Did you speak?" inquired the stranger, suddenly turning to the highwayman who had spoken, with a look of such a peculiar character that he caused the bold roadster involuntarily to start, but he suddenly recovered himself and said, "I did." "What did you say, sir?" "The same as you," replied the highwayman. The stranger made no reply to the highwayman, whose natural effrontery, and the necessity he always had for presence of mind in circumstances of peril, gave him a greater superiority than most men possessed under such circumstances. "I'm not well," said the stranger. "Perhaps you have ridden far." "I have," replied the stranger. "Landlord, will you have the goodness to let me have some supper? I am weary." "I have only the remains of the chicken pie and some ham," said the landlord, looking back at the already referred to chicken pie, which, thanks to its being made of great size, had already supped 3 hungry men. "And there is but little of that." "It is not much that I want. A small matter will suffice. A little ham, and something warm, and then I will to bed. 'Tis late." "Very well, sir," said the landlord. "Here's some good October. Will you like that? Or is there anything else? I have French spirits." "Then let me have some brandy." "Yes, sir. I'll fetch my daughter downstairs," said the landlord. "She's young, and her hand is steadier than mine. I shall upset the bottle. My hand, you see, is always unsteady after I've drawn the October. Somehow or other I always get out of order." "What is the reason of that?" inquired the highwayman. Why, it's so strong. I believe it's nothing else whatever." As the landlord turned to go, he gave another look at the guest, and appeared greatly disturbed, and certainly thought him a strange and unaccountable man, for he believed that he was in truth the very man spoken of, who had been left for dead on the bank near the foot of the gallows. "Mary," said the landlord, when he had ascended half a dozen stairs, which led out of the kitchen, "Mary!" "Yes, father," was the ready answer, in a clear, pleasing voice. "I want you, my dear. Bring the brandy down, the French, the sealed bottle. The others out. I took the last this morning before breakfast." "Ho, ho!" said the highwayman. "Hark at our landlord, how early he must begin. No wonder his hand shakes." "Ah," said the landlord, as he came back with a wink, "when you have been a father and an innkeeper as long as I have, you'll do many things you don't now dream of. But, no matter, I ain't as young as I used to be." At that moment a very pretty and genteel girl, about 18, descended the stairs with a spirit bottle in her hand, and advanced to the table. "How will you take it, sir?" inquired the landlord. "Mixed." "Make a glass, my dear," said the landlord. "Is that your daughter?" inquired the stranger, fixing his eyes upon her, and they were such leaden eyes that the girl shrank from him in dismay. "Yes," said the landlord. "Any more?" "None," replied the landlord, and then there was a pause of some moments, during which the stranger watched the young girl's motions with a greedy jealousy, as if he feared to lose one movement, and in a manner that especially annoyed the old landlord, who, however, could say nothing, he having been quite cowed by the stranger's superiority in station and demeanour; besides which, there was something very strange and peculiar, not to say superhuman, about him, that gave weight and caused a kind of awe to pervade all present, and they looked upon him as something fearful or terrible. It was not long before the stranger ate his supper. It was soon done. He ate but little, and, when that was done, he turned to the brandy and water. But there appeared an air of compulsion upon his part, as if everything he took was taken under the feeling that it was absolutely necessary to take something, which did not escape the discerning eyes of all present, especially the landlord, who felt it a slight upon himself and his cheer. "If I had known you were coming here," said the landlord, "I would have got something ready for you, but as it was, I had nothing but pot luck for you." "What is that?" inquired the stranger. "What is that? I never heard of such a dish before. I am a stranger in these parts." "Oh, it only means you could have anything what is in the house." "It will do," said the stranger quietly. "Will you have anything more that we have in the house?" "Nothing. I came by the gibbet, not far from this place, and I met with an accident there that has left me but little stomach." "By gosh, I should think not," muttered the grazier. "It would have settled my stomach altogether, and anybody else's." "Well," muttered one of the highwaymen, "it would have left me no stomach, save what would be in a fair way to become food for the worms." "What kind of accident was it, sir?" "A terrible blow in the side. It seemed to go through me." "Well, well, I imagine there could be but little comfort in a man's bowels after he had anything go through his side." "It depends upon the constitution," said the stranger quietly. "The what?" inquired one of the highwaymen incredulously. "The constitution," replied the stranger quietly. There was a pause of some minutes, during which the strangers exchanged glances at each other, when one of the highwaymen said, "Perhaps a bullet put in your side might be no hindrance to your animal economy, and would in the course of nature become digested." "Why, I dare say it would not hurt me so much as many; but it would take me some little while to recover the shock, which would be great. But I am unwell, and perhaps had better retire. Will the young female, your daughter, act as my chambermaid and show me my room?" "Yes," said the landlord mechanically. "Here, Mary, show the gentleman into number 6, and leave the light." "Good night," said the stranger, rising, and walking away erect, but slowly, from the group, who gazed after him with amazement. "Good night, sir," said the landlord, which was echoed by those present; and, when the stranger was gone, there was a general release in their conversation from the constraint which the presence of the last comer occasioned. "Well, what do you think of him, Mr. Green?" inquired the landlord. "The very same man I saw on the bank at the gallows corner." "Are you sure?" "Quite." There was a general pause, as if there was something for them all to think over, and their thoughts appeared to be so unsatisfactory that those who lived close at hand left the house, and those that remained there went to their respective beds, and in half an hour the house was quite silent. Chapter 177. of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 178. The Midnight Cry of Alarm. The Vampire's Meal. The Chase across the Fields. The Death of the Landlord's Daughter. The old inn was in a state of repose. Its various parts were no longer vexed by the busy tramp of men, the noisy voice of the toper, or the untiring hands of the housewife, who does not spare any part of its edifice from her ablutions. The brush and the broom are sad intruders and disturbers, and yet they are in perpetual requisition. However, the inhabitants were all steeped in slumber. Among those who lay in that house there was not one, except one indeed who did not lie down to rest, and fall into a deep sleep. But that one exception was the stranger, who appeared to have other views. He threw himself into a chair, and there appeared to meditate upon the clouds which passed across the sky in endless variety of shape and form. He sat motionless, and still his large, lustreless eyes were fully opened, and he was gazing earnestly for nearly an hour without motion. At length, as if his attention was of itself wearying to continue so long, he moved, then sighed deeply, or rather groaned. "How long is this hated life to last?" he muttered. "When shall I cease to be the loathsome creature I am?" There was some reflection in this that was very bitter to him. He shuddered, and buried his face in his hands, and remained in that state for some minutes, but then he lifted his head up again, and turned towards the moon's rays, muttering, "But I am faint. I feel the want of my natural slumbers. Blood alone will restore me my strength. There is no resisting the dreadful appetite that goads me on. I will satisfy it." He arose suddenly, and drew himself up to his full height, and threw aloft his arms, as he growled out these words with frantic energy. But in a few seconds he became more calm, and said, "I saw the maiden enter the room next to mine. I can enter it by the same door, for I have the key, and that will place her at my mercy. Good fortune for once avail me, and then my wants will be satisfied." He walked softly to his own door, and undid it stealthily, and listened for some minutes. "They are all asleep," he said, "all save one. I alone walk through the place. All are in peaceful slumbers, while I, like the creatures of prey, seek those whom I may devour. I must on." He crept into the passage, and advanced to the door of the young girl, who lay soundly sleeping in innocence and peace, little dreaming of the fate that awaited her, much less did she think that the destroyer was so close at hand. She might, indeed, have dreamed that there was someone in the house who was scarcely of her nature, one that was loathsome and dreadful, one who, in fact, lived upon the blood of the innocent and fairest. "She sleeps," he muttered. "She sleeps." He listened again, and then he gently put the key into the door, and found that it was not locked, and then, turning the handle, he found there was some impediment to its opening, but of what character he could not tell. "'Tis unlucky, but this must be moved." He placed his hand and foot close to the door, and pressed it gradually and hardly against it, and he found that it gradually gave way, and that the impediment gave by degrees, and that, too, with hardly any noise. "Fortune favors me," he muttered. "She does not hear me. I shall win this chamber, and shall, before she can wake up, seize upon the dear life-stream that is no less precious to me than to herself." He now had succeeded in effecting an entrance into the room, and found that it was only an easy chair that had been placed against the door, because there was no other means of securing it, the key having unaccountably disappeared, and left her without any other means of securing her door. "I will lock it," he muttered. "If I be disturbed, I shall be better able to escape, and I shall be safe. My meal will be undisturbed, at least not before so much has been taken as will revive my strength." He now approached the bed, and with eager eyes devoured the fair form of the youthful and innocent sleeper. "How calm and how unsuspicious she lies," he muttered. "'Twere a pity, but I must, there is no help." He leaned over her. He bent his head till his ear almost touched the lips of the sleeper, as though he were listening to the breathing of the young girl. Something caused her to start. She opened her eyes, and endeavored to rise up, but she was immediately thrust back, and the vampire seized her fair flesh with his fanged teeth, and having fleshed them, he was drawing that life-current from her which ensanguined them both. Horror and fright for a moment deprived her of strength, or the power of uttering a sound of any kind, but when she did do so, it was one wild unearthly shriek, that was heard throughout the whole house, and awakened every human being within it in a moment. "Help! Murder! Murder!" she shrieked out, as soon as the first scream subsided, and she regained breath. These cries she uttered rapidly, as well as attempting a desperate resistance to her persecutor, but she was growing gradually more and more faint. The landlord had just got out of an uncomfortable dream about some strange adventure he was having with some excisemen when he was young, when the heart-piercing shriek of Mary came upon him. "God bless me!" he muttered. "What's that? I never heard anything so horrible in all my life. What can it be?" He sat up in bed and pulled his nightcap off, while he listened, when he heard the cries of help issuing from his daughter's room. "Good God, it's Mary!" he muttered. "What can be the matter?" He did not pause a moment, but huddled on his clothes, and then rushed out of his room with a light, to his daughter's bedroom. "What is the matter?" inquired one of the highwaymen, who had been disturbed by the dreadful shriek. "I don't know, but help me." "Help you to what?" "To burst open this door. 'Tis my daughter's room, and the noise comes from that place. Hark!" "Help! Help!" said a faint voice. "Damnation!" said the highwayman. "Something's wrong there. Somebody's sucking. Surely the stranger is not there?" "Burst the door open." "Then lend a hand. It must give," said Ned, and they all three made a rush at the door, and in it went, for their weight carried it all before them, and they all three went into the apartment without any hindrance, for the frail lock gave immediately, and the other impediment only served to add to the noise. Though they went in easily, yet they did not do so quickly enough, for they all rolled over each other, and before they could rise they distinctly saw the figure of the stranger start up and rush out of the room with Mary in his arms. "Help! Help! Mercy!" she shrieked out. "'Tis she," said the landlord. "Mary!" "Yes, after her, boys, after her, for heaven's sake, after her!" "We will not leave her," said the highwaymen in concert, and at the same moment all three rushed after her. "The stranger has made his way down into the kitchen, and I think he has her with him," said the landlord. "I will after him," said Ned. "I saw her in his arms. She was all over blood. Good heavens, what can he mean? Does he want to murder her?" "Help! Help! Murder!" shouted the girl, and at that moment they heard the stranger attempting the kitchen door below. In a moment they all three ran downstairs as fast as they could, to seize the villain before he could escape. But they had hardly got into the kitchen before they saw the door swing to after him. "He's gone," said the landlord. "He's gone." "We'll after them. Come on, never mind a chase. She's in white, and the moon's up, so we shall have them in sight." "Away after them, lads. Save my girl. Save my Mary." Away they went with great speed, but the stranger somehow or other kept ahead of them. His great height gave him an advantage in length of stride, but then he bore the landlord's daughter in his arms, which was more than enough to balance their powers; for though she was not heavy, comparatively speaking, yet she was heavy to be borne along in this manner. But the stranger appeared to possess superhuman strength, and moved along safely until they lost sight of him among some haystacks, for which they made. "There, he's gone into Jackson's rick yard," said the landlord. "Get up, push on, we may be yet in time to prevent mischief." The highwaymen ran hard. They had been out of breath for some time, and could hardly move their feet, but they made a sudden effort or spurt, and away they ran, and in less than a minute came up to the rick yard. They rushed into the yard, and then beheld the stranger seated upon some partially cut hay, with the helpless maiden on his lap, but his fanged teeth were fleshed in her fair neck, and he was exerting himself in drawing the life stream from her veins. As soon as he saw the highwaymen he arose, and the unfortunate girl rolled to the earth, and he started up and fled, the highwaymen firing a parting shot after him with pretty good aim, yet it took no effect. The landlord's daughter was picked up warm, but lifeless. Whether it was in consequence of her wound and loss of blood, which was doubted, or from sheer fright, is not known, but the latter was considered most probable. End of chapter 178.
Of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 179. Can it be true, and if so, how horribly strange, that a being half belonging to a world of spirits should thus wander beneath the cold moon in the earth, bringing dismay to the hearts of all upon whom his strange malign influence is cast? How frightful an existence is that of Varney the Vampyre! There were some good points about the man, we're going to say, and yet we can hardly feel justified in bestowing upon him that title, considering the strange gift of renewable existence which was his. If it were, as indeed it seems to be the case, that bodily decay in him was not the result of death, and that the rays of the cold chaste moon were sufficient to revivify him, who shall say then, when that process is to end, and who shall say that, walking the streets of giant London at this day, there may not be some such existences? Horrible thought, that, perhaps seduced by the polished exterior of one who seems a citizen of the world in the most extended signification of the words, we should bring into our domestic circle a vampire. But yet it might be so. We have seen, however, that Varney was a man of dignified courtesy and polished manners, that he had the rare and beautiful gift of eloquence, and that, probably, gathering such vast experience from his long intercourse with society, an intercourse which had extended over so many years, he was able to adapt himself to the tastes and the feelings of all persons, and so exercise over them that charm of mind which caused him to have so dangerous a power. At times, too, it would seem as if he regretted that fatal gift of immortality, as if he would gladly have been more human, and lived and died as those lived and died whom he saw around him. But being compelled to fulfill the order of his being, he never had the courage absolutely to take measures for his own destruction, a destruction which should be final in consequence of depriving himself of all opportunity of resuscitation. Certainly the ingenuity of such a man might have devised some means of putting such an end to his life, that in the perishable fragments of his body there should linger not one spark of that vitality which had been so often again and again fanned into existence. Probably some effort of that kind may yet be his end, and we shall see that Varney the Vampyre will not, like the common run of the world's inhabitants, be changed into that dust of which is all humanity, but will undergo some violent disruption, and be forever blotted out from the muster roll of the living creatures that inhabit the great world. But to cease speculating on such things, and to come to actual facts, we will now turn over another leaf in the strange eventful history of Varney the Vampyre. One stormy inclement evening in November, a travelling carriage, draggled with mud and dripping with moisture, was driven up to the door of the London Hotel, which was an establishment not of the very first fashion, but of great respectability, situated then in Burlington Street, close to Old Bond Street, then the parade of fashion and, as some thought, elegance, although we of the present day would look with risibility upon the costumes that were the vogue, although the period were but 50 years ago. But 50 years effect strange mutations and revolutions in dress, manners, and even in modes of thought. The equipage, if not of the most dashing character, was still of sufficiently aristocratic pretensions to produce a considerable bustle in the hotel, and the landlord, after seeing that there was a coronet upon the panels of the carriage door, thought it worth his while personally to welcome the guests who had done him the honour of selecting his house. These guests consisted of an oldish man and woman, a young man of frivolous and foppish exterior, of about 22 years of age, and a young lady, who was so covered up in a multitude of shawls that but little of her face could be seen, but that little was sufficient to stamp her at once as most beautiful. The whole party evidently paid great court to this young lady, but whether they did so from affection, or from some more interested motive, it would not be proper just now to say, as those facts will come out before we have proceeded far in this little episode. "Mind how you step, Annette," said the old gentleman, as the young lady descended the carriage. "Mind how you step, my dear." "Oh, yes, yes," said the old lady, who was not so very old either, although entering upon the shady side of 50. "Yes, oh, mind, my dear, how you get out." The young lady made no reply to all these kind injunctions, but pushing aside the proffered arm of the younger gentleman, she tripped into the hotel unaided. The old lady instantly followed her. "Now, Francis," said the old gentleman to the servant, who got down from the rumble of the travelling carriage. "Now, Francis, you perfectly recollect, I hope, what my brother, Lord Lake, said to you?" "Yes, sir," said Francis, but there was not the most respectful intonation in the world in the voice with which he returned the affirmative. "You remember," continued the old gentleman, "you remember, Francis, that my brother told you you were to wait upon us just the same as upon himself, with the carriage?" "Oh, yes." "Oh, yes? What do you mean by saying 'oh, yes' to me?" "Do you want me to say 'oh, no'?" "Francis, this won't do. You are discharged." "That for you, and the discharge too," said Francis, as he snapped his fingers in the face of the old gentleman. "I never meant to serve you, Mr. Lake. I'm Lord Lake's groom, but I ain't a-going to be turned over to a canting fellow like you, so you have only took the words out of my mouth, for I meant to discharge myself, and so will George. I say, George." "Yes," replied the coachman, "what is it?" "Are we going to be at the beck and call of Jonathan Lake?" "See him damned first," was the laconic reply of the coachman. "Now, Mr. Lake," added Francis, "you knows what we thinks of you. You is a humbug. We only came so far because we wouldn't put Miss Annette, our young lady, to the inconvenience of a post-chaise, while my lord her father's carriage here was so much more comfortable. We shall take that to the coachmaker's, where my lord's other carriages are standing, till he comes to England, and then you won't see us no more." "You rascals!" "Oh, go on. You're a humbug, ain't he, George?" "Oh, a rig'lar one, a numbug, he is," said the coachman, "and what's more, we don't believe a word of all what's been going on. Lady Annette is Lady Annette, bless her sweet eyes. Come on, Francis, I'm wet." "And I'm damp," said Francis, as he shook himself, and made as much splashing round him as a great Newfoundland dog, who has just had a bath. "I'm ready now, mister, and you knows our minds, and we ain't the sort of folks to alter 'em. We serves our master, but we doesn't serve a humbug." Some of the waiters at the hotel had come to the door to hear this rather curious colloquy, and not a little surprised were they at it. At all events, whatever other effects it had upon them, it did not increase their respect for the new arrivals, and one of them, named Slop, ran after the carriage and called out to Francis, "I say, I say!" "Well, what?" "I say, young fellow, just tell me where you will be staying, and I'll come and see you and stand a glass." Francis leant over the roof of the carriage and said, "George, George!" "Here ye are," said George. "Here's one of the waiters at the hotel wants to make an acquaintance. It won't be a bad thing to know him, as you see he can tell us all about Lady Annette and what the ladies are doing. What do you say to it, George?" "A good idea, Francis." "Very well. Hilloa, what's your name, old fellow?" "Slop, Solomon Slop, they calls me." "Well, you can come any evening to the King's Head, in Welbeck Street. You'll find either me or George, and we always likes good company, and shall be very glad to see you whenever you like. Suppose you say tomorrow?" "I will. Tomorrow I can come easily at 8 o'clock, so you may expect me." "Good night." "Good night, Slop. Pleasant evening, ain't it?" "Drive on, George. I shall be in an ague presently. Drive on. Good luck to you, and let's get a change of things, whatever you do. I never was so wet, I do think, in all my life." Nor me," said George, who, it will be perceived, was not very particular about his grammar, but that didn't matter much. He was paid for a knowledge of horses, not of moods, tenses, and cases. Leaving the servants, then, of Lord Lake, as they had announced themselves to be, let us return to the hotel, where the family party had by this time got into comfortable enough quarters. As far as the landlord of that establishment was concerned, Mr. Lake had won him over completely, by ordering the best rooms, a supper as good as the house could afford, regardless of the price, the best wines, and altogether showed a right royal disposition as regarded expenditure. But the waiters, who had often found by experience that the most extravagant people were not the most liberal to them, did not forget what had passed at the door, and many a whispered surmise passed from one to the other regarding the circumstances that had induced the coachman and groom to treat the family so very cavalierly, and so obstinately to decline serving them. When Slop returned, he got some of his companions round him in the hall. "I shall know all about it," he said. "I'm to go and take a glass with them tomorrow night, at the King's Head in Welbeck Street, and you see if they don't tell me what it's all about. I wouldn't miss knowing for a trifle." Nor me. "Well, I'll of course tell you all when I come back. You may depend upon it, it's something worth knowing. Have you seen the young lady, any of you? I caught just a look of one eye, and the end of her nose, and I should say she's an out-and-outer, and no mistake." End of chapter 179. 180 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 180. Scarcely had the bustle of the arrival we have noticed subsided at the London hotel, when another travelling chariot dashed up to the door, and the landlord made a rush out to welcome his new arrival, considering himself quite in luck to have 2 such customers in one evening. A gentleman, on whose head was a fur travelling cap, was at one of the windows of this carriage, and he called to the landlord, saying, "Are your best rooms occupied?" "Not the best, sir," was the reply, "for we have several suites of apartments in all respects equal to each other, but we have a family just arrived in one suite. The Lake family, sir." "Well, it don't matter to me who you have. I will get out if you can accommodate me." "Oh, certainly, sir. You will find here accommodation of the very first character, I can assure you, sir. Pray, sir, alight. Allow me, sir, to hold an umbrella over you. It's a bad night, sir. I'm afraid the winter is setting in very strangely, sir, and prophetically of—" "Silence. I don't want your opinion of the matter. If there's one thing I dislike more than another, it's a chattering man." This rebuff silenced the landlord, who said not another word, although probably he thought the more, and those thoughts were not of a very kindly character as regarded the stranger, who had so very unceremoniously stopped his amiable remarks. Indeed, when he got into the hall, he consigned the newcomer to the care of the head waiter, and retired to his own apartment in great dudgeon. "I hope everything is quiet here," said the stranger to the head waiter. "Oh dear, yes, sir. The house is as quiet as a lamb, sir, I can assure you. We have only 3 inmates at present, sir. There's the Lakes, highly respectable people, sir, a brother of Lord Lake's, sir, I believe, and I don't want to hear who you have. What the devil is it to me? If there's anything I dislike more than another, it's a damned magpie of a waiter." The head waiter was terribly offended, and said not another word, so that the gentleman was left in the sole occupation of his apartments, and then to fling himself upon a couch. Ah, God knows how it will all end. Well, well, we shall see, we shall see. They have arrived, and that's one comfort. I am now, then, I think, so well made up, that they will not readily know me. Oh, no, no, I should hardly know myself now, shaven clean as I am, after being accustomed on the continent to wear beard and moustache. Well, well, we shall see how it will all end. Thank the fates, they have not gone somewhere where I could not find them. He rung the bell. "Waiter, let me have the best the house affords, will you? And remember, my name is Blue." "Sir, Blue, sir?" "Yes, Diggory Blue." Yes, sir, certainly." "What an odd name," soliloquized the waiter, as he went downstairs to tell his master. "I say, sir, the gent in number 10 and 11 says his name is Diggory Blue." "Blue? Blue?" said the landlord. "It is an odd name for a Christian." "Perhaps he ain't a Christian," said the very identical Mr. Blue himself, popping his head over the bar in which the little discourse was going on between the landlord and the waiter. "How do you know he's a Christian?" "I beg your pardon, sir, really, ahem, 1,000 pardons, sir." "Pshaw!" The strange gentleman went to the door, and gave some directions to the servants belonging to his carriage, which sent them away, and then Mr. Blue started up into his rooms again, without saying another word to the landlord, who was terribly annoyed at being caught canvassing the name of one of his guests with one of the waiters. "Confound him," he muttered, "he has no business to have such a name as Blue, and good God, if his surname was Blue, what the devil made his godfathers and godmothers call him Diggory? Sam!" "Yes, sir." "Put down in the book, Diggory Blue." "Yes, sir." "Bless us, why, there's somebody else, as I'm a sinner." The landlord could not have sworn a better oath. He ran to the door, and there beheld another travelling carriage, out of which stepped a gentlemanly-looking man, enveloped in a rich travelling cloak lined with fur. "Can you accommodate us?" he said. "Yes, sir, with pleasure." "Who have you here, landlord?" "A family named Lake, sir, and a Mr. Blue, sir." "Quiet people, I dare say. I shall most likely remain with you a week or two. Let me have the best apartments you have unoccupied at present." "Yes, sir. This way, if you please, sir, this way." The last arrival seemed to be in bad health, for he walked very slowly, like a man suffering from great bodily exhaustion, and more than once he paused as he followed the landlord up the principal staircase of the hotel, as if it were absolutely necessary he should do so to recover breath, and moreover the landlord heard him sigh deeply, but whether that was from mental or physical distress he had no means of knowing. His curiosity, however, was much excited by the gentleman, and his sympathies likewise, for he was the reverse of Mr. Blue, and listened with a refined and gentlemanly courtesy to whatever was said to him by anyone apparently, though it was evidently an effort to speak, so weak and ill did he seem to be. "I am sorry, sir," said the landlord, when he had shown the gentleman into his rooms. "I am sorry, sir, you don't seem well." "I am rather an invalid, but I dare say I shall soon be better, thank you. Thank you, one candle only. I dislike too much light. Charge for as many as you please. but never let me have but one, landlord." "As you please, sir, as you please. I hope you will make yourself comfortable here, and I can assure you, sir, that nothing shall be wanting on my part to make you so." "I am sure of that, landlord. You are very good, thank you." "What name shall I say, sir, in case any gentleman should call to see you, sir?" "Black." "Black, sir?" "Black." "Oh, Mr. Black. Yes, sir, certainly. Why not? Oh, of course, I only thought it a little odd, you see, sir, because we have a gentleman already in the house called Blue. That was all, sir. Mr. Black, thank you, sir." The landlord bowed himself out, and Mr. Black inclined his head with the look of a condescending emperor, so that when the landlord got downstairs, he said to his wife, "Now that is a gentleman. He listens to all you have got to say, like a gentleman, and don't snap you up, as that Mr. Blue did. Mr. Black, it is quite clear to me, is a man of the world, and a perfect gentleman. Hilloa, what's that, eh? What? Why, it's Mr. Black's bell, and he must have almost broken the wire. Sam, run up to 8, and see what's wanted." Sam did run up to 8, and when he got there, he found Mr. Black lying upon the floor in a fainting fit, and wholly insensible. The alarmed waiter ran downstairs to his master with the news, and the nearest medical man was sent for, but with as little parade as possible, for the hotel-keeper did not wish to alarm all his other guests with the news of the fact that there was a sick person in the house, which he knew was not pleasing to many persons, and might induce them to change their quarters. When the medical man came, he was shown upstairs at once, when Mr. Black had been lifted on to a sofa, where he lay without any signs of consciousness at all, much to the horror of the landlord, who began to think he was dead, and that there would be all the disagreeableness of having a corpse in his house. The surgeon felt the pulse and the heart, and then he said, "He is in a swoon, but he must be in a desperately weak state." "He looks it, don't he, sir?" "He does indeed. How dreadfully emaciated he is." By dint of great exertion and the use of stimulants, the surgeon succeeded in restoring Mr. Black to consciousness, and when he was so restored, he looked around him with that strange vacant expression which a man wears who has newly come out of a trance, and whose memory is in a state of abeyance. "Well, sir, how are you now?" said the surgeon. He made no reply. "I should advise that he be put to bed, landlord," added the medical man, "and something of a warm, nourishing quality given to him. I will send him some medicine." Mr. Black now made an effort to speak, and his memory seemed to have come back to him as he said, "I fear I have been a deal of trouble, but the fatigue of travelling fast, it is that has unnerved me. I shall be much better tomorrow. Thank you all." "I will call tomorrow," said the surgeon, "and see how you get on, if you please." "I shall be much obliged. I feel myself quite strong enough to retire for the night without assistance, thank you." He made no opposition to the landlord sending him up by Sam some spiced wine, and when it came, he said, "I hope no one sleeps near me who will come in late and disturb me, as I require a full and clear night's repose." "Oh, no, sir," said Sam. "It's a young lady, sir, as belongs to the Lake family, sleeps in the next room but one to you, that is to say, number 9. The very next room ain't occupied at all, sir, to-night, so you will be as quiet as if you was in a church, sir." Thank you, thank you. Good night, Samuel." End of chapter 180. '81 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 181. It is midnight, and the landlord of the hotel suddenly springs out of bed onto the floor as if he had been galvanized, carrying with him all the bedclothes and leaving his wife shivering. "Good gracious, what was that?" he cried. And well he might, for the repose of the whole house was broken in upon by two loud shrieks, such as had never before sounded within those walls, and then all was still as the grave. "Murder! Murder!" shouted the landlady. "Somebody has stolen all the bedclothes." "Bother the bedclothes!" cried the landlord, as he hurried on his apparel by the dim light of a night lamp that was burning on the dressing-table. "There's something wrong in the house, or else I have had one of the strangest dreams that ever anybody had, and one of the most likely reality, too. Did you hear them? Oh, those horrid screams!" "It's not a dream, then, for two people don't dream the same thing at the same moment of time, that's quite clear. Hark, hark! What's that? What a banging of doors, to be sure! Who's there? Who's there? Wait a bit." The landlord lifted the night bolt of his bedroom, and then there dashed into the room in only one garment which fluttered in the breeze, no other than the young man who had come with the ladies. He made but one spring into the landlord's bed, crying, "Oh, take care of me! Oh, save me! There's thieves or something, and I shall be hurt. Oh, save me, save me! I can't fight, I never did. Spare my life, oh, spare my life!" "Oh, the wretch!" shrieked the landlady, and the landlord, justly enough enraged at that intrusion, seized upon the intruder and shot him out of the room viat armis, and that with such force too, that he rolled all the way down the stairs, upsetting Sam, who was rushing up with a lantern, it having been his turn to sit up all night, as one of the establishment always did, in case of fire or anything happening which might make it necessary to arouse the inmates of the house. The landlord, however, had completed enough of his toilette to enable him to make a decent appearance. So out he sallied, having lit a candle, and the first person he met upon the landing was Mr. Blue, fully dressed and with a pistol in his hand. "Good God, sir!" cried the landlord. "What is it all about? What has happened, sir?" "I cannot tell you, and am as anxious as you can be to know. This way, this way. It was the young lady who screamed. For God's sake, lend me a light." The landlord resigned his light mechanically, and he saw to his surprise that there was a black patch now over one of Mr. Blue's eyes, and he thought his face was painted. At all events, he was so much disguised that it was only by his voice that the landlord knew him. Before, however, they either of them got across the corridor to the door of the young lady's room, Mr. and Mrs. Lake, half dressed, made their appearance, both eagerly inquiring what was the matter. "I don't know," said the landlord. "I only heard a scream." "Which came from the apartment of that young lady," said Mr. Blue. "What young lady?" said Mr. Lake sharply. "It's rather odd that you, a stranger, should know so precisely which was the apartment of that young lady. Mrs. Lake, go in and see if anything be the matter with Annetta. I hope to heaven nothing is amiss with her." Mr. Lake looked suspiciously at Mr. Blue, and so did the landlord, for when Mr. Blue had spoken in the presence of the Lakes, his voice was completely altered, so that the landlord no longer could have recognized him by it, and he was more puzzled than ever. "Oh, come in, Mr. Lake!" cried Mrs. Lake, appearing at the door of Annetta's room. "She is dead." "Dead!" cried Mr. Blue with a shout. "Oh, no, no, no!" He dashed past Mr. Lake, the landlord, and Mrs. Lake, and was in the room in a moment. They went after him as soon as they had recovered sufficiently from their surprise to do so, and they saw him with his hands clasped, and bending over the form of the beautiful young girl as she lay in bed. "No, no, no," he said. "She is not dead. She has fainted. God knows what the cause may be, but she is not dead. Thank heaven!" He turned from the bedside, and without saying another word to the parties present, he walked away to his own room, and left them staring at each other in surprise. The young lady now opened her eyes, and looked wildly about her for a few moments, and then she spoke quickly. "Oh, help! 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 Away! Away! Oh, horror! Horror! Horror!" "Annetta, my dear Annetta," said Mrs. Lake, "what is this? Pray, sir, retire," to the landlord. My dear Annetta, what has alarmed you? My dear, go away, Mr. Lake. I will let you know all about it. It's a mystery to me at present. Go away, I'll be back soon." Mr. Lake left the room, and in the corridor he found the landlord, who was looking as bewildered as any mortal man could well look, for he could make neither head nor tail of the whole affair. "Landlord," said Mr. Lake, "who is that party who behaved so strangely just now?" "His name is Blue, sir." "Blue? Blue? An odd name, and an odd man. Where can I have seen him before? Just as he cried out and went into the room, I thought there was a something in his voice that came familiarly to my ears, and yet I don't know him. I suspect, landlord, that he has more to do with this midnight disturbance than he would care to own." "Well, sir, I don't know," said the landlord, whose interest it was not to disoblige or throw suspicion upon any of his guests. "It really ain't very likely, sir. I should say the young lady has had a bad dream, sir, and that's almost all that can be said about it." "It may be so." "You may depend, that's what it will turn out to be, sir." "I hope so, I hope so. These things are not at all pleasant, and if anything of the kind should happen again, we should have to quit directly, you know. But I can say nothing now about it until I have heard from Mrs. Lake what account Annetta gives of the affair. That alone must guide us in the whole business. In the morning we will talk about it, sir." There was a great deal of austerity in the manner of Mr. Lake. Indeed, he might well enough be excused for not being overpleased at what had taken place. And as for Mr. Blue, there certainly was sufficient in his behaviour to induce a large amount of suspicion that he was in some way connected with the affair. Moreover, the efforts he evidently made in the way of disguise were extremely suspicious in themselves. He evidently had a something to conceal, and when the landlord was now left alone in the corridor, he was strongly induced to make one of his first acts in the morning a notice to Mr. Blue that he would much prefer his room to the company at the London hotel. He was strongly induced to make one of his first acts in the morning a notice to Mr. Blue that he would much prefer his room to his company at the London hotel. And then it all of a sudden came to the landlord's head how poor Mr. Black must have been distressed at what had taken place, for Sam had told him what Mr. Black had said about wishing to sleep quietly, so that he felt quite a pang at the idea of so civil a gentleman having been so awfully disturbed, as he must have been, and he had no doubt but that in the morning he would go away. "I wonder if he is awake," thought the landlord. "If I could but make some sort of apology to him tonight, and soothe him, all might be well. I'll first go and listen at his door. It may be that he really wants something, and if so, perhaps it would look attentive to knock and see him. I think I will. It's quite out of the question that he should have slept in the middle of all this riot." He approached Mr. Black's door and listened. All was still as the very grave. What a horrid thing it would be if the shock, in his weak state, has been the death of him, thought the landlord, and the very idea made him quake again. After a few moments passed in this state of painful thought, he found that it would be quite out of the question for him to go to his own room again without ascertaining how Mr. Black was, and accordingly he knocked at the door, first gently and then louder still, but received no answer. "Oh, this won't do. I must get in somehow," thought the landlord. He tried the handle, and found in a moment that the door was not fast. A light was burning on the side of the table which was close to the bed, and there lay Mr. Black fast asleep, and looking so calm and serene, although he was an ugly man, that the landlord was truly astonished to see him. "Well," he said, "that's what I call sound sleeping at all events. It's a mercy, however. Oh, law, he's going to awake." Mr. Black opened his eyes and looked up. "I beg your pardon, sir," said the landlord. "I earnestly beg your pardon, but as there has been a little noise in the house, I came to see, first if you had been disturbed, and then if you wanted anything, sir." "No, no, thank you. Has there been a noise, do you say? A little, sir. Well, I was fast asleep and did not hear it. However, I do sleep so sound that I think a cannon going off in my ear would hardly awaken me. I am much obliged, however, for your attention, landlord. Can't I get you anything, sir? Nothing until the morning, thank you. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir. Good night. Well, said the landlord, as, finding all quiet, he took his way now back to his own room. Well, he is a gentleman, every inch of him, that he is. How very mild and polite. He hasn't been disturbed. Well, that's a comfort. End of chapter 181.
of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 182. The waiter tells the story of the lake's disturbance to George and Francis. Nothing further occurred during the night to cause any alarm to the inmates of the London hotel, but we may as well give Miss Annetta's account of the night's transaction, an account which she gave to Mrs. Lake at the time, and which soon spread all over the hotel, with, no doubt, many additions and embellishments as it was carried. She said that having retired to rest, she, being fatigued from her journey, soon dropped off asleep. That she, to the best of her belief, fastened her room door, although she certainly could not absolutely swear to having done so, she was so very weary. She did not know how long she had slept, but she had a frightful dream, in which she thought she was pursued by wolves, who ran after her through a large tract of country until she took shelter in a wood, and then all the wolves left her and abandoned the pursuit except one, and that one caught her and fastened his fangs in her throat just as she sunk down exhausted upon a great heap of dried leaves that came in her way in the forest. She then went on to say that in the agony of her dream she actually awoke at that moment and saw a human face close to her, and that a man had his mouth close to her neck and was sucking her blood. It was then that she uttered the two screams which had so alarmed the whole house, and then she stated that the vampire, for such she named the apparition, left her, and she fainted away. Now this story, so far as it went, might all be very well accounted for by being called a dream, and the change from a wolf to a man might be but one of those fantastic changes that our sleeping visions so frequently undergo. But, and in this case this was a serious but she showed upon her neck the marks of 2 teeth, and there was a small wound on which even in the morning was a little portion of coagulated blood. This staggered everybody, as well it might, and the whole hotel was in a state of confusion. Mr. Blue kept his room. Mr. Black got up and declared that he was much better than the day before, attributing his indisposition to bodily fatigue, and the Lakes were in a state of consternation difficult to describe. The landlord, too, was nearly out of his senses at the idea of a vampire being in his house, and a grand consultation was held in the bar-parlour between him, Mr. and Mrs. Lake, and Mr. Black, who was asked if he would step down and give his opinion, which compliment was paid to him on account of his being such a gentlemanly and quiet man. They took it in turns to speak, and the landlord had the first say. "Gentlemen," he said, "and you, madam, you can easily conceive how grieved I am about what has taken place, and I can only say that anything in the world that I can do to find out all about it I will do with the greatest possible pleasure. Command me in any way, but if I have a suspicion of anybody in this house, it is of that Mr. Blue." "And I too," said Mrs. Lake. "I don't know what to say further," remarked Mr. Lake, "than that my suspicions of some foul play on the part of Mr. Blue are so strong that if he is not turned out of the hotel we will leave to-night." "That's conclusive," said the landlord. "But if you, Mr. Black, would favour us with your opinion, I'm sure, sir, we would all be much obliged." "I am afraid," said Mr. Black in his quiet, gentlemanly way, "that my opinion will be of very little importance, as I know nothing of the whole affair, but just what I have heard from one and another. I slept all the while, it appears. But there is one circumstance that certainly to me is an unpleasant and a suspicious one, and that is that Mr. Blue, as he calls himself, was up and dressed, and that, with the exception of your night watchman, he was the only person in the hotel who was so." "That's a fact," said the landlord. "I met him." "Then that settles the business," said Mr. Lake. "Send him away. God knows if there be such things as vampires or not, but at all events the suspicion is horrid, so you had better get rid of him at once." "I will, I will." "Stop," said Mr. Black. "Before you do so, is it not worth while to make some effort to come at the precise truth? And that, in my opinion, would be very desirable indeed." It would, said Mr. Lake. "You must understand, sir, that the young lady is especially under my care, and in fact I esteem her greatly. Very greatly, I may say, for a variety of reasons, and therefore anything that I can do which may have the effect of securing her peace of mind and happiness will be to me a sacred purpose." "Then I should recommend," said Mr. Black, "that this lady and your wife, landlord, keep watch in the young lady's chamber to-night." "Oh, I couldn't, said the landlady. "Nor I," replied Mrs. Lake. "Nor I, I'm sure. I cannot think of such a thing. I could not do it. I should faint away in terror." "And so should I," cried the landlady. "I feel quite ill even now at the thought of the thing." "Then I can say no more, ladies. Of course, gentlemen cannot very well, unless they are very near relatives, undertake such a job. I tell you what we can do, though. Suppose we watch in the corridor, you and I, Mr. Lake, and leaving the door of the young lady's chamber just closed, we shall hear if there be any alarm given from within, and effectually secure her from intrusion without. What say you to this as a plan of proceedings? There is your son, too, might keep watch with us." "I'm afraid he's too nervous." "Yes," said the landlord, "and he might pop into my bed again, as he did last night in his fright. Oh, don't have him, gentlemen, I beg you. I would go myself, but I am so sleepy always that I never can keep my eyes open after 12 o'clock. Not that I am at all afraid of anything, but it's downright sleepiness, you see, gentlemen. I am on my feet all day, and so, you see, I'd rather not, on the whole." "I am willing," said Mr. Black. "Sir," said Mr. Lake, "I'm quite ashamed of giving you so much trouble, but I can only say that I shall be very much obliged indeed by your company, and I do hope that we shall have the pleasure of catching Mr. Blue if he be guilty." "Or acquitting him if innocent," added Mr. Black. "Let us be just even in the midst of our suspicions. It would be a terrible thing to stigmatize this gentleman as a vampire when perhaps he may have as great a horror of such gentry as we possibly can." At this moment young Lake made his appearance. He looked rather pale as he apologized to the landlord for his unintentional intrusion into his room overnight. "The fact is," said he, "I am as constitutionally brave as a lion, and so, whenever anything occurs, I run away." "Indeed, sir, an odd way of showing courage," said Mr. Black. "Why do you run away?" "For fear, sir, of doing something rash." "Well, I certainly never heard a better excuse for an undignified retreat in one's shirt before in my life. But you will not be called upon to do anything to-night. You had better shut yourself up, and, let you hear what you will, you need not come out of your room, you know." "Well, do you know, sir, I think that it would be the best way. For if I came out I might do something rash, such as kill somebody, which I should afterwards be sorry for, you know." "Certainly." "Then that's understood, father. Then let what will happen, I won't come out. I have been speaking to Annetta, but I can't somehow or another get her to be pleasant." "Hush!" said old Lake, and he bent his brows upon his son reprovingly, as if he fancied that he was letting out more of the family secrets than he ought to have done. The young man was silent accordingly, for he seemed to be in great dread of his father, who certainly, if not a better man, was a man of much more intellect and courage than the son, who was but a very few degrees removed from absolute silliness. He was fool enough to be wicked, and the father was cunning enough to be so. How strange that vice should usually belong to the two extremes of intellect, that folly and talent should lead to similar results, a disregard of the ordinary moral obligations. But it is so. We may pass over the rest of the day, and we do so the more willingly because we are anxious that the reader should be possessed of some particulars which George and Francis, the servants of Lord Lake, communicated without any reserve at all to Slop, the waiter. Indeed, far from having anything like a wish to conceal anything, they seemed to glory in saying as much as they could with respect to those matters that were uppermost in their mind. This was just the frame of mind that Slop would have wished in his prayers, had he prayed at all upon the subject, to find them in. For although Slop was quite remarkable for neglecting his own affairs, he never neglected anybody else's, and curiosity had been the bane of his existence. Upon arriving at the King's Head in Chisel Street, he found that the servants of Lord Lake were there according as they had said they should be, and glasses of something uncommonly hot and strong having been ordered, they and Slop soon grew quite happy and familiar together. First, though, before they would commence a history of anything they had to tell of the Lake family, they resolved upon hearing from Slop all that had passed at the London Hotel, and you may be quite sure that it lost nothing in the telling, but was duly made as much of as the circumstances would permit. No doubt the fumes of the something hot materially assisted Mr. Slop's invention and general talents upon the interesting occasion. End of chapter 182. 183 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Peckett, PREST. Chapter 183. The Communication of the Servants respecting the Lake Family. The coachman and groom evidently listened with great interest to what Slop had to relate. For a wonder they were completely silent while he spoke, and when he had concluded they looked at each other and nodded, as much to say, "Ah, we can draw some conclusion from all that you, Mr. Slop, really know nothing at all about." "Is that all?" said George. "Yes," said the waiter, "and sufficient, I think." "More, a great deal," remarked Francis. "But howsomedever, as you seem a proper sort of fellow, we don't mind telling you what we think of the matter." "No, no," interposed George, "not exactly that." "And why not?" "Because, you see, Francis, we have never known yet, my boy, what to think about it." "Well, there's some truth in that, at all events. But we will tell Mr. Slop what happened once before that wasn't much unlike what has taken place at the London Hotel." "Well, but first tell him who she is," said George. "Then he'll understand all the rest better, as well as taking more interest in it." "Very good. Then listen, Mr. Slop." "With all my ears," said Slop. At this moment a bell rung sharply, and Slop, on the impulse of the moment, sprung up. "Coming, coming, coming!" Both George and Francis burst into a great laugh, and Slop was quite disconcerted. "Really, gentlemen," he said, "I'm sorry, very sorry, but I'm so used to cry 'coming' when a bell rings that for the moment I forgot there was no sort of occasion to do so here. I begs you won't think no more of it, but tell me all as you have got to tell." "Don't mention it," said Francis, and then, after taking another draught of the something strong and settling himself into his seat, commenced. "Lord Lake, you know, is our master, and a very good sort of man he is, only he's what did the doctor call him, George? Oh, I know, what was it, Frank? Well, I asked you. It was a Wally-Toddy Harry Hun, I think." "Something like it. Odd, wasn't it?" "Wery." "I beg your pardon, gentlemen," said a gentlemanly-looking man who was seated in an obscure corner of the room and who was desperately ugly, at least so much as could be seen of his face, for it was much muffled up. "I beg your pardon, but the word you mean, I suppose, is valetudinarian." "That's it! That's it! I knows it when I hears it. That's it. Well, they say that in consequence of being that 'ere he was rather cross-grained a little when there wasn't no sort of occasion for it, and barring that, which, poor man, I suppose he could not help, he was about as decent a master as ever stepped in shoe-leather, wasn't he, George?" "I believe you, my boy." "Well, the Countess of Backbite was his mother-in-law, you see, a wicious old woman as ever lived, and when Lady Lake died, it was she as brought the news to Lord Lake that his wife was dead, and the virtuous baby as she had just brought into the world was dead too. Wasn't that it, George?" "I believe you, my boy, rather." "Well, Lord Lake was inconsolable, as they says, for ever so long, and he made friends with his brother, who would come next into the property. They all went abroad together." "All who?" said Slop. "Wery good, I'll tell you. Lord Lake, his brother, his brother's wife, and son. Them as is now at the London Hotel. Now you knows, don't you?" "Go on, I knows." "Well, they hadn't been there above a matter of 14 years when the old Countess of Backbite dies, and then there comes a letter to my lord as says that the precious baby as his wife had brought into the world just afore she went out of it herself wasn't dead at all, but had been smugged away by the old Countess, nobody knows what for, and that she was alive and kicking then, and ready to come to her papa whenever he said the word. And so come she did, you see, and that's our young lady Annetta, you see, as is in the London Hotel." "Well, but I don't understand," said Slop. "Of course you don't." "Oh. But you will if you goes on a-listening. You can't expect to understand all at once, you know. Just attend to the remainder, and you'll soon know all about it. But George is the man to tell you, that he is." "Oh, no, no, no," said George. "Why, you heard it, and told it to me. Come, don't be foolish, but tell it at once, old fellow." "Well, if I must, I must," said George. "So here goes. Though when I has to tell anything, I always feel as if I was being druv with a curb half a dozen links too tight. But here goes." "I am very much amused," said Slop, "and should certainly like to hear it all. Pray go on." "Well, you must know we was in an old tumble-down place in Italy as they calls Rome. Horribly out of repair, but that's neither here nor there. In course we had stables and riding out, and there was a nice sort of terrace where Lord Lake used to walk sometimes, as well as his brother, while the carriage was being got out, so that I could hear what they said if I chose to do so. Well, one day the brother, Mr. Lake, or the Honourable Dick Lake, as he was sometimes called, was walking there alone, and I seed as he was all of a tremble like, you understand. But I could not have any idea what it was about. Once or twice I heard him say, 'It will do,' and 'it will do.' Presently then out comes Lord Lake, and he says, giving the other a letter, 'Good God, read that! Give us a trifle more sugar.'" "What?" "Why, what do you mean?" said Francis. "Is that the way to tell a story, to run into what people says, what you happens to want yourself? Here's the sugar. Now go on." "Well, the brother reads it, and then he says, 'Gracious Providence,' says he. 'This here says as the Lady Annetta ain't your daughter, but a himpostor.' 'Yes,' says Lord Lake. 'Oh, what will become of me now?' 'Calm yourself,' says the brother, 'and leave this affair to me. Let her go with me to England, and we will clear up the mystery. I love her as I would a child of my own, but still this here letter,' says he, 'seems to contain such a statement,' says he." "Well? Well?" "That's all. After that they walked off the terrace, and I didn't hear no more. After that, in a day or two, Lord Lakes comes to me and says, 'George, my brother and his family, with Lady Annetta, are going to England. I wish you and Francis to accompany them, and to attend upon them, just the same as you would on myself,' says he. And in course I didn't like to say anything, so we came. But as our idea of the brother is that he's a humbug, we wouldn't have no more to do with him after we got to London, you see. And so off we went, as you heard." "Well, but," said Slop, "there was a something else you was to tell me." "So there was," said Francis, "and this was it. While we were staying at a place called Florence, and sleeping all of us in an old palace, there was an alarm in the middle of the night, and we found it came from the chamber of the Lady Annetta, who said that a man had got in by the window, and she just woke in time to see him. And when she screamed out, away he went again, but nothing could be seen of him. The oddest thing was that the window was so high from the ground that it seemed to be quite out of the question that he could have got at it without a ladder, yet the deuce of a ladder was there to be seen. And who was it? Nobody ever knew. But the night after, it was said that a vampire had visited a cottage near at hand, and had fastened on the throat of a little girl of about 7, and sucked half the blood out of her, so that she was lying at the point of death. And the description the child gave of him was so like what the Lady Annetta had said of the man that had got in at the window of her bedroom, that my lord got very uneasy about it, and moved away from Florence as quick as he could. And no wonder either, you'll say." "It was odd." "It was. And what you have told me of last night put me in mind of it, you see." "No doubt. Lord, I'm all of a twitter myself." "Why, what need you care? Those who know about vampires say there are two sorts. One sort always attacks its own relations, as was, and nobody else, and the other always selects the most charming young girls, and nobody else. And if they can't get either, they starve to death, waste away, and die, for they take no food or drink of any sort, unless they are downright forced." "But who told you?" "Oh, an old Italian priest who spoke English." End of chapter 183. '184 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 184. The Mysterious Stranger, the Night Watch. At this moment the stranger who had put the coachman and groom right about the word valetudinarian rose from the seat he had occupied in the corner of the room, and uttering a deep hollow groan, walked toward the door. The party looked at him with awe and astonishment. He was of great height, but frightfully thin, and the slight glance they could get of his face showed how perfectly ugly he was. In another moment he had left the place, and there was a silence of several minutes' duration after he had done so, but it was at length broken by the coachman, who said, "I say, Frank, my boy." "Here you is," said Francis. "Don't you think if you never seed anybody as looked like a vampire before, you have seed one now?" "The devil!" said Francis. "You don't mean that." "Yes, I do. And it strikes me wonderful as we have been a-telling all we had to tell afore the very individual, of all others, as we oughtn't to ha' told it to. That's a vampire. If a hoss is a hoss, that's a vampire, Frank. I knows it. I feels it." Frank looked aghast. Why, then he said, "we have just told him where to find the Lady Lake if he wants her. Lord! What? Suppose it's the same one as got in at the window at Florence?" "I'll have him. He can't have got far, I should say, by this time, and hang me if I don't stop him and know what he is afore he goes any further. I shan't sleep if I don't." Without waiting for any reply, although the coachman and Mr. Slop both seemed to be upon the point of saying something, out rushed the valorous Francis into the street. But in about 3 minutes he came back and sat down with a disappointed look. "He's off," he said. "In course," said the coachman, "through the air like a sky-rocket. You might ha' knowed that. But arter all, Frank, he mayn't be a vampire. Do vampires come into public-houses, eh? Answer me that, will you? I rather think that's a settler, Frank." "Do you?" said Frank. "It might be, old fellow, if you could prove it. It would be an odd thing for a vampire to come into a public-house and drink, but I don't see if he has anything again by it, anything to prevent him coming and ordering and paying for something, and then leaving it. Look there." Frank pointed to the brimming glass of something which was on the table just where the mysterious man had sat, and this, to the coachman and to Slop, was such proof positive that they both looked at each other with the most rueful expression on their countenances. "I think you are rather convinced now, you old ump," added Frank. "Rather. Rather." "I'm all over of a cold inspiration," said Slop. "Well," added Frank, "it's not never of no use, you know, putting yourself out of the way about it, and that's the fact, and all I've got to say is that I've got nothing to say." "Wery good. Wery good. But if you, Mr. Slop, will give us a call to-morrow, and let us know if anything wrong has took place at the London Hotel, we shall be very much obliged to you, for it's natural for us that we feel an interest in what's going on there on account of our young lady, who we won't and don't think is anything else but our young lady, and if she was not, she ought to be. And I tell you what, just keep an eye on the spoony young Lake." "I will." "He wants to be quite sweet with the Lady Annetta, but she can't abide him. But you tell us if he tries to pitch it too strong, and we shall perhaps hit on some scheme of operations." All this Slop promised faithfully, and with his own nerves rather startled at the idea of having been in the same room for the better part of an hour with a vampire, he walked back to the hotel, and as he had not been enjoined to any secrecy, he gave the landlord a full and particular account of all that had taken place. This was listened to with no small degree of interest, but as mine host of the London Hotel could make nothing of it, he could do nothing with it. "Slop," he said, "I don't like the state of things at all, I assure you, Slop, and I rather shake than otherwise about what's to occur to-night. You know there's to be a watch kept in the corridor by the young lady's room, or else, poor thing, no doubt she wouldn't get a wink of sleep, and I'm quite sure that I shan't, at all events, let what will happen or what won't. I'm all a-twitter now, as it is. I've broke 9 wine-glasses already, and all I can say is, I wish they would all go away." The landlord did not like to give good guests notice to quit his house, but he had a consultation with Mr. Black, whom he considered to be quite his sheet-anchor in this affair, for if that gentleman had not offered to sit up and watch for the vampire, he, the landlord, certainly would, despite all profitable considerations, have requested guests who brought with them such questionable connections to leave. The night had now come on, and as hour after hour passed away, the anxiety of all concerned in the affairs that were taking place at the London Hotel increased. But we need not occupy the time and attention of the reader with surmises and reflections while facts of an interesting and strange nature remain to be detailed. Suffice it that at 11 o'clock the Lady Annetta retired to rest. 2 chairs and a table on which burned 2 candles were placed in the corridor just outside the room in which the fair girl who had the previous night had such a visitor reposed, and there sat Mr. Black and Mr. Lake, both determined to do their utmost to discover the mystery of the vampire's appearance, and to capture him should he again show himself. During the first half-hour's watch, Mr. Lake related to his companion the particulars of the affair at Florence, which, as it has already been told by Francis, we need not again recapitulate. Suffice it to say that the narration was listened to by Mr. Black with great interest. "And did you," he said, "make no discovery of who this midnight visitor was?" "None whatever." "'Tis awfully strange." "It is, and has given her abundance of uneasiness." "And well it may, sir. I shall be very happy if through my means any elucidation of these mysteries and truly terrific visitations should take place." "You are very good, sir. What is that?" 12 o'clock, I think, striking by some neighbouring church timekeeper." "Hush! Is it not so?" "Yes, 12." "It is. How still the house is! I was told this was a very quiet hotel, and so indeed I find it, but yet I suppose upon this occasion there is more stillness than usual." "Doubtless. Hush! Hush! What was that?" "I thought I heard something like a window opening slowly and cautiously." "Hark! There it is again. Do you not hear it? Hush! Hush! Listen now." "On my life I can hear nothing." "Indeed, your sense of hearing, then, is not so sharp as mine. Look there." He pointed as he spoke to the door of Mr. Blue's chamber, which was opened a very short distance, not above a couple of inches, and then he added in a whisper, "What do you think of that?" "By heaven, I suspected him before." "And I. And be still, whatever you do. But yet perhaps it would be better. Go downstairs and bring up the hall porter. We may as well be in force, you know. The door at the head of the stairs is open. You can depend upon my keeping a good watch while you are gone. Now, quick, or we may be pounced upon and murdered before we are aware." Thus urged, Mr. Lake ran downstairs for the purpose of rousing up the night porter, and he found that that individual did indeed require rousing up. "Hello, my man," he said. "Get up." "Eh? What? Fire!" No, they want you upstairs, that's all. You are a pretty fellow to consider yourself a night watch here and to be fast asleep. Why, with the exception that you have your clothes on you, you are no more ready than anybody else in the house." "I beg pardon, sir. I always sleep with one eye open." Well, come upstairs." A loud scream at this moment came upon their ears, and the night porter staggered back again into his great leathern chair, from whence he had just risen, and looked aghast, while Mr. Lake turned pale and trembled fearfully. "Good God!" he said. "What's that?" A bell was rung furiously, and then ceased with a sudden jar as if the wire had broken, which was indeed the fact. Then Mr. Lake, mustering all the courage he possessed, ran upstairs again, leaving the night porter to follow him, or not, as he felt inclined. But when he reached the door at the top of the staircase, he found that it was fast, nor could he, with all his strength, force it open. "Help! Help! Help!" he heard a voice cry. End of chapter 184. '85 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 185. The Vampire's Feast, the Alarm and the Pursuit. A general ringing of bells now ensued in the hotel from all the bedrooms that were occupied, and the din in the house was quite terrific. Mr. Lake hammered away at the door leading to the corridor, and he was soon joined by the hall porter, who, having now recovered from the first shock which the scream had given him, showed more courage and determination than anyone would have given him credit for. He was rather a bulky man, and without any more ado he flung himself bodily against the door with such force that he dashed it open and rolled into the corridor. All was darkness. "Lights! Lights! Lights!" shouted Mr. Lake. "Lights! Mr. Black, where are you? Mr. Black! Mr. Black!" A door, it was that of Mr. Blue, was now dashed open, and that gentleman appeared with a candle in his hand and a pistol firmly grasped in the other. It was very strange, but he wore an artificial masquerade nose of an enormous size, and had on a red wig. "Who locked my door?" he cried. "Who locked my room door on the outside and forced me to break it open? Who did it?" "Where is the vampire?" said Mr. Lake. "Lights! Lights! Lights!" shouted the night watchman. And in another minute the landlord and several waiters, half dressed but carrying lights, and each armed with the first weapon of offence he could lay his hands on at the moment, made their appearance on the scene of action. "What is it? What is it?" cried the landlord. "Oh, what is it?" "God knows!" cried Mr. Lake, and he darted into the apartment of the young lady. In another moment he emerged and tottered toward one of the seats. "She is covered with blood," he said. Mr. Blue and the landlady of the hotel both made a rush then into the room, and the former came out in a minute, and going to his own apartment shut the door. They thought that they then heard him fall at full length upon the floor. All was mystery. "I'm bewildered," said the landlord. "What is it all about?" "And where is Mr. Black?" asked Mr. Lake. "Here," cried a waiter, as he pointed to an insensible form lying so close to the table that nobody had as yet noticed it. "Here he is. He looks as if he was dead." Poor Mr. Black was lifted up. His eyes were closed as well as his mouth, and he seemed to breathe with difficulty. He was placed in a chair and then held, while water was dashed in his face to recover him, and after a time, just as one of the waiters, who had been sent for the surgeon again, who had before attended the young lady, made his appearance with that gentleman, he slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, mercy, mercy! Where am I now?" "What is all this about?" inquired the medical man. "Nobody knows, sir," said the landlord. "That's the beauty of it. But the young lady is very bad again. Will you, wife, show the doctor into her room? Good God! I shall go out of my wits. And my hotel, that has a character forming one of the quietest in all London. Yes, the quietest, I may say. I'm a ruined man." "Mr. Black," said Mr. Lake, "I implore you, if you can, to tell the meaning of all this." All I know," said Mr. Black faintly. "All I know—" Everybody gathered round him to listen, and with looks of fright and apprehension and a trembling voice he said, I was sitting here waiting for Mr. Lake to come back with the night porter, for we had some cause to wish for further help, when somebody came suddenly up to me and struck me down. The blow was on the top of my head, and so severe that I fell as if shot." "And then? And then?" "Nothing. I don't know anything else till you recovered me. And then I seemed as if all the place was scouring round me. And then—" "But, Mr. Black, cannot you tell us who struck you? What was he like? Could you identify him again?" "I fear not. Indeed, I hardly saw more of him than that he was tall." "Well," cried Mr. Lake, "all I can say is that I have had my suspicions since last night, and now I am certain, that is to say, circumstantially certain. What say you, landlord? Is there not one person in the house who may not fairly enough be suspected?" He looked toward the door of Mr. Blue's room as he spoke, and indeed all eyes were turned in that direction, and the landlord, mustering up courage, advanced to the door and said as he did so, "We will have him out. He shall not stay another hour on my premises. We will have him out, I say. This sort of thing won't do, and it shall not do. We will have him out. I say, gentlemen, we shall have him out." One thing was quite clear, and that was that the landlord wanted somebody to come forward and assist him in having out Mr. Blue. But when he found that nobody stirred, he turned round at the door and looked rather foolish. Under any circumstances, perhaps this conduct might have excited the risible faculties of all who were present, but the affair, take it all in all, was of too mysterious and serious a character to indulge in any laughter about. "I," said Mr. Lake, advancing, "will have him out, if nobody else will." It would appear as if Mr. Blue had been listening to what was going on, for on the instant he flung open his door and said, "Who will have me out, and what for?" "Vampire! Vampire!" cried a chorus of voices. "Idiots!" said Mr. Blue. "Detain him," said Mr. Lake. "Detain him. We shall never be satisfied until this affair is thoroughly and judicially inquired into. Detain him, I say." "Let him who sets no value on his life," said Mr. Blue, "lay but a hand upon me, and he shall have to admire the consequences of his rashness. I am not one to be trifled with. It is my fancy to leave this hotel this moment, let any one dare to stand in my way." "Your name is not Blue," said the landlord. "You are not what you seem." "Granted." "Ah, you admit it," said Lake. "Lay hold of him. I will give £10 for him, dead or alive. I have often heard of vampires, and by heaven I now believe in them. Seize him, I say, seize him." He dashed forward himself as he spoke, and was on the point of seizing hold of Mr. Blue, when one well-directed blow from that individual sent him sprawling. After this nobody showed any very marked disposition to attack him, but he was allowed to walk calmly and slowly down the staircase of the hotel, while Lake gathered himself up, looking rather confused at the tumble he had had. But his passion was not subdued, for he made a rush still after the supposed vampire. But he was too late. The hotel door was closed with a bang that reverberated through the house, and Mr. Blue was gone, vampire or no vampire. "Landlord, I shall leave your house," said Lake. "I'm ruined," said the landlord. "This affair will get into some Sunday paper. Mr. Black, what is to be done?" "Really, the top of my head is so hurt," replied Mr. Black, "that I can think of nothing else." "A plague upon the top of your head," muttered the landlord. The Lakes now, that is, Mr. and Mrs. Lake, found their way to the young lady's chamber, when they found her in a state of great alarm. The story she told amounted to this. She was asleep, she said, having perfect confidence that no harm could come to her while the door of her room was watched in the way it was. She had a light burning in her room, but it was one that gave a very faint light, as she had usually an objection to sleeping otherwise than in profound darkness. But she had no notion of how long she had been asleep, when she was awakened by a hand being placed over her mouth, which prevented her from breathing. She struggled to free herself, but it was in vain. The monster attacked her on the neck with his teeth, and all she remembered was getting sufficiently free to utter one scream, and then she fainted away. "My dear," said Mrs. Lake, "I must have some serious talk with you upon a subject which I have before urged. Go away, Lake." Lake left the room, and then Mrs. Lake continued, "This is a very dreadful affair, Annetta. You know that it is fancied you are not the child of Lord Lake, and that we have the care of you. Now we so much love and admire you—" "Stop, madam, stop," said the young lady. "I know what you are about to say. You are going to urge me again to marry your son, which I will never do, for I have the greatest aversion to him." "You will not? Who will protect you from a vampire better than a husband?" "Probably no one, but at least I reserve to myself the right to choose to whom I give that task. I am ill now and weak. I pray you not to weary me further upon a subject concerning which it is quite impossible we can ever agree. I only wish I were dead." "And that you may very well soon be, if your blood is all sucked away by a vampire." "So be it. Heaven help me." "Pshaw! You may die as soon as you like." End of chapter 185.
Of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 186. The Meeting in St. James' Park. Another day passed over at the London Hotel, and as Mr. Blue had been kind enough to take his departure, and that departure seemed to be final, for he did not show himself again, Mr. Lake rescinded the resolution he had made to leave. Probably it was much more convenient for him to stay, although he pretended that he did so out of consideration for the landlord, who ought not to be punished for innocently harbouring so suspicious a character as Mr. Blue, whether he were a vampire or not. But the day, as we say, has passed away, and it is about 8:30 o'clock in the evening, and quite dark, for the moon did not rise for an hour afterwards, when Mr. Lake might have been seen making his way towards St. James' Park. He entered it by the narrow mode of ingress by Spring Gardens, and made his way towards the palace of St. James, that is to say, the wall of its private gardens that look upon the park. And then, under some shady trees, he paused and looked inquiringly about him. "He was to have been here a little before 9, he muttered. "Hush!" The Horse Guard's clock chimed 8:75. Mr. Lake drew back as two men came at a slow pace towards where he stood, and then he muttered, "It is Miller, but confound him, who is that he has brought with him? Hang the fellow! I did not give him leave to make a confidant in this ticklish piece of business." One of the men only now advanced, leaving the other about 12 paces from him. "Mr. L, I think?" he said. "Yes, Miller, it is I. But who in the name of all that's infernal have you brought with you? Are you mad to trust to anybody but yourself?" "Oh, don't trouble yourself about that, sir. The fact is, he has been with me for a number of years. He is my managing clerk, and as great a rogue as you would wish him to be. I cannot keep anything wholly from him, so the best way, I find, is to make a confidant of him at once. I don't half like it. You may too roughly depend upon Lee, that is his name, and you never knew such a rogue as he is, sir. Besides, somebody, you know, must have been trusted to personate the father, and he will do that, and then you know likewise, sir, that— Hush, hush! Speak lower, will you? Bring this accomplished rogue this way, since I must do business, it seems, with him. Call him here, Miller, and we will talk as we walk on. That is always safer than holding a conference in one spot, near which anyone may hide. But it is a much more difficult thing for a spy to follow and overhear you at the same time. You have a genius, Mr. Lake." "Bah! I don't want any compliments from you, Miller. We want downright business." By this time Mr. Miller had made a sign to his clerk, Lee, to come up, which that individual did, and at once saluted Mr. Lake, and made some trivial remark about the weather in an off-hand way. Mr. Lake made rather a distant reply, and then he said, "I presume, sir, that Mr. Miller has made you acquainted with the affair in which, it seems, I am to purchase your kind cooperation?" "Oh, no," said Miller. "I have certainly given him a brief outline, but I always prefer that the principal himself should give all the directions possible to everyone, and tell his own story." "Well, sir, I think you might as well have told him, and not given me the trouble. But, however, if I must, I must. So pray attend to me, sir." "I will," said Lee. "My brother, then, is Lord Lake. It's a new title rather, as our father was the first who had it, and he left large estates to my brother, and to his son, if he had one, or his daughter, if he had one. The title descending to heir males, I must have the title by outliving my brother, if I do, but hang it all, she has a daughter, and she will have the estates." "I comprehend." "The old Countess of Backbite smuggled the child away at its birth, and took care of it for a consideration that used up 2/3 of my income. But the old cat, on her death, confessed that the child was Lord Lake's. But luckily, you see, without criminating me. Now Mr. Miller was her solicitor, and so between us we have forged a letter supposed to be found among the old Countess' papers, in which she states that she intends to palm off a child as the Lord Lake's when she is dying, but that his child really did die, you see?" "Oh, yes." "Now, this has had an effect upon Lord Lake, who to some extent had repudiated the girl, and what I want is to clinch the matter by providing someone who will actually own her." "I understand," said Lee, "but it will be an awkward affair, if found out." "I want to provide against any consequences of a disagreeable nature by getting her to marry my son, but I don't think she will. Absolute distress, to which I am determined to bring her if I can, may move her to that step, and then all's right. The secret is in my hands to play with, as I think proper." "A very good plan." "You see, there's a lover of hers too, a young officer in the Guards, but he will be off as soon as he finds that she's the daughter of a lawyer's clerk instead of a lord. Ha ha ha!" "Likely enough. I'll father her." "Thank you. And now about money matters. Miller gets £1,000. What do you want? Be moderate." I ought to have £500 to pay me." "The deuce! Well, I don't want to stint you, but you will bear in mind that is very good pay. And now we must get up a first-rate story, so complete in all its parts that there shall be no sort of doubt about it, you see. A story that will stand the test of examination and criticism." "That can be better done in my chambers," said the attorney. "I think now we understand each other perfectly well, and that we need hardly say any more just at present. Money matters are settled, and as Mr. Lee has once undertaken the business, I am quite satisfied for one that it will be well done." "I am glad to hear you say that, Miller, and I am quite reconciled, which I must own I was not at first, to Mr. Lee having a finger in the pie." "Thank you," said Lee, "thank you. We shall manage it all right, no doubt. Indeed, now that you have fully explained it to me, it seems quite an easy and straightforward affair." "You think so?" "I certainly do think so." "Then you take off my mind a load of anxiety, for I thought it would be a difficult thing to arrange, and require no end of chicanery and trouble. But you quite reassure me, Mr. Lee." "Oh, these things are done every day, my dear sir." They had walked to and fro as they spoke, till now, by the time they had settled their affairs thus far, they stood by the centre of the principal mall. The park was very quiet, and had quite a deserted aspect. Indeed, it was near the time when there would be more difficulty in traversing it in consequence of the extra vigilance of the night sentinels. The moon faded gradually away, or seemed to fade away, as the light fleecy clouds swept over its face, and the parties who had held this interesting dialogue separated. Mr. Lake walked hurriedly towards his hotel, and the attorney and his accomplice stood for a few moments conversing in whispers. They then turned towards the Green Park, and as they did so, they were crossed by a tall, spectral-looking figure wrapped up in an immense cloak, but who did not seem to observe them, for his eyes were fixed upon the moon, which at that moment again began to emerge from the clouds. He stretched forth his arms as if he would have held the beautiful satellite to his heart. "An odd fish," whispered the attorney. "Very," said his companion. "I should like now to know who he is." The attorney shrugged his shoulders as he said, "Some harmless lunatic, most likely. They say that such often wander all night about the parks." "That's strange. Only look at him now. He seems to be worshipping the moon. And now, how he strides along! And see, there is another man meets him, and they both hold up their arms in that strange way to the moon. What on earth can be the meaning of it?" "I really don't know." "Some religious fanatics, perhaps." "Ah, that's as likely as not. We have all sorts of them, jumpers and screamers and terrors, and why not a few who may call themselves lunarians? For my part, I would rather worship the moon than I would, as most church and chapel-going women do, worship some canting evangelical thief of a parson, who has, oh dear, such elegant hands and such whiskers, and speaks so soft and impressive. Of all the rogues on earth, I do detest those in surplices." End of chapter 186. (7) of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jesse. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 187. The churchyard at Hampstead. The resuscitation of a vampire. It wants half an hour to midnight. The sky is still cloudy, but glimpses of the moon can be got as occasionally the clouds slip off before her disk. And then, what a glorious flood of silver light spread itself over the landscape. And a landscape in every respect more calculated to look beautiful and romantic under the chaste moon's ray than that to which we would now invite attention, certainly could not have been found elsewhere within many a mile of London. It is Hampstead Heath, that favoured spot where upon a small scale are collected some of the rarest landscape beauties that the most romantic, mountainous counties of England can present to the gratified eye of the tourist. Those who are familiar with London and its environs, of course, are well acquainted with every nook, glade, tree, and dell in that beautiful heath, where, at all and every time and season, there is much to recommend that semi-wild spot to notice. Indeed, if it were, as it ought to be, divested of its donkey-drivers and laundresses, a more delightful place of residence could scarcely be found than some one of those suburban villas that are dotted round the margin of this picturesque waste. But it is midnight, nearly. That time is forthcoming at which popular superstition trembles, that time at which the voice of ignorance and of cant lowers to whispers, and when the poor of heart and timid of spirit imagine worlds of unknown terrors. On this occasion, though, it will be seen that there would have been some excuses if even the most bold had shrunk back appalled at what was taking place. But we will not anticipate, for truly in this instance might we say sufficient for the time are the horrors thereof. If any one had stood on that portion of the high road which leads right over the heath and so on to Hendon or to Highgate, according as the left-hand or the right-hand route is taken, and after reaching the Castle Tavern had looked across the wide expanse of heath to the west, they would have seen nothing for a while but the clustering bushes of heath blossom and the picturesque fir trees that there are to be beheld in great luxuriance. But, after a time, something of a more noticeable character would have presented itself. At 11:45, there rose up from a tangled mass of brushwood, which had partially concealed a deep cavernous place where sand had been dug, a human form, and there it stood in the calm, still hour of night so motionless that it scarcely seemed to possess life. But presently another rose at a short distance. And then there was a third, so that these three strange-looking beings stood like landmarks against the sky, and when the moon shone out from some clouds which had for a short time obscured her rays, they looked strange and tall and superhuman. One spoke. "'Tis time," he said in a deep, hollow voice that sounded as if it came from the tomb. "Yes, time," said another. "Time has come," said a third. Then they moved, and by the gestures they used, it seemed as if an animated discussion was taking place among them, after which they moved along in perfect silence, and in a most stately manner, towards the village of Hampstead. Before reaching it, however, they turned down some narrow, shaded walks among garden walls and the back of stables, until they emerged close to the old churchyard, which stands on high ground, and which was not then, at least the western portion of it, overlooked by any buildings. Those villas which now skirt it are of recent elevation. A dense mass of clouds has now been brought up by a south wind, and had swept over the face of the moon, so that at this juncture, and as 12 o'clock might be expected every moment to strike, the night was darker than it had yet been since sunset. The circumstance was probably considered by the mysterious beings who sought the churchyard as favourable to them, and they got without difficulty within those sacred precincts devoted to the dead. Scarcely had they found a way 12 feet among the old tombstones, when from behind a large square monument there appeared 2 more persons. And if the attorney, Mr. Miller, had been there, he would probably have thought they bore such a strong resemblance to those whom he had seen in the park, he would have had but little hesitation in declaring that they were the same. These 2 persons joined the other 3, who manifested no surprise at seeing them, and then the whole 5 stood close to the wall of the church, so that they were quite secure from observation, and one of them spoke. "Brothers," he said, "you who prey upon human nature by the law of your being, we have work to do tonight, that work which we never leave undone, and which we dare not neglect when we know that it is to do. One of our fraternity lies here." "Yes," said the others, with the exception of one, and he spoke passionately. "Why," he said, "when there were enough, and more than enough to do the work, summon me?" "Not more than enough. There are but 5. "And why should you not be summoned?" said another. "You are one of us. You ought to do your part with us in setting a brother free from the clay that presses on his breast." "I was engaged in my vocation. If the moon shine out in all her lustre again, you will see that I am wan and wasted, and have need of—" "Blood," said one. "Blood, blood, blood," repeated the others, and then the first speaker said to him who complained, "You are one whom we are glad to have with us on a service of danger. You are strong and bold. Your deeds are known. You have lived long, and are not yet crushed." "I do not know our brother's name," said one of the others with an air of curiosity. "I go by many." "So do we all. But by what name may we know you best?" "Slayton, I was named in the reign of the 3rd Edward. But many have known me as Varney the Vampyre." There was a visible sensation among those wretched beings as these words were uttered, and one was about to say something when Varney interrupted him. "Come," he said, "I have been summoned here, and I have come to assist in the exhumation of a brother. It is one of the conditions of our being that we do so. Let the work be proceeded with, then, at once. I have no time to spare. Let it be done with. Where lies the vampire? Who was he?" "A man of good repute, Varney," said the first speaker. "A smooth, fair-spoken man. A religious man, so far as cant went. A proud, cowardly, haughty, worldly follower of religion. Ha ha ha!" "And what made him one of us?" "He dipped his hands in blood. There was a poor boy, a brother's only child, 'twas left an orphan. He slew the boy, and he is one of us." "With a weapon?" "Yes, and a sharp one. The weapon of unkindness. The child was young and gentle, and harsh words, blows, and revilings placed him in his grave. He is in heaven, while the man will be a vampire." "'Tis well. Dig him up." They each produced from under the dark cloaks they wore a short, double-edged, broad, flat-bladed weapon, not unlike the swords worn by the Romans, and he who assumed the office of guide led the way to a newly made grave, and diligently and with amazing rapidity and power they commenced removing the earth. It was something amazing to see the systematic manner in which they worked, and in 10 minutes one of them struck the blade of his weapon upon the lid of a coffin and said, "It is here." The lid was then partially raised in the direction of the moon, which, although now hidden, they could see would in a very short time show itself in some gaps of the clouds that were rapidly approaching at great speed across the heavens. They then desisted from their labor and stood around the grave in silence for a time, until, as the moon was longer showing her fair face, they began to discourse in whispers. "What shall become of him?" said one, pointing to the grave. "Shall we aid him?" "No," said Varney. "I have heard that of him which shall not induce me to lift hand or voice in his behalf. Let him fly, shrieking like a frightened ghost where he lists." "Did you not once know some people named Bannersworth?" "I did. You came to see me, I think, at an inn. They are all dead." "Hush!" said another. "Look! The moon will soon be free from the vapours that sail between it and the green earth. Behold! She shines out fresh once more. There will be life in the coffin soon, and our work will be done." It was so. The dark clouds passed over the face of the moon, and with a sudden burst of splendour it shone out again as before. End of chapter 187.
Chapter 188 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 188. The Vampire, the Flight, the Watchman in the Vale of Health. A death-like stillness now was over the whole scene, and those who had partially exhumed the body stood as still as statues, waiting the event which they looked forward to as certain to ensue. The clear beauty and intensity of the moonbeams increased each moment, and the whole surrounding landscape was lit up with a perfect flood of soft silvery light. The old church stood out in fine relief, and every tree and every wild flower, and every blade of grass in the churchyard, could be seen in its finest and most delicate proportions and construction. The lid of the coffin was wrenched up on one side to about 6 inches in height, and that side faced the moon, so that some rays, it was quite clearly to be seen, found their way into that sad receptacle for the dead. A quarter of an hour, however, passed away, and nothing happened. "Are you certain he is one of us?" whispered Varney. "Quite. I have known it years past. He had the mark upon him." "Enough. Behold!" A deep and dreadful groan came from the grave, and yet it could hardly be called a groan. It was more like a howl, and the lid, which was partially open, was visibly agitated. "He comes!" whispered one. "Hush!" said another. "Hush! Our duty will be done when he stands upon the level ground. Hush! Let him hear nothing, let him know nothing, since we will not aid him. Behold! Behold!" They all looked down into the grave, but they betrayed no signs of emotion, and the sight they saw there was such as one would have supposed would have created emotion in the breast of any one at all capable of feeling. But then we must not reason upon these strange frightful existences as we reason upon human nature such as we usually know it. The coffin lid was each moment more and more agitated. The deep frightful groans increased in number and sound, and then the corpse stretched out one ghastly hand from the open crevice, and grasped despairingly and frantically at the damp earth that was around. There was still towards one side of the coffin sufficient weight of mold that it would require some strength to turn it off, but as the dead man struggled within his narrow house, it kept falling aside in lumps, so that his task of exhumation became each moment an easier one. At length he uttered a strange wailing shriek, and by a great effort succeeded in throwing the coffin lid quite open, and then he sat up, looking so horrible and ghastly in the grave clothes that even the vampires that were around that grave recoiled a little. "Is it done?" said Varney. "Not yet," said he who had summoned them to the fearful rite, and so assumed a sort of direction over them. "Not yet. We will not assist him, but we may not leave him before telling him who and what he is." "Do so now." The corpse stood up in the coffin, and the moonlight fell full upon him. "Vampire, arise!" said he who had just spoken to Varney. "Vampire, arise, and do your work in the world until your doom shall be accomplished. Vampire, arise, arise! Pursue your victims in the mansion and in the cottage. Be a terror and a desolation, go where you may, and if the hand of death strike you down, the cold beams of the moon shall restore you to a new life. Vampire, arise, arise!" "I come! I come!" shrieked the corpse. In another moment the 5 vampires who had dug him from the grave were gone. Moaning, shrieking, and groaning, he made some further attempts to get out of the deep grave. He clutched at it in vain, the earth crumbled beneath him, and it was only at last by dint of reaching up and dragging in the displaced material that lay in a heap at the sides, so that in a few minutes it formed a mound for him to stand upon in the grave, and he was at length able to get out. Then, although he sighed, and now and then uttered a wailing shriek as he went about his work, he, with a strange kind of instinct, began to carefully fill up the grave from which he had but just emerged, nor did he cease from his occupation until he had finished it, and so carefully shaped the mound of mold and turf over it that no one would have thought it had been disturbed. When this work was done a kind of madness seemed to seize him, and he walked to the gate of the graveyard, which opens upon Church Street, and placing his hands upon the sides of his mouth, he produced such an appalling shriek that it must have awakened everybody in Hampstead. Then, turning, he fled like a hunted hare in the other direction, and taking the first turning to the right, ran up a lane called Frognall Lane, which is parallel to the town, for a town Hampstead may be fairly called now, although it was not then. By pursuing this lane he got upon the outskirts of the heath, and then turning to the right again, for with a strange pertinacity he always kept, as far as he could, his face towards the light of the moon, he rushed down a deep hollow, where there was a cluster of little cottages, enjoying such repose that one would have thought the flutter of an awakened bird upon a wing would have been heard. It was quite clear that the new vampire had as yet no notion of what he was about, or where he was going, and that he was with mere frantic haste speeding along, from the first impulse of his frightful nature. The place into which he had now plunged is called the Vale of Health, now a place of very favourite resort, but then a mere collection of white-faced cottages, with a couple of places that might be called villas. A watchman went his nightly rounds in that place, and so it happened that the guardian of the vale had just roused himself up at this juncture, and made up his mind to make his walk of observation, when he saw the terrific figure of a man attired in grave clothes coming along with dreadful speed towards him, as if to take the Vale of Health by storm. The watchman was so paralyzed by fear that he could not find strength enough to spring his rattle, although he made the attempt, and held it out at arm's length, while his eyes glared with perfect ferocity, and his mouth was wide enough open to nourish the idea that after all he had a hope of being able to swallow the spectre. But, nothing heeding him, the vampire came wildly on. Fain now would the petrified watchman have got out of the way, but he could not, and in another moment he was dashed down to the earth, and trodden on by the horrible existence that knew not what it did. A cloud came over the moon, and the vampire sunk down, exhausted, by the garden wall, and there lay as if dead, while the watchman, who had fairly fainted away, lay in a picturesque attitude on his back, not very far off. Half an hour passed, and a slight mist-like rain began to fall. The vampire slowly rose to his feet, and commenced wringing his hands and moaning, but his former violence of demeanour had passed away. That was but the first flush of new life, and now he seemed to be more fully aware of who and what he was. He shivered as he tottered slowly on, until he came to where the watchman lay, and then he divested that guardian of the vale of his greatcoat, his hat, and some other portions of his apparel, all of which he put on himself, still slightly moaning as he did so, and ever and anon stopping to make a gesture of despair. When this operation was completed, he slunk off into a narrow path which led on to the heath again, and there he seemed to waver a little, whether he would go towards London or the country. At length it seemed that he decided upon the former course, and he walked on at a rapid pace right through Hampstead, and down the hill towards London, the lights of which could be seen gleaming in the distance. When the watchman did recover himself, the first thing he did was, to be kind enough to rouse everybody up from their sleep in the Vale of Health, by springing his rattle at a prodigious rate, and by the time he had roused up the whole neighborhood, he felt almost ready to faint again at the bare recollection of the terrible apparition that had knocked him down. The story in the morning was told all over the place, with many additions to it, of course, and it was long afterwards before the inhabitants of the Vale could induce another watchman, for that one gave up his post, to run the risk of such a visitation. And the oddest thing of all was, that the watchman declared that he caught a glance at the countenance, and that it was like that of a Mr. Brooks, who had only been buried the day previous, that if he had not known that gentleman to be dead and buried, he should have thought that it was he himself gone mad. But there was the grave of Mr. Brooks, with its circular mound of earth, all right enough, and then Mr. B. was known to have been such a respectable man. He went to the city every day, and used to do so just for the purpose of granting audiences to ladies and gentlemen who might be laboring under any little pecuniary difficulties, and accommodating them. Kind Mr. Brooks! He only took £100 per cent. Why should he be a vampire? Bless him! Too severe, really. There were people who called him a bloodsucker while he lived, and now he was one practically, and yet he had his own pew at the church, and subscribed a whole guinea a year to a hospital. He did, although people did say it was in order that he might pack off any of his servants at once to it in case of illness. But then the world is too censorious. To this day the watchman's story of the apparition that visited the Vale of Health is talked of by the old women who make what they call tea for Sunday parties at 9d. a head. But it is time now that we go back to London, and see what is taking place at the hotel where the Lakes are staying, and how the villainy of the uncle thrives, that villainy of which he actually had to face to give such an exposition to Mr. Lee, the clerk of the attorney. Let us hope that the right will still overcome the injustice that is armed against it, and that Lord Lake and his beautiful child may not fall victims to the machinations that are brought into play against them, by those who ought to have been their best friends. End of chapter 188. of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 189. Miss Lake passes a fearful night. The impostor punished. The landlord of the London Hotel made every possible exertion to keep a profound secret the events of the night, but people will talk even when they have not anything particular to say, so that we cannot wonder at their doing so when they have. In fact, the story of the vampire at the London Hotel got known pretty well half over London in the course of the day succeeding that second attempt upon the life-blood of the young lady, who had become the object of attack from the monster. Mr. Lake was in a strange frame of mind as regarded the whole affair. He did not yet know whether to really believe it or not, whether to ascribe it, after all, to a dream, or, as Mrs. Lake hinted, for she was a woman fond of scheming herself, so always ready to suggest its existence in others, a mere plan upon the part of the young girl to get rid of the projected alliance with young Master Lake, and possibly evoke the sympathy of all who heard her story. This view of the matter, however, although it did not make much impression upon Mr. Lake, suggested something to him that he thought would chime in well with his other plans and projects. If, he said, I could but instill a little courage into my son, he might now, at all events, make a favorable impression upon his cousin. Full of this idea, he summoned the young gentleman to a conference with him, and having carefully closed the door, he said in a low, confidential tone, "Of course you have heard all about this vampire business?" "Yes, governor, to be sure I have. Who could fail of hearing all about it? Why, nobody in the house will talk of anything else. I'm afraid to go to bed, I can tell you. That is to say, for fear I should do anything rash, you know, that's all." "I understand you, and it's no use blinking the fact to me that you are a coward." "I am a coward, I! Oh, you are very much mistaken. I'm a long way off that. I'm only always desirous of getting out of the way when anything happens, for fear of doing a rash act. It's excess of courage, you know, that's what alarms me." "Well, there are cases in which there would be no harm resulting, were you ever so rash." "Ah, only show me one, and then you'll see." "Very well, your cousin, you know, and you know she is your cousin, won't have you. Now, unless you are married to her, all our nicely got-up plans are liable to be blasted by any accident, or by any breath of treachery that may come across them. But if you were the husband of your cousin, policy, habit, and, indeed, everything would combine to induce Lord Lake and her to smother up the affair. You comprehend." "But what am I to do if she won't have me?" "I will tell you. You must awaken her gratitude by rescuing her from all these foolish terrors about vampires, and when once a woman feels and knows that a man has done a brave act in her behalf, the principal entrance to her heart is open to him." "Oh, but the vampire, that's rather unpleasant." "Come now, you are not such a fool as really to believe that it's, after all, anything but a mere dream. Don't tell me. Vampires, indeed. At all events, you can vapor as much as you like upon that subject without any danger occurring." "Yes, yes, you may think so." "I know so. Listen to me." The son did listen, and the father added, "You must volunteer to watch alone by your cousin's door for this vampire, and of course nothing will think of coming, it's too ridiculous altogether, that is so. So, you see, you run no risk at all. You comprehend that?" "Well, but if I run no risk, I don't see what's the use of doing it, you know, for if all is quiet, how can she be grateful to me for having rescued her from nothing at all?" "Very well put, very well indeed. But as there will be nothing really to rescue her from, suppose we make something that will just suit our own purposes." "What do you mean?" "Why, you know my great gray traveling cloak, what is to hinder you having that with you, and whenever you are quite certain that your cousin is fast asleep, you can put that on over your face partially, and go into the room, and pretend to be the vampire, and when she is in a paroxysm of terror do you dash out the light, and then in your natural voice cry out, 'Ah, wretch, I have you, I have you. How dare you invade the sanctity of this chamber,' and all that sort of thing, you know, and you can knock about the chairs as much as you like, so as to induce the belief that you are engaged in a deadly struggle, and then you call for lights, and you are there and the vampire gone." "Well, I rather like that, and if I were quite sure—" "Of what?" "That there was no real vampire, you know, why, I wouldn't mind it." "Pshaw!" "Well, well, I'll do it, I tell you. I see all the importance of getting her for my wife. Ahem! And if I do," he added to himself aside, "I'll take deuced good care you don't get a hold of the money, for after we are married, I shall just tell Lord Lake all about it." During the day Mr. Lake had sought an opportunity of speaking to Mr. Black. "My dear sir," he said to him, "you don't seem well at all, and I shall insist that you do not trouble yourself to watch tonight by the door of the young lady who has had so disagreeable a visitor." "I am certainly not quite well," said Mr. Black. "The fact is, my health will not bear anything like a shock. A family occurrence has so shattered my nerves." "My dear sir, say no more. You shall have no more trouble about us. My son, who loves his cousin, and is quite jealous of anybody defending her but himself, will watch alone by her door. He has great courage when once his spirit is up, and it is now." "I'm glad to hear it. It takes time to get it up." "Yes, sometimes." "I must be on the lookout myself to-night, or the cowardly fellow will spoil all," thought Mr. Lake. "Any unusual noise in the house, I suppose, will be almost sufficient to induce him to faint away. Confound his cowardice, it mars all." Mr. Lake was not by any means so clear in his own mind as he pretended to be of the fact of the vampire being only a delusion and a creation of the brain of his niece. So when the evening came, he did all that was in his power to keep the courage of his son to the mark. He even took care that he should have a glass of something strong and hot, for he knew by personal experience that while they lasted, the fumes of hot alcohol did something for a weak heart. But what pleased Mr. Lake most of all was the ease with which he had thus managed matters with Mr. Miller and his clerk, who, he had no doubt, would fabricate such a story as would convince the single-minded Annetta of his claims to be her father. "Then," thought the old Lake, "we can surely among us badger her into marrying my son. Oh, it will be all right. Let no plot henceforward hope to succeed if this one does not. It must, and it shall. It shall, and it must." It's all very well of any one to say that a scheme shall succeed. But how light a breath of air shall chase away the darkly woven fancies of 1,000 plots. Mr. Lake stood upon a precipice which he little saw, or the terrific height of it would have driven him distracted. Miss Lake was in a great state of mental depression. If anything, more than another, was calculated to thoroughly break down the spirits of a young and innocent girl, it certainly would be such circumstances as those which now surrounded her, and deprived, too, as she was, of that aid and sympathy she would have received at the hands of a father or a mother, it was only a wonder that she did not sink under the affliction most completely. She made no objection to young Lake watching by the outside of her door. Indeed, she was weeping and depressed, so that she could scarcely know what proposal was made to her. "I shall not sleep," she said. "God knows what will become of me." "Do not despair, all may be well. It was a very sad thing that my brother Lord Lake ever found out that you were not his daughter. I'm sure I would have given freely all I possessed to have averted any such news, for it has attacked both his happiness and yours." The young girl made no reply to this, but the look she gave him was quite sufficient to show him how much she doubted the sincerity of the professions of friendship and affection for her that fell from his lips. There was a something in his hollow, heartless character which, young and innocent and unknowing in the ways of the world even as that young girl was, she saw through, and he felt that she did so. This was the most provoking thing of all, that his heartlessness and selfishness should be transparent to one so young as she was. But the night came at last, and with it the fidgety fears of young Lake increased mightily. He was all of a shake, as Slop the waiter said, like a lot of jelly. It was only by repeated doses of brandy and water that he kept himself from declaring off the adventure altogether, so that by 11 o'clock at night he was in a terrible state between fear and intoxication, and as any two impulses will each do its best to defeat the other, he was prevented from getting entirely drunk by his fears, and from getting entirely afraid by the liquor. But at last he did actually take his place by the door of the chamber occupied by his cousin, and then with a table before him on which were lights, brandy and water, and cigars, he prepared to go through what to him was a terrible ordeal. You really think," he whispered to his father, who came to promise him that he would not undress himself, but remain in his room within call, "you really think there is no vampire?" "Tut, tut!" "Well, but really now, really." "Have I not told you before? Come, come, nonsense! There's the old grey travelling cloak, put it under the table, and now I shall leave you. It is about 11:30, And you have nothing in the world to do but just to enjoy yourself, you know. Good night. End of chapter 189. Of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 190. The Vampire Discovered. The Escape on the Thames. "Enjoy myself," muttered the young Lake. "Enjoy myself. That may be his idea of staying here vampire catching, but it ain't mine. What a fool I was to consent to come here, to be sure, and all alone, too. What was that? Oh, I'm all of a shake. I thought I heard somebody, but I suppose it was nothing. Oh dear, what a disagreeable affair this is. What an infernal fool I am, to be sure. Eh? The hair on his head nearly stood up as he heard, or fancied he heard, a low groan. He shook so while he arose from his seat that he was glad to sit down again as quickly as he possibly could, for he found his strength evaporating along with the Dutch courage, or rather, as it should be called, French courage, that had been instilled into him by the brandy. "What shall I do?" he gasped. "What shall I do? Oh, what will become of me? I'm in for a row. I'm in for it to a certainty. I think I'll call the old man." He did not, however, call his father, whom he designated the old man, more familiarly than respectfully, but as all continued now quiet, he thought he would wait until the next alarm at all events, before he made a piece of work and thoroughly exhibited his own pusillanimity. "It may be nothing," he said. "After all, perhaps only the wind coming through some chink in a door or window. Lord bless us, I've read of such things in romances till my blood had turned to curds and whey. Where was the bloody spectre of the tub of blood, or the smashed gore? Eh? I thought somebody spoke. No. Oh, it's all, what do they call it, imagination, that's what it is, and the sooner I get the job over the better, so I'll just pop on the cloak and do the business." With trembling hands, Mr. Lake, Jr., drew the cloak from under the table and put it on, bringing the collar of it right up to the top of his head, so that but a small portion of his head was at all visible when he was thus equipped, and he certainly might look like a vampire, for he did not look like anything human by any means. "Now, I wonder if she's asleep," he muttered as he laid his hand gently on the lock of the door. "If she ain't, it would be a pity. But still I can say, I only wanted to know how she was, so I'll just make the trial at all events. Here goes." He opened the door of the bedroom a very short distance and said, "Hist! Are you awake, eh? What did you say? Nothing. Oh, she's asleep, and now here goes. Upon my life, when one comes to think of it, it ain't by any means a bad plan, but just before I begin, I'll have another drain." About 2/3 of a glass of brandy and water were in the tumbler on the table, and that he tossed down at once, and feeling very much fortified by laying in such a stratum of courage, he drew up the cloak to its proper vampire-like position, as he considered it, and advanced 2 steps within the chamber of the sleeping girl. She was sleeping, and slightly moaning in her sleep. It was a great satisfaction to young Master Lake to hear her so moaning, for it convinced him that such were the sounds which he previously heard, and which had gone near to terrifying him out of his project. He had no compunction whatever regarding the amount of alarm which this dastardly project was likely to give to Miss Lake. No, all he looked to and thought of was himself. A light was burning in the chamber, and that, according to the directions of his father, he blew out, and then groping his ways towards the bed, he laid his hands upon the young girl's face and said, "The vampire! The vampire has come! Blood! The vampire!" She awoke with a cry of terror as usual, and then Master Lake moved off to the door and said in his natural voice, "I'll protect you. I'm coming. I'll soon clear the room of the vampire. Come on, you wretch! Oh, I'll do for him! Take that, and that, and that!" Then he commenced kicking about the chairs, and nearly upset the washing-stand, all by way of making the necessary disturbance, and convincing his cousins what a sanguinary conflict he was having with the vampire. In the midst of this, something laid hold of him by the ears and whiskers on each side of his head, and the door swinging open, his own light that was upon the table in the corridor shone upon a hideous countenance within half an inch of his own. The long fang-like teeth of which, with the lips retracted from them, were horrible to look upon, and a voice like the growl of an enraged hyena said, "What want you with the vampire, rash fool? He is here." Master Lake was absolutely petrified with horror and astonishment. The hair bristled up upon his head. His eyes opened the width of saucers, and when in a low voice the vampire said again, "What want you, reptile, with the vampire?" he let his feet slide from under him, and had he not been upheld by the horrible being who grasped him he would have fallen. Bang went a pistol out of the corridor, and the vampire uttered a cry and let go his hold of Lake, who then fell, and being out of the way, showed his father standing on the threshold of his own door, with a pistol in his hand recently discharged, and another apparently ready. In another moment the vampire kicked the insensible form of young Lake out of the way, and shut himself in the girl's bedroom. The father heard him lock the door, and although he instantly sent another pistol shot through the paneling, he heard no sound indicating its having done any execution. "Help! Help! Help!" he cried. "Help here! The vampire! The vampire! The vampire!" All this had not taken above 2 or 3 minutes, and the whole house was now alarmed by the sound of firearms, and as nobody had completely undressed themselves to go to bed since the first alarm of the vampire, the landlord and several of the waiters, and the night watchman, ran with all speed to the spot, looking full of consternation, and all asking questions together. "Force the door! Force the door!" cried Mr. Lake. "A hammer, a hatchet, anything, so that we may get the door forced. The vampire is inside." "Oh, Lor!" cried one of the waiters, who had gone close to the door, but who now made a precipitate retreat, treading upon the stomach of young Lake as he did so. "If you'll pay for the door, sir," said the landlord, "I'll soon have it open." "Damn it, I'll pay for 20 doors." The landlord took a short run at the door, probably he knew its weakness, and burst it open at once. There was a pause of about a moment, and then Mr. Lake, snatching up the candle, the light of which had first revealed the hideous features of the vampire to his son, rushed into the room. In these cases all that is wanted is a leader, so he was promptly enough followed. The state of affairs was evident at a glance. The young lady had fainted, and the window was wide open, indicating the mode of retreat of the vampire. "I thought you told us," said Mr. Lake, "that this window was too far from the ground to anticipate any danger from—" "Yes, so I did, sir, but don't you see he could easily enough jump off the sill onto those leads there? Nobody could get in by the window, but anybody that wasn't afraid could get out. But we have him, sir, we have him now as sure as a gun." "Have him? How?" "Why, don't you see, sir, there's nothing but high walls. He must be among our stables, and he can't get out, for I have the keys of the outer doors myself. We shall not lose him now, sir, I'm not a little thankful for it. Come on, everybody, round to the stables, and nothing now can prevent us catching him if he is flesh and blood. Come on, come on." By this time Mrs. Lake had reached the scene of action, and although the first thing she did was to tumble, sprawling, over her hopeful son, who lay in the doorway of his cousin's chamber, she gathered herself up again, and remained in charge of Annetta and the chamber, while Mr. Lake accompanied the landlord and the waiters to the stables of the hotel, which were surrounded by high walls and only to be approached by a pair of large gates, which were quite satisfactorily fastened, and there was not a chink large enough for a cat to get through. The landlord had the keys, and he opened a small wicket in one of the large gates. "Now be careful," he said, "for fear he bounces out." At this everybody but Mr. Lake, who, to do him but justice, had certainly the quality of courage, looked as alarmed as possible, but he said, I have reloaded my pistols, and he shall not escape me. The wicket was opened, and in an instant out walked Mr. Black. He appeared at first somewhat agitated, but speedily recovered his self-possession, and looking at the group, he said, Have you caught him? I have been upon the lookout, notwithstanding my indisposition, and jumped out of the bedroom window after him. I cannot see him anywhere. Have you caught him? Yes, cried Mr. Lake. I saw you in the room when I fired at you. You are the vampire. He made a rush forward as he spoke, but Mr. Black got dexterously out of the way, and seizing the landlord by the hair of the head, he cast him so fairly in Mr. Lake's way that they both fell down together. With amazing rapidity the vampire then fled from the spot. After him! After him! cried Mr. Lake, as he scrambled to his feet. Don't let him escape! After him, whatever you do! Alarm the whole city, rather than let the monster elude you! This way! I see him! Follow me! A vampire! A vampire! Help! Help! Seize him! A vampire! Fire! cried the landlord, and he too ran. But all the running was in vain. The vampire had fairly got the start of them, and he took good care to keep it, for with the most wonderful fleetness he ran on, until, to his great relief, he found his pursuers were distanced. He made his way to the Strand, and diving down one of the narrow streets terminated by the river, and at the end of which was a landing-place, he called aloud, Boat! Boat! An old waterman answered the hail. Where to, your honour? Up the river. I will tell you where to land me. Row quick, and row well, and you may name your own fare without a chance of its being questioned. That's the customer for me, said the waterman. End of chapter 190. Of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 191. The Plot Discovered. The Letter Left at the Hotel by the Vampire. The further pursuit of the vampire was very soon given up by those who had commenced it with, as they had vainly imagined, such an assurance of success. Probably with the exception of Mr. Lake himself, none were really very eager in it at all, and they were not sorry for a good excuse to drop it. There sat upon the countenance of Mr. Lake an appearance of great anger, and when they got back to the hotel, he said to the landlord, This is a very disagreeable affair, and I cannot think of remaining here over tomorrow. But, sir, the vampire is gone now. Yes, and he may come again for all I know. Oh, dear me, surely not now, sir. After what has happened, I should be inclined to say that you will find this the quietest hotel in London. Mr. Lake would not be moved from his determination, however, and briefly again announced that he would on the morrow remove. How very vexatious, thought the landlord, but he could do nothing in the matter. His only hope, and that was a very slight one indeed, was, by the morning, the exasperated feelings of Mr. Lake should be somewhat assuaged, and therefore he thought it would be, at all events, a prudent thing to say no more to him just then, when he was in such a mood. When Mr. Lake retired to his own apartment, he was in anything but a pleasant frame of mind, for he found that things were not exactly turning out as he wished, and he much feared that all his schemes would turn out abortive, in which case they would recoil upon his own head in their consequences. It was quite by accident, that happening to cast his eyes upon the dressing-table, he saw a sealed letter lying there, and upon looking at the superscription, he was surprised to find that Annetta was the person for whom it was intended. It was not, as the reader may suppose from what he knows of Mr. Lake, from any honourable scruples that he hesitated at once to open the letter addressed to his niece, but he was for a time considering whether he might not, by doing so, be getting himself into some scrape from which he might find it very difficult to extricate himself. "Who the deuce can it be from?" he said. He turned the epistle about in all directions, but such an inquiry did not assist him, and finally he made up his mind that come what might, he would break the seal and look at the contents. He soon, after coming to the determination, carried it into effect, and to his surprise he found that the letter contained the following statement: To the Lady Annetta Lake. Fear nothing, lady. He who disturbed your repose will disturb it no longer. Be happy, and do not let the dread of such another visitation ever disturb your pure imaginings. Your father will rescue you from your present unhappy circumstances, and you will, likewise, soon see one who ere this would have been with you, had he known of your being in London. This comes from Varney the Vampyre. If Mr. Lake, your bad uncle, upon whose dressing-table this note is placed, delivers it not to you, woe be to him, for I will make his nights hideous with realities, and his days horrible with recollection and anticipation. Mr. Lake was superstitious. Are not the unprincipled always so? He read the postscript to the note with a shudder, and he felt that he could no more muster courage enough to destroy the letter than he could to lay violent hands upon himself. There he was with an epistle that he would fain have kept from Annetta, and yet he dared not do so. Confound my unlucky destiny, he said, for bringing me to this hotel. Perhaps if I had gone elsewhere, all this would not have happened. Oh, if I could but have suspected what this Mr. Black really was, I would have tried some means for his extermination. He paced his chamber in an agitated manner until Mrs. Lake made her appearance from the chamber of the Lady Annetta, where she had been staying, and to her then he at once communicated the letter that gave him so much uneasiness. I don't know what to do, he said, or what to think. Indeed! Yes, indeed. Perhaps you can suggest something? And can you allow yourself to be made a slave of such fears? There is but one course to pursue, and that is, tomorrow to put the affair altogether in a different shape, by overwhelming Annetta with the seeming evidence that she is the daughter of an attorney's clerk, instead of her real father, Lord Lake. I know of no other way, and then when she finds such, as she will think, to be the case, it's my opinion that she will no longer hesitate to marry our son. You think so? Indeed do I. The girl is not an absolute fool, surely. Well, of course, I should be very glad if that darling project could be, after all, brought about, but what is to be done with this letter? Can you ask? I do, when I consider the threat that is in it. That threat, recollect, is to me, and you can afford to think lightly of it. I will take the consequences. It is hardly likely that you will be punished for what you can't help. I will take good care that this letter never reaches Annetta, and as you have it not, why of course you cannot deliver it, and so cannot be blamed. But I might have it. No such thing, said the lady, snatching it up. You know me rather too well, I should think, to hope that I would give it up to you, and as for your taking it by force, I should think you would know me too well likewise to make such a ridiculous attempt. Well, then I wash my hands of it. Ah, you may as well. I don't know what has come over you of late. You are as mean-spirited as you can be, and formerly you used to be able to cope with anything. We never played for such a stake as we have now upon the board, and I confess that I am rather nervous for the consequences. Pshaw! I see that I must guide you, or all will be lost. Tomorrow let the whole affair be settled. Let this attorney Miller, as you call him, come here, and bring with him the person who is to claim Annetta as his own daughter. Let him have all the evidence that you tell me he has been so ingenious in getting up, ready, in order that he may be in a position to answer any questions. Yes, yes. And then, when all is settled, our son must come forward, and make a speech saying, he don't care a bit, who or what she is, that he loves her and will make her his wife, although she has not a penny piece in the world. I see, I see. I think, from what I know of her, that such a course of proceeding will have great effect upon her. Well, I hope so. You hope so? How despondingly you talk! Why, the honest truth— Good God! What do you mean by making use of such words? I never told the honest truth in all my life. You may depend that won't do in this world on any consideration. Never let me hear you say such a thing again, I beg of you. I was merely going to remark that this vampire's business had really so completely unsettled my whole nervous system that I could not act with all the tact and determination that used to characterize my proceedings, and for which you were ever disposed to give me so much credit. Really? Yes, but I cannot regret such a state of things so much as I should otherwise do, because I see that you are unmoved and as energetic as ever. Well, well, say no more. I am done. I will prepare our boy for the part he is to act tomorrow. And mind, I shall rely upon you to see your associates and get all the affair in train. Let it be all over by 12 in the morning, so that if you like you can send to Lord Lake where he is staying, at Florence still I presume, an account of the matter by post that same night. Only let me see the letter before you send it. I will. You are my guardian angel. Fo, you are getting quite romantic and foolish. We have both made up our minds to get money, and we have likewise known so much the want of it, in abundance that is to say, that we have resolved to get it in any way we can. Yes, that I rather think is our principle of action. And has it not succeeded hitherto? Have we not lived well without troubling ourselves to earn the means by which we have done so? Earn, indeed! I leave that to the parcel of sleepy drones of people who have not the wit to live upon others as we have. So now go to bed and sleep off some of the unmanly fears that seem of late to be continually pressing upon you. It is well you have me to look after you as I do. End of chapter 191.
(162) of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 162. The morning broke, and the matins were duly performed at St. Mary Magdalene. This is what happened every day in the week included, for the convent was always alive to the performance of its duties from the dawn of day until sunset and after. But it was their business, a business from the toil of which they rested not on the Sabbath. But then it happened that there was no labor. It was all easy-going, straightforward work, and was a mere pastime that only occupied the lips and ears, for not half of it was understood, and the other half had long since ceased to produce any impression upon the stagnant minds of the mewed-up sisterhood. However, there was not lack of comfort, especially for all those who held any of the good offices in the convent. The Holy Father Francis was met at table by the abbess, who was great and gracious to him. "You will inform the sisterhood, holy sister, of my stay here, lest it bring any scandal upon your house, the well-being of which is to me of importance." "I have already done so. I anticipated your wishes on that point, Holy Father. In fact, I did it on my own account, too, for we live in evil times, in very evil times." "We do, sister." "So that being done, you have but to express your wishes, for of course they are the wishes deputed of the Pope." "Certainly, certainly, it could not be otherwise." "I knew," said the abbess, "and now I wait for your wishes. Let me know them, and I will answer for it, that nothing that is desired by his holiness through you shall meet with any other than the most profound attention and willing obedience." "You're a worthy superior, and if Heaven please to permit me, I will not fail to let His Holiness know of all of this devotion and obedience, and not less your regularity in religious observances. He will be well pleased, I am sure." "Thanks, Holy Father." "Nay, 'tis justice. But I would now see your unworthy guest." "The probationist? Yes, she can be seen. She has had her food given her for breakfast, and will be ready to receive you." "I'm ready, then. In the meantime, what is her name and designation?" "Her name is Juliet, and of a noble house, that of the famous Di Napatolini." "Indeed, 'tis very strange." "She desired to marry against her friends' wish, who would not hear of the iniquity that was desired to be perpetrated." "I will see her, then. I may be able to do some good." "You cannot fail." "I do not know. The race is not always with the swift, nor the battle with the strong. But I will essay to try." "If you will come this way, Holy Father, you shall be admitted into her cell. Shall I remain or shall I return?" "I will be alone, for I will confess her and bring her mind to a calm state. Then, when I have her confidence, I will begin the object in view, and then we shall find whether there is any probability of that system being successful." "Certainly. But if not?" "Why, we must adopt more energetic means, and these we must continue to pursue until there is an end of hope or life. For when coercion is once begun, we must continue it without intermission." No doubt, Holy Father." "Have you any others who are in very similar state to this unhappy being?" "None, Holy Father, none. But this is her door. She will be sulky or spiteful, as the humor may be, but at the same time she will not spare me, because I have, as you see, thus confined her to this place as punishment." "You have done right, sister, quite right. There is no blame." The abbess opened the door, and at the same moment they both entered the dungeon in which the unfortunate young female was thrust by the aid of paternal authority, sanctioned by religious usage, and a presumed right they had over her actions. "This, Holy Father," said the abbess, "is the unfortunate female whose case I told you of as being so desperate that there is no remedy left but that to which we never resort, save in an extremity and upon no other occasion whatever." "I see, sister, I see. But I hope one so young has not been entirely won over to the enemy. I trust she will not strive against those who strive for her." "This holy man," said the abbess to Juliet, "this holy man has traveled from St. Peter's at Rome and has come to examine, with the sanction of His Holiness the Pope, the state of our spiritual existence. See that you give good account of yourself." "What the lady abbess has stated to you," said Father Francis, "is no more than the truth. I am so come and for such a purpose. Prepare therefore to confess, and tell me freely what it is that troubleth your soul. Confess, daughter." The monk drew a stool towards him, and having sat down he waved his hand toward the abbess, who stood by, saying, "I will hear her confess. We must be alone." There was an instant movement on the part of the abbess, and she quitted the cell of the lady, placed the key of the door on the inside, and left them alone. "Daughter," said the monk, after a while, "daughter, what is this I hear of you?" The unfortunate young woman fixed her eyes upon her questioner and took them not off him during some minutes, and a shudder seemed to pass through her mind. I have spoke to thee," said the monk. "You have," answered Juliet. "Then answer me." "I cannot. I know not what has been said." "Could you not guess?" "I might, holy father, but what can that be to such as you? You must know that I have been put here according to the abbess's orders." "I do know so much, daughter. What more have you to say?" "Simply that I know not what I am thus confined here for." "Since you know it not, I will tell you. You have disobeyed the abbess's orders. That is what you are now punished for. 'Tis a heinous offense." "I am not yet one of the order, holy father, and therefore the abbess has no right to do this, and if she did not know that my friends were her abettors, she dare not do it. 'Tis a grievous injury and a deep and shameful wrong. Instead of religion being, as it ought to be, the safeguard of the poor and the weak against the rich and the powerful, it's a means of oppression against those whom have no power." "These are hard accusations, daughter." "They will bear the proof, however, and that fairly. Where have I taken the vows? Where am I the sworn sister? Tell me that, holy father." "I've come for another purpose, daughter. You have been undutiful to those whom nature and God gave control over you, and you have desired to live disgracefully. Surely these are things that deserve punishment, for they are great moral crimes." "I cannot see any such, holy father." "I'm afraid your soul is in an unclean state, daughter. There's no hope for you until this is amended. Depend upon it. You can never prosper while you set at naught the desires of those who rule you." "But they have no right to force me to an alternative that my soul revolts at." "You cannot mean you revolt at becoming one of the holy and chaste sisterhood here. That must be a libel upon your chastity." "Holy father, it is not the age nor the circumstances at which such a proposal can be made with any chance of success, for I am quite confident that I am born with better prospects than those which now threaten me. My father and mother had no right to send me here. They led me to believe I should inherit a fortune, and now they desire that I should enter a cloister." "And you have given them cause to change the original intention they had concerning you. You are disobedient. That is enough." "But, holy father, there is a power stronger than a father's or a mother's, a power which the Church approves. What would you more?" "What power?" "The divine command which says we shall leave a parent and fly to the arms of him whom we have chosen to become our husband." "The devil can quote Scripture when he has any object in view. But, Juliet, you are carried away by the strength of your own passion. This is a disgraceful marriage, and one that should not contract, one that would never be sanctioned by them." "It might be so, that is, unsanctioned by them, but there's no disgrace in being married to a young officer who loved me." "And whom you mean really to marry?" "Yes." "And you would in fact marry anyone who would offer himself instead of being a nun?" "I would sooner die, and I will, by slow starvation, sooner than become one of these or any other order." "I see. But who was this young man?" "Jules de Maistro." "How strange, how passing strange," said the monk, changing his tone from one of severity to one of sadness and sorrow. "Why? What ails you, holy father? Has anything happened? I know not, my daughter, whether to feel most sorrow or most anger, but your case is one that requires some care, whether to tell you all or whether to conceal a part, or in fact to tell the whole and trust to your goodness." "What do you mean? What do you mean? Your manner distresses me. I cannot understand you at all. Speak, for the love of heaven." "I can hardly do so unless by a solemn vow you promise secrecy." "I swear," said the hasty and impatient Juliet. "Then listen." I do, for heaven's sake, keep me no longer in suspense." "Well, then, Jules de Maestro and I concocted a plan together, which we were to execute with the view of getting you out of this convent, so that you might both quit the kingdom of Naples and get into some of the free states." "Oh, dear Jules! And did he really take so much trouble about me? Did he really mean to do so much? I can never be grateful enough to him." "Why, you remember his last attempt?" "I heard of it, but it did not succeed. But it must be 2 months ago." "It was. We both were present." "Both? You?" "Yes, I was present and wounded in the affray. Not so bad as poor Maestro." "Hurt? But he's got over that, else you would not come here from him to plan another escape, which I see you have. I'm truly sorry for his hurts, but he is no doubt well again." Stay, you are much too sanguine." "He has not forgotten me." "No, but you must permit me to speak. I'm quite sure that you heard the whole of the affair. You would not speak in this strain. For had I known that I had to tell you unwelcome news, I would not have undertaken this affair, even urged as I have been by him and your beauty." "What do you mean?" "Why, that Jules is dead. He died within a few days after the last attempt that he made to rescue you from your captivity." "What? Do I hear you right? Jules dead? Great God, impossible, quite impossible. Nothing so dreadful can be real." "I'm sorry to say it is so," said the monk. "Very sorry." "But how did it fall out?" asked Juliet, who appeared to be too much stunned to feel anything acutely. "Tell me how." "When we made our last attempt to get you out, it failed, for we were both compelled to defend ourselves and to fly before a numerous body of men. I should have got clear of them, but I saw that Jules was made a prisoner, so I charged and rescued him from their hands." "It was nobly done of you." "Then, you see, I got some marks that I could not help. There were too many. But poor Jules got mortally wounded. Heaven be merciful to him." "I hope so, but he was not killed immediately. I got him quite away without anyone being able to tell who he was, but that was an effort that cost me. I took him away, as I said, and I sat by his side when he breathed his last breath." "And what said Jules?" inquired Juliet, as she shed many bitter tears. "What said he? Did he not curse her who had caused him such an end?" No, no, Jules did not. He wept when he knew his wounds were mortal, not because he was to die, but because he must leave you here, and you would be forever ignorant of his faith. That is what most affected him, I assure you. He was of a noble, generous nature. I, however, promised him that I would see you and let you know how the matter had stood with him, and he gave you his last blessing, and desired me not to tell your family that he was dead, as it would be a triumph for them. At the same time he wished, if possible, I could supply his place to you in his stead. No, no, said Juliet. No, no, that can never be. I loved Jules and can never love anyone else. I will never try. No, no. Jules and Jules only will I live for. But he is dead. Then for him I will die too. He died for me, and I will for him. But his last words were to me, go and see Juliet. Tell her truly how I died and what my last wishes were. Those I have formed with the full belief that they are for her benefit. I know how she is placed, without a friend and in danger. Yes, yes. Now I have no one to help me. You have me, if you choose. Not at the price you spoke of. But you know how clearly he expressed himself upon the matter. He knew the life you led then, what it will be by and by. You know the starvation which you will have to feel, and perhaps be built up in a wall after all. Oh, God. He said, see and tell her you have nearly lost your life in serving me and in serving her, that I am under an obligation to you for saving my life more than once. Thus, Juliet is the last word I pronounced, and the last I thought of. But if I had a legacy to leave you, he said, I would leave her and die happy if I thought you would enable her to escape. Marry her and keep all the world at defiance. Then, indeed, I could be happy, almost as happy as if I lived to be in your happy position. I will, I replied. I will endeavor to obtain her escape. Will you swear? I do swear, I replied, and at the same time I will risk my life and lose it if she will accept of me for a husband, but I cannot for less. You have said enough, he replied. I am satisfied. And he died? Said Juliet. Yes, he died, but I have been long enough. I will see you again before another day is past, and then I will learn your determination. Do not let my cause be rejected because I have not urged it forward as I could have done. But the truth is, it is an honest one, and it will speak for itself. Farewell for the present. Be secret and silent. They think me monk, for I have assumed this disguise at the peril of my life, which will be taken with cruel tortures if I am discovered. There was a pause when the monk resumed again. If you can consent to become my wife by this time tomorrow, I will endeavor to free you from your bondage. Why purchase the motive to a good action? I do not do so. I only purchase a right which, if risk of life and all that man hold dear be anything, why, you will not think me a Jew in the bargain. Think, lady, think upon what I have offered you. I do think, but 'tis a hard bargain for me to lose my liberty either way. Nay, you gain it, for you would be my mistress. But hark, here comes the abbess. I must bid you adieu." "How fares the penitent?" inquired the abbess, entering. "I cannot gain either a satisfactory or an unsatisfactory answer to your inquiry. I will, however, see her to-morrow again, and if I find she is obdurate, perhaps the shortest way will be an application to the Inquisition." "Think of that, daughter," said the abbess, leaving the cell. "Think of that," added the monk, "as your means of leaving the cell, of escaping. Farewell, daughter. Benedicite." End of chapter 162. Recording by Sandra Estenson.
Chapter 163 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 163. The nuns' attempted escape from the convent of St. Mary Magdalene, the pursuit and the disclosure, the escape of the pretended monk. The next day all Naples was alive to the fact that a holy man had been murdered in the wood del Noti, a holy brother of the order of St. Francis, who was much respected by the good people of Naples. Jose and Fiammetta both attended before the municipal authorities to give the required information that they had given the monk gold to remain by the side of the dead man whom Jose had killed. There was a general terror throughout Naples, for no one was aware of how the matter had fallen out, nor how the enormity would be punished, and who would be the sufferers in the present case. The officers of the state were in active search after the perpetrator of so wicked a deed, as well as the officers of the Inquisition. The next time Father Francis called at the convent, he went straight to the lady abbess, and said to her with some earnestness, "I am sorry to tell you, the more I reflect upon the conversation I had with your neophyte Juliet, I have some strong doubts about the course I originally thought of pursuing towards the young person." "In what respect, Holy Father?" "I thought of pursuing a mild course towards her. I have done it, and failed. The reason, I think, is not that she is hardened, but that she simply does not believe we will proceed to the extremity that we have threatened." "I think she is hardened, Holy Father." "Time alone will show, but I have altered my plans respecting her." "In what respect, Holy Father?" "I think I will begin to strike terror into her soul, and at once shew her the reality of my intentions with respect to what I shall subject her, by way of punishment, for her resistance to her religious superiors." "Very good, Holy Brother. I think it the plan that will most likely succeed the best. If she be terrified, she will be obedient." "And to that end," said the monk, "I have ordered the alguazils of the Inquisition to be here in half an hour's time, when she will be carried there and subjected to the first process of torture." "You will not hurt her?" "Not much." "Just enough to teach what powers you can exert?" "Yes, just so. Now, when they come, let me know, and if she consents to go, all well and good, and if she do not, we must use force." "And how long will you keep her at the Inquisition?" inquired the abbess, "because, eventually, the parents will claim her of me." "About 3 weeks at the farthest, but, if the parents are troublesome, name the Inquisition, and say Holy Brother Francis from Rome will come and confess them, and make some inquiries concerning their belief and faith in the Church." "I will, Holy Father." The monk now returned to the cell where the unfortunate Juliet was confined, and on opening the door he found her in tears. "Juliet," he said, "I come again." You are here, she replied. I see. And I am here with all the means of escape. You have but to say the word, and you are free and at liberty. I cannot. I cannot. You cannot. Do you love life? Do you love liberty? I do. And yet you choose the cold, bare walls of a cloister to a life of happiness and love, to a life that is made for such as you. I cannot love you. I love you. That I have risked my life for you more than once is true. My persecution is another proof of that. It may be so. And why not consent? You have no alternative that can interest you more, or that will offer you more happiness. I cannot soon forget Jules. Nay, we will not quarrel about that. I cannot expect you. I am not unreasonable, because I know so well the circumstances of the case. All is haste and confusion. There is no time for thought or preparation. All lies in self-preservation. Say at once you will have me. I will endeavor to gain your love and esteem afterwards. Our happiest days, our courting time, will come after our wedding. It cannot come. But will you choose the horrors of the Inquisition rather than wed one who would give life and fortune to you? Who speaks of the Inquisition? Inquired Juliet, terrified. The abbess spoke to me about it when I came here last time, and said she had your father's commands to deliver you over to them. I'll not believe it. I entreated her not to do so, but to leave it in my hands, and I would undertake to communicate with the Inquisition and bring their officers here today. And have you? I have brought those who will counterfeit them and carry you off. The plan is matured. Will you leave this place, wed me and be a happy woman, or remain here to be tortured and disfigured by the tortures of the Inquisition, perhaps to die in their hands? Horrible, said Juliet with a shudder. Think on this and on that. At that moment a tremendous uproar occurred in the convent, and a ringing of bells. The pretended monk started and listened attentively. They come, he muttered. They come. Have they discovered you? Inquired Juliet. I know not. I care not if they have. Will you quit the convent and leave Naples with me? Will you become my wife? You see what I have risked for you. I wait but your answer. They are coming. Before any answer could be given, the door was thrown open, and the abbess, followed by a troop of soldiers, entered the cell, and among them the vampire monk saw his late adversary Jose and his love Fiammetta. There is the murderer, said Jose, pointing to the monk, whose cowl had fallen off, and he is the man whom I believed I had killed. Oh yes, it is the same horrid face, said Fiammetta. The murderer of Father Francis, said the abbess. I know not how it was done, but I told Father Francis to watch and pray by the dead body, and see it decently buried, and he said he would do so. I gave him gold, and left him at his watch and his devotions. And he is dead now, his cassock and papers torn from him. Seize him, comrades, said the officer. At the sound of the officer's voice, Juliet looked up, and beheld her lover, Jules de Maestro, whom she was told had been killed. She sprang up, saying, It is all false, then. You are not slain. You are still living. And you did not send this man to marry me? I? Who? Oh, Juliet, have I found you? I am here, dear Jules. Take me hence. Take me hence. I will not do so now, but I have their majesties' favor, and wilt take care you shall be released from this vile durance. And that man? Aye, look to your prisoner, said the officer. But there was no prisoner to look to. He had slipped off his cowl and cassock, and left the convent, leaving all present immersed in their own affairs. The abbess was indignant at the imposture, and would not risk Jules' appeal, on behalf of Juliet, to the king, and at once consented to her release and immediate marriage. And at the same time Fiammetta consented to wed Jose, so that all was forgotten, save the murder of the holy Father Francis, and the resurrection of the vampire monk, who was, in reality, no other than Sir Francis Varney, who was no more heard of in Naples, but supposed to roam about the world at large. End of chapter 163 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. Read by Richard Wallace. Liberty, Missouri, 4 March 2010. Chapter 164 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3 by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 164. The Storm, a Shipwreck at Sea, the Hapless Fate of the Mariners. The morning was ushered in with wind and rain. A tempest was howling over the main. The seas lashed the shores with a fury that made it dangerous for even such vessels as were moored, and great fears were entertained that many wrecks would be seen before the night set in. The roar of the ocean and the bellowing of the wind was almost deafening, and the few fishermen and sailors that now and then showed themselves as they came towards the shore to ascertain the safety of their little barks could scarcely make themselves heard. The sky was too heavy, and the rain too incessant, to permit them to see very clearly or very far. They could not see any ships in the offing. "Neighbor," said one, "did you hear the wind in the night?" "Hear it," replied the man spoken to. "Could I help it? Who is there that could sleep while such a tempest was blowing great guns? I never heard anything like it in all my life. God help those poor fellows who are at sea such a night as this." "So say I, neighbor, so say I. If there be any upon this coast, if any awake with the morning dawn, and find themselves upon a lee shore, they will never get off again, depend upon it. They are all lost men." "So they are. There's no hope for them on this shore. Every vessel must, indeed, come upon it, and no aid could be rendered to them." "You are right, neighbor. I am glad our boats are high and dry, for if they were not, they would never be on the sea again, except as fragments. Every timber in them would be broken to pieces and scattered about the beach." "Aye, aye, 'tis an awful day. I propose, neighbor, we should make an attempt to get our boats still higher on the beach. See, the sea comes now within a few boat lengths of them. A few more waves, heaving one upon the other, will at last reach them, and if so, we are, indeed, poor men, neighbor." "With all my heart. We have no time to lose, neighbor. See, the waves have got nearer yet. Come on, come on." The two fishermen hurried down to the beach, and, with the aid of one or two more, who had hurried onwards with the same object as themselves, that of putting the boats out of danger from the waves, they succeeded, and then they returned, leaving their boats, their only wealth, high above the reach of the most tempestuous sea. "There, neighbor, I never heard such a sea. I will go and see what can be done indoors by the fireside. This is not a day to be out in. You are wet through in about 10 minutes, and nothing to do but to look on the black clouds." "No, neighbor, though I don't think indoors much better, for I expect our roof to come off, or the chimney to fall over, and must consider myself very fortunate if I do not have the whole house blown down." "Aye, aye, but I expect to hear of a few accidents. I don't see any vessel coming in on the horizon at all. Do you see any?" "None." "Well, I hope there may be none. I'm for the house. Too much of this may be hurtful to fishermen. So good day. Good day, for the present. I dare say we shall see each other before the day's out, if anything may happen in the shape of wreck. Safe and sure to be out. If you hear a gun, let me know, if I should not be out, for the wind blows and the sea roars so loudly that I can scarcely hear at all. I'll be with you, and do you the same for me if I should happen to miss it, though I can't tell how that can be, as the wind blows dead inshore. It's a bargain. I'll do it." The two fishermen parted from each other, and entered their own dwellings to escape the fury of the elements, for there was nothing to keep them outside, but there was everything to induce them to stay indoors, a warm fire, and freedom from the wind and rain, though that howled and roared in the chimneys in a frightful manner. If the aspect of the affairs was bad on the land, it was much worse at sea, for there a vessel rode out the fury of the storm gallantly enough, and resisted the force of the winds and waves for some time, but she could not resist the impetuosity of the elements, though she strove hard, and resisted long. She strained, and timber after timber started, masts were gone, and the rudder became damaged, and at length no hope was left. The crew was not a large one, and the pumps had become completely choked and useless, while the vessel was drifted hither and thither without any means of guidance whatsoever. She was at the mercy of wind and waves. "We are drifting towards the shore," said the mate to the master. "We cannot keep her head out to sea at all." "I know it," said the master gloomily. "I know it. She has been making land for some time now, and as we have neither rudder nor sails nor mast, we may as well make our peace, for the worst must soon come. I expected that some time ago, when I found that the wind was set dead on shore, and the rudder was gone. Surely we haven't much time to lose. Let the guns be fired as a signal of distress. It may give warning to those on shore." "We cannot expect assistance." "Not here, I know." "Certainly not. No boat would live for a moment in a sea like this." "No, I know it would not, but it may put them upon the lookout, and some of our poor fellows may get picked up, for we don't exactly know how far we may be driven towards the land, and we may be sent right on to the beach, for aught we can tell." "So we might." "I hope we may. Are the guns ready?" "Yes, sir, they are loaded, but there is only one barrel of powder dry." "Let it be cared for. Fire the guns." The order was promptly obeyed, for the men had left off pumping, conceiving it useless to continue it any longer. Indeed, they could not, for the pumps were no longer serviceable, and they saw the land ahead, and each man made up his mind that the struggle for life was about to commence, while the firing of the guns was a measure of precaution which might, or might not, be of use, and, as everyone clung to hope to the last, the order was obeyed with alacrity. The guns were fired in minute intervals, and at length every half-minute, while the powder lasted, and then they ceased. There was not more than from 15 to 20 souls on board, but there were several passengers among them. One in particular was remarkable for his height, and the singular pallid hue of his features. He was reserved, but of gentlemanly deportment. He was well aware of his danger, but it did not appear to render him incapable of seeing and understanding what was going on, but he was grave and melancholy. "How long, Captain, do you think it will be," he said, approaching the master, "before the vessel will break up? For I see that we shall be wrecked. That is no secret at all to any of us, and certainly not to me." "I don't know," replied the captain. "It is impossible to say." "Cannot you form an opinion upon this subject?" inquired the stranger. "I can, but it is only an opinion. I can give you no information," replied the captain, who did not wish to give an opinion upon such a subject. "Certainly, I am aware of that. I asked for an opinion. If you have one, perhaps you may be good enough to favor me with it, if it be not too great a favor to expect from you, sir. I thought you had experience enough to enable you to form an opinion, and it was for that reason I asked you." "Well, sir, we strike in 5 minutes, perhaps in 20. It depends upon wind and waves, our course, and how far we may go ashore." "I understand you. If we are forced in upon the shore in a direct line, we may expect the shortest time." "We may. And if we should not meet with any obstruction, we may be thrown far on shore." "Yes, if we had but the means of guiding the vessel, I could steer her within 50 or 100 yards of the shore, where she would strike, and a much better chance would then be had of some reaching the shore, which is now rather more than uncertain." "It is so," said the master. At the moment there was such a shock from the vessel striking upon a sunken rock, that they were all thrown down on the deck, and the sea made a clear breach over her, and swept away several of the crew. The master contrived for a moment or two to secure himself to a spar, with the hope that he would be able to float off, But this was a vain hope, for a moment after he was lifted up by the sea and dashed against the stump of the mast, and crushed in a horrible manner, his blood dyeing the deck for a minute, and then it was washed away, as he himself was by the same wave, and was not seen again. The master no doubt had been killed, and there was nearly all of the crew swept away, but among those who yet survived was to be seen the tall stranger, who stood in the storm, and held on by a portion of the vessel. He still braved the fury of the waves as they broke over the deck, clearing all before them. Each breach of the sea made away with some one of the unhappy mariners who yet clung with hopeless desperation, but yet they feared to quit their last hold, and to throw themselves into the foam that was boiling around them. In the meantime the vessel heeled about, and every now and then, being in shallow water, a great wave would come and lift her up, and then leave her higher on the rocks, but giving her each time dreadful shocks, and breaking her keel up. The only hope the unfortunate men had was that some portion of the wreck upon which they might chance to be would be floated to the shore before life was extinct. But this was more and more hopeless, for the breakers over which they would have to float would probably be their destruction, for they would be dashed to pieces. The wind and the waves howled and roared and drowned all noise. Nothing could be heard, and nothing seen, for the waves broke over them so furiously, and raged so high above them, that they neither could do so, nor even see the shore. Nothing but a white sea of foam and spray met their eyes, whenever they could raise them and free them from salt water. At length an immense wave came rolling towards them. The men shrieked as the flood came onwards. In a moment afterwards they were lifted up, vessel and all, and carried a few yards further onwards, and then left, with a report that seemed like that of a cannon to them. But they felt the shock, and when the wave left them, the vessel was no more. A mere mass of boards and other matters floated about. She had been utterly and entirely destroyed. No vestige of her was left, and nothing but a confused mass of planks was to be seen, with here and there a human being clinging to them for life. But alas! Their efforts were vain. They sank. They could not sustain the battle with the waves and the breakers. They were dashed to mummies, and every limb broken on the foaming, raging breakers. End of chapter 164. Read by Richard Wallace. Liberty, Missouri, 4 March 2010. Chapter 165 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3 by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 165. The Fishermen, the Despairing Cry of the Mariners, the Breakers from the Shore. On shore the day wore away, the wind blew furiously, and the oceans roared to such an extent that no other sound was audible, and the fishermen, who lived upon the coast, kept within doors, knowing that nothing could be done out of doors on such a day, and each one seated by the fire began to recount some wonderful tale of death and shipwreck, or of happy escapes from the boiling sea, until noon had long since passed, and the turn of the day showed a decided approach towards evening, but no abatement of the tempest. The principal fisherman on the coast, a man whose poverty was less rather than his wealth was greater than his fellows, sat by his fireside, with 1 or 2 others of his class seated with him. "I never saw a worse storm," said one of them. "I have," said Masallo, the fisherman. "You have?" said one of his comrades in his turn. "I have, I can promise you. One that blew me upon this coast, where I have ever since remained, and intend to remain." "I have heard you say so, but I never heard the particulars of that story. It must have been many years ago, I fancy." "Yes, it must have been 15 years ago," said Masallo, speaking. 15 years ago at the very least, if not more than that." Well, I think it must be quite that time, for my old man has been dead these 14 years, and he remembered you very well, and used to speak of you, and, as I thought, you must have known him more than a year. Aye, 2. Well, it must then have been more than 16 years ago since you came here. I dare say it was. Very nearly 17 years ago, now I come to think of it. The storm, if possible, blew harder, and the waves beat higher than they do now. The rain was heavier than it rains now, and, in addition to all, the thunder and lightning were tremendous. Not a sound could be distinguished. The speaking trumpet was useless. No sound issued from it. All was confusion and danger. It must have been a rare time, certainly. It was a time for devils to be abroad, and not for men. But we were compelled to pump and cut away the wreck. Why, you see, we had been chased by the Algerines, and we had got nearer to the land than we would have gone, but for the fact that we desired to escape from a superior and formidable enemy who knew no mercy. Yes, the Algerines, if they had spared us, would have made slaves of us for our lives, and there would have been little wisdom in being caught by them if we could help it. I should imagine no one would ever do it. Well, that was the cause of our being inshore nearer than we ought, but we noticed that the Algerine sheered off at a moment when there was but little chance of our escaping him, but we could not tell the reason. But we concluded that he saw some danger, of which we were at that moment ignorant. Well, we had not time to haul out a little before we were surprised by a tremendous clap of thunder and lightning, as vivid as if it had been brought from all quarters of the world, and loosened at one and the same moment. It must have added to your terrors. It was the main thing that wrecked us on this coast. What, the lightning? Why, I suppose it struck you then? Yes, we could have held off, or run the vessel bump ashore, almost dry, but we lost all command over her, when the lightning shivered our mast to atoms, and left the stump burning in the vessel. Then, more than that, it killed 2 of our best hands at that moment, and most of us were knocked up and unable to work at the pumps. But it was of no use. We came ashore, crash went the vessel, and we were all in the boiling sea in an instant, and a wave or 2 more threw me on the beach without any fatal injury, and I scrambled up out of their reach. And then you remained by us. Yes, I did not find any means to return whence I came for some years. Perhaps you had reason. I had. I was a rival for a girl. I was then endeavoring to win money. I had entrusted some money in the vessel, all I had, and with her I lost all, and with that all I lost even hope, and never returned to my native home. Did the girl love you? She liked me well enough to have me, if her relations would consent, but they would not, unless they saw I had more money than I could obtain, and in default of that, they would marry her to another, who had more money than I, and I only obtained time to get money by the girl's intercession, but I was balked. Well, that was bad, but I suppose you were well assured that you would be rejected if you had not money. I was, by her family. And herself? That was not so sure, and yet they had great influence upon her, but I could not have the courage to go back and ask her to wed poverty, a man without even the means of purchasing a wedding garment. You did right, neighbor. I did, and I knew it, replied the fisherman bitterly. But you have prospered since, and you have been happy, if I mistake not. Yes, I have been prosperous, and tolerably happy. It is wonderful how men adapt themselves to the circumstances around them. They do. If they did not, how insupportable would life be? You are right. I should have been miserable forever. I should never have recovered my feelings, and should never have been what I am now. The storm seems as furious as ever, neighbor, observed one of the fishermen, after a long pause, for they were meditating upon what they had heard. And I think we shall have but a very rough night of it. Good, we shall have a night of it. I think, said another, I must be getting near my own fireside by this time. They will expect me home, or think some accident has happened. And I will step out to see how the weather looks before it grows dark. There appears no change. Hark! What is that? There was a moment's pause, and in about a minute, in one of the lulls of the wind, they thought they heard a gun, but the storm increased so as to leave them in great doubt of what it was. "It was a gun, I think," said the fisherman. "Such sounds as those I have heard before, but 'tis hard to tell them from the sounds of the elements." "We can tell when we get outside, I dare say. But the wind sweeps all sounds past so rapidly that it is scarcely possible to tell even there. But there is yet light to see, and as the sun sets in the horizon, we have a chance of seeing a sail, if there be one. We have, but not of helping her. True, there is no help for those on board." "May heaven have mercy upon the poor mariners," said the fisherman's wife. "It is hard times with them now. Life is dear to all, and they will cling to it. Do what you can for the poor beings." "There's no doing anything," said the fisherman gloomily. "Neither boat nor ship can ride through such a sea, on the ocean or at anchor." "But they may be cast ashore, and they may not be quite dead, you know. Instant aid might avail much, when even they had ceased to feel." "We will not fail in that particular. We are going down to the beach now, and shall not neglect any means that are in our power. At all events, more we cannot do, but that much shall be done, and I hope it may be of some service." "Hark! The same sound again," said his companion. "I did not hear it." "Nor I." "Come on, we shall now know better in the open air," said the fisherman, as he wrapped himself up in a large rough coat and pulled his hat over his eyes. "The rain is as heavy as ever, and I think it will soon fill the sea to overflowing." The fishermen left the hut and proceeded towards the beach. At least they did not go down, for the waves ran so high that they beat a long way inland, more so than they had ever done before. "What do you think of our storm?" "It is a complete tempest, furious, and the wind blows the waves towards the shore, and that is the cause why we have the sea so high. And should the wind continue in that quarter for a day or two, even our cottages will be in some danger." "I dare say they would, but it would be without example if the winds were to continue in that quarter for so long a time, blowing a complete hurricane without any intermission. I should almost think the world about to end." "Do you see any vessel out on the horizon?" inquired one of the fishermen. "Not I, but I can hear the gun." There came booming across the water the sound of a piece of artillery. There was no mistaking it. It was plain and evident to all that there was a vessel in distress somewhere, but they could not exactly tell where. Again the sound reached them on the wind, accompanied by the roar of the elements, but it was enough to distinguish it by from the rest of those awful sounds, which spoke plainly to them of the dreadful fate of the unfortunate men who were on board the vessel in distress. "Can you make them out?" inquired one of the fishermen of his companion. "I cannot see her, though I hear the guns, and can almost imagine her whereabouts." "No, I can't see her," replied the man spoken to. "I can, though," replied the first fisherman. "She lies close in shore, not a mile out. No, nor yet that. I think she's dismasted. I see her now myself. I looked about in the horizon, above her there. She labors much, and the sea breaks over her. She has lost her rudder, I have no doubt, and is drifting right inshore. What will become of them I cannot well think." "It is too easy to think. Do you imagine that one man among the whole crew can be saved?" "Hardly, on such a shore as this, with rocks on all sides. Every man that is swept overboard will be dashed to pieces, and disabled, even if lashed to spars." "You are right, for if one man survives this wreck it will be a miracle, and I can hardly believe it to be possible." They now watched the course of the vessel. The guns had ceased to fire, and the daylight was fast departing, and though she came nearer, yet she became less distinct, but still they could see her and note her progress well through the surf that rose up around her as if dashed against the laboring vessel's side. "She strikes!" cried one of the men. "The shivering action is her first shock." "Yes," said a companion. "Poor wretches, they have but a short time now. She will go to pieces on those rocks, as sure as they are there." "May she not hold together?" "No. See, she heaves up again. No, as there are but bare rocks under her, and she will not settle into any place, but continue beating and bumping upon them until she will break and split to shivers, not a timber can hold." "Too true, Too true, said his companion. The fishermen now bent their eyes upon the ocean, where this exciting scene was going on, but they spoke not. It was growing darker, and yet they gazed steadfastly, heedless of the beating and overwhelming rain, but they could hardly see the vessel, until at length a loud shriek came to them, borne to them upon the hoarse winds, and heard distinctly above the roaring of the ocean. The fisherman knit his brows, and compressed his lips as he heard the sounds, and then, clasping his hands, he said, Heaven have mercy upon them, for I fear the sea will have none. It's all over, and they are dead and dying. Follow me. End of chapter 165. Read by Richard Wallace. Liberty, Missouri, 4 March 2010. #166 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 166. The One Body Washed Ashore. The First Request. The Shipwrecked Stranger. The fishermen followed down towards the beach, for they had been standing upon some cliffs which commanded the sea below, which now was one dark boiling mass, in which nothing at all was distinguishable, and therefore they could not tell what went on below. They soon arrived at the little bay, in which their fishing boats used to ride, but they had been drawn up beyond the reach of the sea, though the sea now ran quite up into the land, and they stood watching the waves as they rolled upwards. Had we not drawn our boats higher, said one, they would have been wrecks by this time, and we should have been beggars. Aye, so we should, neighbor. Don't you see the waves beating over the very spot where they lay? I do, and they ain't far from them even now, and I am in some fear lest they reach them. But they have been moored as well. They are doubly secured. Do you see anything upon the water yet? Inquired the first fisherman. Nothing. Nor I, and I have strained my eyes to their utmost. They are most likely all dashed to pieces, and they are not likely to live through such a sea. No, no, they must be overwhelmed with water. God help them, poor fellows, and if they are not to be saved, may they soon have an end to their tortures, for the strife after life must be dreadful. It is dreadful, said the other, but you must know that the sufferings are endured under excitement, and therefore not so much felt as when they have been saved. To have passed the barrier of life, and to become insensible to all, and then to be recalled to life, is an agony not to be described. I have seen men who have been restored to life, and who have solemnly declared that the pangs of death they could encounter, and not those of a return to life. The fisherman made no reply, but stood listening to the howlings of the storm, and watching the waves. But this was productive of nothing. They watched for more than 2 hours, and yet nothing came ashore. I don't see we can do any good here, said one. Nor I. Those who were alive must now have been dead some time. Yes, the sea don't wash them this way. Most likely, added another, they are washed among the breakers and dashed against our cliffs, and therefore cannot reach this place, where they can reach the land. It usually happens so. It does, but we may as well return. There is a wreck, no doubt. That is quite settled. Quite, as you say, but there are no signs of it. Save such as you saw. Yes, we have evidence enough of the fact. We saw her go to pieces, and we have heard the death shriek of the mariners, and more we cannot have seen. When we come down here in the morning, we may indeed see the bodies and the broken and the severed planks of the unfortunate vessel strewn over the sands. I shall return again, after I have had an hour or two's turn-in, said the fisherman. Give me a call, said his companion, and I will go with you. And I. Agreed. Then about midnight we will again visit the beach, and see if any of the men are ashore. There was no one now by the shore, and naught save the sounds of the turmoil of the elements could be heard. What other sounds can by any possibility be distinguishable at such a time? There was nothing that could be done there that would sound. The loud roar of the breakers was tremendous, the dash of the waves against the cliffs, and the steady bellowing of the wind, which sounded not much unlike a steady and continued report of great guns fired at a distance, were as but one sound, and that sound of a strange, awful, and furious character, perfectly dreadful. There was one body, however, thrown up by the waves, as if they would yield that one alone, and no other, or as if that one was the only one they refused to swallow. It floated about for some time, and was thrown hither and thither, now thrown on shore by one wave, and withdrawn by another. At last a high wave came rolling onwards, and falling upon the shore, it lifted the body up, and carried it further upon the beach, and there left it, and no subsequent wave came so far as that, and it was left unmolested. The body was the carcass of the stranger, who of all the rest had been swept towards the little bay, and deposited there alone. The fisherman left his hut to call his companion, and having done so, they came towards the beach, while they conversed together. "Well," said one, "I did not expect to see the storm abate so soon." "I did not," replied his companion, "though, I dare say, it was much too violent to last much longer, and yet I can scarcely credit my senses that it is really gone, and that the deluging rain has ceased altogether. Yes, and there comes the moon peeping behind that mass of clouds. The wind blows stiffly yet, but it has greatly moderated, and I think it will continue to do so. I hope it may, but the sea does not abate a bit, and will not for many hours, even if the wind was to go down. Oh dear no, the waves will keep on in this fashion for some hours, and I dare say it will be useless to get our boats out. We shall not have any more fish for some days to come." "Most likely not, but I would not venture to go out while the sea is heaving after such a storm as this. There would be but little use in doing so, I am quite persuaded. But what is that yonder?" "Where? I see nothing." "There, lying a few yards from the reach of the waves. To me it looks like a human body. It is quite quiet and still. No motion. It is, I fear, dead. There is no motion, and the attitude is that of one who is not moved after he was thrown there. I think not, however, but let us see what it is." The fishermen went down onto the beach, where the body lay, for such it really was, and when they reached it, at once saw it was a human body, and they all paused before it. "Bring it higher up on the beach. The waves may come upon you presently. They are high enough. Bring him higher up on the beach, and you will then see what state he is in, for if his limbs are broken, and his body otherwise injured to any extent, you may spare much useless labor." The fishermen drew the body up higher. They then carried him to a dry and sheltered spot, and examined him, but found no particular injuries to speak of, but that he was apparently drowned. "What course to pursue?" said one. "I don't know, no doubt, but he is quite dead. He must have been in the water several hours, besides being knocked about on the breakers, which is enough to destroy life itself." "I should imagine so, and yet we had better take it up to the cottage and place it under cover. Indeed, we cannot tell how long it has been thus. Therefore, I say we had better make some attempt to recover him. He may yet come round, though there may be but little hope in it. We will try. Stand out of the moonlight. We shall be able to see presently better what he is than we can now." The moon was now freed from the mass of deep heavy clouds that hung over it, like a curtain before that luminary, and which now shed a brilliant light upon the earth. The fishermen stood round gazing upon the body of the stranger. "Ha! It moves!" said one. The body did move, and no sooner did the moonlight fall full and fair upon its form than it slowly raised itself upon its elbow and gazed round. A deep inspiration took place, almost a groan, and some sea water was vomited. "He lives! He lives!" exclaimed the fisherman. "Take him to the hut," said another. They all stooped down to aid him, and began to lift him up. "He lives! He lives!" "Away with him to the hut," said several of the fishermen. Before a warm fire and with some warm drinks he will get better. A little more light, if you please, said the stranger, in a bland but broken voice, as he attempted to move his hand. He speaks! Exclaimed the fisherman in a breath, and at the same time they removed a pace or two, and looked at each other with amazement, and then again at the stranger, who gradually rose up and sat upright in the light of the moon. Are you any better? Inquired one of the men, who had looked on in silent amazement, not unmixed with awe, as they gazed. Yes, much better. What a vile thing is sea-water, said the stranger, turning such a ghastly face upon the men that they shrunk in horror, and yet they were not men used to fear or any like passion. However, they soon approached him, muttering to each other, What manner of man is this? They did not long consider what was to be done, for one of their number replied, Poor fellow! He is not used to the rough usage of the waves, and therefore does not improve upon their acquaintance. But let us lend him a hand. With all my heart, replied his comrades. Will you come with me to my cottage? Said the fisherman. You will benefit more by a good fire than by the cold moonlight, I'll warrant. I never throve upon night air and wet clothes, and I cannot believe you will. We all know our constitutions best, said the stranger, but if you will grant me the accommodation you speak of, it will be welcome. Come, lean upon me, never mind your clothes being wet. The stranger rose, and to the amazement of all, he appeared to walk as well as any of those present, and the only difference was, he was ghastly pale, and was dripping with sea-water, which left a track after him. Had you been long on the beach? Inquired one. I don't know, replied the stranger. I was insensible. Can you form any idea how long you have been in the water? I really cannot tell even that, for I was insensible immediately after the ship went to pieces, which she did about the close of the day, and I only remember receiving a hard blow by being struck against a rock, or a piece of timber, I cannot say which. You must have been insensible for some hours. I dare say I was. I never heard of such a miraculous preservation. Nor I. To come to life, too, without any aid to recover you. That is what entirely bothers me. Well, they do say, those that are born to be hanged will never be drowned, added one of the fishermen, in an undertone, to his companion. They soon arrived at the hut of the fisherman, in which there was a good fire, and the wife and daughter were ready to do all that could be done for the unfortunate stranger. You have saved a mariner, then? Said the wife. We have picked up one from the wreck, wife, but we cannot call him a mariner. This gentleman was, no doubt, a passenger. Welcome, sir. I did not expect to see anyone alive from the wreck, much less in a condition to walk and speak. The stranger paid them some compliments, but contented himself with sitting by the fire, and being entirely passive in their hands, and eventually retired to rest well, wrapped up and warm. End of chapter 166. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 4 March 2010.
Of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chessie. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 167. The Fisherman's Cottage. The fireside and the traveller's bed. The fisherman's hut was large and roomy. There was no choice furniture, though there was enough of the homely conveniences that were to be found in such habitations, much more so than is usual. There was a large fireplace upon which some faggots had been newly laid, and which now blazed away most cheerfully. "Our home is humble, sir," said the fisherman, "but such as it is, you are welcome to it, and may it serve you instead of a better." "I am much beholden to you," replied the stranger, "much beholden to you, and cannot thank you enough. This change is most valuable. I do not know in what state I should have been had you not come forward and offered the shelter of your house to me. I am very cold indeed, and the warmth of your fire is grateful to me." "I am glad of it, sir. You are the only one, I fear, as far as I know, that is saved. Was there many on board?" "About 20, I think." "Poor fellows! They have met with a watery grave." "Yes, they have, I fear. They have had a fearful struggle, for many were lashed to spars, hoping they might be washed or floated ashore. I hope I am not disturbing, though I fear I am, your wife and daughter. That is your daughter, I presume, if I may judge from her likeness to yourself?" "Yes, sir, that is my daughter. She's a good girl, sir, though I say so that am her father, and if a secret must be told, in another month she will exchange a father's for a husband's control and care, which will, I hope, be a happy change." "They have long loved each other," said the mother, "and to my mind it is cruel to keep them apart. Times will never be better, and I don't see but they may begin the world as well as others with little more than a will to work." "You are right," said the stranger, "you are right. It was never intended that mankind should wait till circumstances were propitious, or it would have made the desire dependent upon circumstances too." "You have hit the right nail, sir. You have spoken the truth. But still we must recommend caution." "Very right. I wish them joy and prosperity," said the stranger. There was now a bustle in the cottage. Some of those who had accompanied the stranger into the hut now departed, while the remainder left a few moments after in company, leaving the fisherman and his family with their guest. "Well," said one, "of all the odd-looking fish that ever I saw come out of the sea, I think he beats all. Not but what I make every allowance, but I cannot make any in such a case, because he has not been drowned." "He was quite insensible, and had been so for a long time. Don't you remember what he said about his becoming insensible immediately after the ship struck?" "Yes, I heard it all, but hang me if I can understand it. He is as if he had been bled to death, and then came to life." "He ain't got much of a colour." "No, but more than that. The dreadful, deathly, or ashy paleness is fearful. And then his peculiar features, his long hair flattened to his head by the water, and the teeth in his head, which appear as if they had been set with the express intention of enabling him to catch otters." "That would be no easy task either, but I must say, as you say, that there have been better-looking men than he, at all events." In the fisherman's hut the stranger was willingly attended to by the fisherman and his family without any invidious attention, and when he had changed his habiliments, he seated himself again by the fire, when some warm drinks and other refreshment were given him. "I did not think to find any one alive when I went down to the beach," said the fisherman. "I thought all were lost." "And I doubt not but they are all lost, save myself," said the stranger blandly. "And though I do not appear much hurt by the occurrence, yet I feel as if the whole mass of my blood was changed, and that I should never again be what I was. That, in fact, I shall always carry about me the appearance, and certainly the feeling, of a man torn from the arms of death and made to live." "It does affect some people strangely," said the fisherman. "I know what shipwreck is myself, and, therefore, can easily guess what it is to those who are unused to the sea. I was the only one saved out of a whole crew." "Indeed? Then your case is identical with mine." "In that respect it is," replied the fisherman, "but I was used to the dangers of the sea, and, though that makes no difference when you find yourself in the boiling waters, Yet a man who has the fear of wreck constantly before his eyes can see the danger, take more precaution, and is not so likely to lose that presence of mind which at such times is so valuable. So it is, though I took it very quietly and stood still until I was thrown down by the first shock of the vessel. She struck more than once? She did, 4 or 5 times. She was thrown upon the rocks in shallow water, I believe, as I understand these matters. Yes, it was so, said the fisherman. It was so. Well, it was only when the waves left us that we came down with a dreadful crashing shock, which caused the vessel to shiver as if she had been but a leaf. Well, every time a wave swept towards us, it lifted the vessel off the rock and carried her a few yards further, sometimes scraping and scratching a keel as she went along. At other times she was lifted clear of the rocks, and then suddenly thrown upon them with great force, and then every timber separated. Just what might be expected. And just as it occurred, said the stranger. And of course the crew were carried into the sea and drowned? Yes, but what became of them, I mean where they were carried to, I cannot tell, but I suppose among the tall rocks that I saw before the wreck. But why was I not carried there and left? It is something that neither you nor I can tell, said the fisherman. Perhaps so, but I am safe, and only so to tell the disaster to others, not for a warning, for it can be none, but I am saved. You are. Perhaps you would like to lie down for an hour or 2 before daylight comes, and then we will take a walk down to the shore in the morning, and see if there is anything washed ashore. I am tired, and think that it would be of some service if I can sleep, though I dare say I shall be dreaming of what I have seen and felt, and hardly dare to sleep, so great is the disturbance in my mind. Sit up and welcome by the fire, said the fisherman. You can do so. It may be as well, perhaps, too. You may be able to sleep that way. No, no. I lie down on the boards. I am not particular upon such an occasion, and, as it has turned out, I shall be too much in need of rest to sit up. The warmth of the fire, too, draws me off, I can find, and I dare say you feel it too. It has that effect, as much as I am used to it, replied the fisherman. But do what you please. I shall turn in till daylight, unless you want anything more. Nothing, thank you, my good friend, but a place to lie down on, and then I am quite content for the remainder of the night. There is a settle up in yon corner where you can sleep. It is rough and homely, but we have nothing otherwise here. No apology. I am too thankful for what I have escaped from and for what I have received to look hard at the mercies afforded me. The stranger said no more, but took the fisherman's advice and walked to the settle, and then lay down with his face towards the fire. Good night, said the fisherman. Pleasant slumbers. The same to you, my friend. I hope I have not dispossessed any of your family of their means of rest. I have, perhaps, deprived them of their bed? No, no. Sleep in peace. We are all provided for. I sleep here, he said, as he was about to open the door. And my daughter sleeps there, he added, pointing to a small door. So, you see, we have our appointed places, and that on which you now sleep is retained for the use of any strange traveller or friend that may need it. Then good night, said the stranger, which was returned again by the fisherman, who entered his own room, leaving his guest lying on his bed and looking around him by the light of the fire, which burned yet for some time. End of chapter 167. Of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 168. The Night in the Fisherman's Hut. The Midnight Feast of Blood. The Chase and the Gunshot. The stranger, as he lay, listened to the sounds that were emitted by, and occasionally opened his eyes to gaze upon, the flames as they ran upwards. He watched the forked tongues as they played about the faggots, and then turned his eyes towards the various parts of the apartment as it was now and then illuminated with its warm glare. What might have been his feelings after his escape, it is difficult to conjecture, for he appeared not inclined to sleep, but to gaze about him and keep watch over the fire, which every now and then blazed up afresh. And his mind appeared to be intent upon something else than merely thinking of the past. There was too much of inquiry and curiosity about it. "The time has come round again," he muttered. "My blood requires renewal, my strength renovation, and no element will do that but maiden's blood." A horrible expression of countenance came over him that must have caused a feeling of horror to have crept through the veins of anyone who might have been near to see him. But as it was, he was alone, and there was no one to be terrified. "Yes, yes, I must have that supply, else, though the sea may give up its dead, and the earth refuse to cover me, yet I may sink into that sleep I would so willingly escape from. Then, indeed, I should suffer what I cannot bear to think of. Yet, how near have I been to that death from which I have believed it impossible to return? But yet the moonbeams have found me, and I have again been reanimated, and a horrible appetite has returned which must have its periodical meal, its terrible and disgusting repast. It must be done, aye, it must be done." As he muttered, his lips met, and his long tongue was occasionally thrust out, as if he were anticipating the pleasures of the feast. "Yes, yes, this very night must renew the life that has been this night restored to me. I must make a fresh attempt. I think he said his daughter lay in yonder chamber. In another hour I will adventure upon this scheme." His eyes were fixed upon the door, which he appeared to watch and examine with the utmost care and avidity. He watched, however, for some time, and the flames appeared to subside, and the embers gave out a dull red glare and some warmth. "Now is the moment," he muttered as he rose softly from his bed. "Now is the moment. All are asleep, and stillness reigns around me. I will go and ascertain if all be quiet, and then to my midnight orgies. A feast that shall restore me to my life, my former self." He crawled out of the bed and stood upright for a moment and listened, and then, with a noiseless step, he crept to the door of the fisherman's bedroom, and then listened for some seconds, and muttered as if he were satisfied. "Yes, yes, they sleep sound enough, and will not readily awaken." He then took a small cord and tied the handle of the door to a nail on the post, so as to offer an impediment to egress from the sleeping room, and then he went towards the other, which the fisherman had told him belonged to his daughter. He paused and listened at the door for a few moments, and then he said, "Yes, yes, that is the maiden's chamber. That is sure to be her chamber. Her father said so, and I have no reason to doubt he told the truth, since he had no cause to lie. Here, then, is the casket that contains all my treasure, the elixir vitae of my life, the undefiled blood of a maiden's veins." He tried the door, but it was secured on the inside. This, for a moment, disconcerted him, and he took a moment or two to consider what best could be done, and at length he saw a small chink in the wall, which he approached. Then, peeping in, he saw that if he could enlarge the hole, he might push his hand in and open the door by undoing the fastenings. This was effected by means of a chisel which happened to be lying near at hand. Then he opened it and thrust in his hand and withdrew the bolt that held the door and quietly opened it. With cat-like caution he approached the bed where the fisherman's daughter lay. She was a beautiful girl, scarce 18, and, by a consent of all, the queen of the place, in respect of beauty. With greedy eyes, the vampire approached the bed on which lay the form of the sleeping maiden, and gazed upon her fair white neck and bosom, heaving with the sleeper's breath, and then, as if he could contain himself no longer, he eagerly bent down over her, and then, as her face was turned on one side, his lips and teeth approached the side exposed. A scream ran through the fisherman's hut that awoke its inmates in an instant, and which, though it banished sleep, yet it gave not a power of thought. "Help! Help! Help!" screamed the maiden. "'Tis Mary," said the fisherman. "Surely—" "Hasten and see what 'tis that ails her. She never would scream so, unless in utmost peril. Hasten and see." "Help! Help!" again screamed the maiden, as she struggled in the arms of the monster who kept her in his powerful grasp, while he sought the life current that crimsoned her veins with horrible desire. "The door is secured! Damn!" muttered the fisherman. "What does this mean? Give me my gun down while I force the door." The old woman handed down the gun, while the fisherman put his strength to the door, which quickly gave way and flew open. "Here is your gun. Be quick, but do not be too hasty in its use. See to Mary and the shipwrecked voyager." "Who secured my door, dame, but he?" "The door! I remember. Hasten!" "Help! Help!" again shouted or screamed Mary, but not in so loud a voice as before. She was getting weaker, and just as the fisherman emerged into the large room, the faggots fell together and gave forth a sudden blaze, and in an instant the whole place was lighted up, and the fisherman's eyes sought the couch of the stranger whom he had lodged, but the bed was empty. "Gone!" he muttered. "Gone!" He turned his head in the direction of his daughter's bedchamber, and saw the door was open, and he heard a struggle and a sucking noise. "Ha!" he muttered, and rushed in, exclaiming, "What means this noise? Who calls for help?" The appearance of the fisherman was so opportune and so sudden, and so intent was the vampire upon the hideous meal, that he did not hear the approach of the fisherman, and it was not until the latter shouted that he turned and saw him. "Treacherous and ungrateful villain!" said the fisherman, who was almost powerless from terror and astonishment. The vampire turned and dropped his victim on the bed, while he endeavored to pass the fisherman. But the act recalled him to himself, and he made a blow at him with the butt end of the gun. But the vampire jumped back, and the blow missed its intended object, and they both closed for a struggle. The fisherman, however, found that he had one to do with whose strength was even greater than his own, however great that might be, and in a moment more he was thrown down, and the monster rushed across the outer room, oversetting the fisherman's wife, and forcing open the outer door, he fled. "I am thrown," said the fisherman, rising, "but not done for. Mary, are you hurt?" "Oh, my God! My God!" exclaimed the poor girl. "He had begun to eat me and suck my blood. I have the marks of his teeth in me." "I'll have revenge upon him yet." "Nay, father, he's some monster. Do not go." "No, no," said his wife. "No, husband, do not attempt it. Strong he is, he may do you a mischief." "I know," said the fisherman. "He has thrown me, and he has abused my hospitality. He is not fit to live. He has not, however, any means of fighting against the contents of my gun. I have got that loaded, and will punish him. Be he man or devil, I will make the experiment of following him." All this took place in less time than it takes to relate it, and the fisherman rushed out of his hut to follow the stranger who had acted so badly. It was now early dawn, and though the waves still lashed the shore in angry violence, and kept up a ceaseless roar, yet the sky betrayed none of the signs of yesterday's storm, but was serene and calm, and not a cloud was to be seen. Nothing but a dim, grey night pervaded all space. There was just light enough to see objects moving about, and when the fisherman got outside the hut, he saw, about 100 yards or better before him, the form of the stranger, making for the woodland at the height of his speed. The fisherman hastened to intercept him, which, however, was unnecessary, for another, coming from that quarter, turned him, and he fled towards the sea, whither he was followed, and, when up on the cliffs, the fisherman fired, and the vampire fell over, and was supposed to have been drowned. End of chapter 168.
(169) of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Leach. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST, Chapter 169. The Assassins on the Rialto, the Attack and Defeat, the Stranger. On the Rialto one evening, as the sun was sinking in the golden west, a stranger was seen walking to and fro in deep musing, apparently unmindful of what was passing around him, or of the approach of evening, an hour when the remorseless assassin is known to stalk abroad in the streets of Venice, and there the dagger finds his victim. Several individuals looked hard at the stranger in the cloak, but no one approached him save those who passed him, and in doing so bestowed a passing gaze upon him, which was not returned, for he heeded no one. But he was not much open to recognition even if he were known, for the cloak with which he had enveloped himself was of such ample dimensions that it completely concealed him from the curiosity of the many. Indeed, his face was hardly visible, for the fur collar he wore hid all save the bridge of a prominent nose, and his eyes, which had a peculiar lustre. The evening still grew darker and later, and the passengers were fewer and fewer, but still the tall stranger walked slowly up and down. But no one ventured to say anything, though more than one had the inclination to speak. But the tallness of the man, and the point of the long rapier which appeared beneath the cloak, checked any inclination to familiarity, and induced a more voluntary courtesy than might at all times have been accorded. There were indeed a small knot of 3 individuals who kept near the same place, and whose eyes every now and then directed their glances towards the stranger, as if they regarded him with impatience. These men were of a suspicious character. They all wore cloaks and slouched hats, but they had all seen some service, and were somewhat the worse for it. They conversed together, and walked away for a short space, but they returned presently, and still found the stranger as before at the same spot. "Well," said one of the 3, as they again met at a certain spot, "what think you now? Is he a spy or not?" "I don't know what to think, Rubino. Spy or no spy, he will interfere with our duty tonight. I wonder what is best." "What do you mean?" "Why, would it be better to chance his presence, or shall we put him away? He evidently intends remaining there. The devil only knows how long." "I believe you, but it appears to me that both plans are objectionable to the last degree, though I confess I can see no alternative whatever." "Which do you consider the least objectionable plan? That is what we have to consider, for there are but 2 plans, and we cannot fail to do our business. Should we do so, we should lose something, and we should never get any more employment." "Good. If we attack him, we shall lose our chance with our better customer. We shall lose our man at the least, if we get clear." "He wears a long sword, and is a tall man. If he has any skill, and I dare be sworn he has, he will prove an ugly customer." "We are 3. "That is very true, but an encounter only makes it the worse, and even if he be killed, which, if we are true to ourselves, he must be, we shall be obliged to quit the spot, and our main object defeated." "That is most true, but shall we risk the attempt when there are 2? It will make it too many odds. We shall not be so sure of success as we ought to be." "We have the advantage of striking when we are not seen. A blow is sure when no hand is raised to ward it off." Aye, we should dispose of one before he has made any resistance, and before the other can offer any opposition or attempt any assistance, should the first have life enough to call out. Come, come, let's have no fear of the result. It is all in our own hands. Shall we not run more danger during the encounter of being taken by others who may come up, attracted by the fray? There is much to be said about making an alarm, because numbers will then be drawn upon us, and you know we have little sympathy among the multitude. No, no, we must make all possible haste, and then we may elude all possible chance. Strike the blow home, and then we may baffle all, for if he cry, he will fall, and those who help him will raise him, and we shall have time to make our escape. No doubt, no doubt. 'Tis a good plan, very good plan, and one that I think will succeed. At all events, it only wants a good trial to make it succeed. You see, a strong arm, quick eye, and swift foot is all that are necessary. I see, and one more quality. What is it? Good luck. Granted, but that often comes from the manner in which a thing is done, and sometimes from the want of skill in those who should make it the reverse. Confusion for a moment gives us our luck, and then we are safe. So we are. How goes the time, Rubino? Inquired one of the assassins, for such they were. Oh, it yet wants 1 hour of the time in which we are to meet him. Well, then, we have more than a chance yet of our being undisturbed here, and the stranger may leave for some other part of the city, but our plan is fixed whether or no. Shall we turn into a vintner's? No, we have no time for that as yet. No time? What mean you, Rubino? That we have no time, replied Rubino, to quit this neighborhood, because you will perceive he may come at any time these next 2 hours, which is a matter of some importance. For if he reach home alive, we have miscarried, and incur great displeasure, if not vengeance. We care but little for the vengeance of another. We may not individually, but you must know this one thing knows too much of us and our haunts to be a safe and pleasant enemy. Besides, we shall lose a liberal patron, one who has given us some gold and promised us more. Aye, aye, he's the man to serve, and we will not disoblige him. We'll deal fairly by him, and he cannot expect more. And he will reward us liberally. Amen, say I. Now we have waited long enough. Let us walk down the Rialto, and when we get to the other end we can plant ourselves in such a position to watch his advance toward us, and then we can walk to him. Had we better not remain somewhere nearer at hand, because we can then start on him unawares, and thus have a blow without alarming him, and if that be a deadly one, why, then we are safe. No one will know the mischief is done. So much the better. But come, we will continue our walk, it will lull suspicion, and when we come again, one of our number can creep into one of these alcoves, and there wait against his coming. And you will be at hand? Of course, we shall keep upon the lookout, so as to be near at the moment you commence the attack. But suppose I should fall? Then you must continue the attack in a sharp and rapid manner, engaging all his attention to defend himself. Aye, and leave me to myself to the attack of that man yonder, should he be at hand at the moment. Oh, no, no, do not hurt yourself. You need be under no fear of that sort, for you see it will only be man to man, and a fair encounter. It has never yet been fairly done, and will not be with me in this matter, don't you see? If help arrives, I'm lost, and if I be lost without help, it will be the worse for you. I'll take my share of danger and mishap, but I will not be imposed upon by a comrade, and so you will understand it first. Who was desirous you should? Shall we not be at hand? At your heels, I expect, but don't you see that by giving a minute's time you endanger all? For if my first attack fail, he ought not to be allowed rallying time. He ought not to be permitted to recover himself and attempt defence. Indeed, because that gives me time, and we may be beat by others coming from whatever quarter we may go. We do not intend it. We are only desirous that one of us should be prepared to make the attack, while we are walking to and fro, and perhaps attracting his attention and drawing it from you. Then we aid you, but should you be foiled, why, we will hasten as if we were coming to help him. I see. Well, let it be so. Good, we can then act effectively, and we are the gainers by this stratagem. Now then, Roberto, do thou hide thyself in yonder alcove. I will. My dagger is sharp, and you know my arm is not usually a weak one, and that I have done some service with it ere now. Thou hast? And it will again do more. Hush! Hasten in. I hear footsteps yonder. 'Tis he, I think. We will not go far, but within the reach of your eye. 50 yards at most will be the distance. We will take and come towards you the moment we find he has reached you. Good, begone, he comes. The assassin stole into an alcove, and then paused in the deep shade of the place where he had concealed himself, and the other two walked down a short distance, about 150 yards or so, and then paused and looked back. Do you see anything of them? No, I don't at this moment. It is getting very dark. We had better return and see what happens. We shall get up in the very nick of time, and be able to take part in the fray." "Well, be it so," replied the other. "I will go with you, but we run some risk in encountering the stranger in the rapier and long cloak." "Most true, but we shall not have taken any part in the affair. That will clear us of anything that may tend to inculpate us. We are right, and if we find our comrade hardly pressed, we can aid him, and at that time when it is unexpected by the other party. Hark! They are at it already. Come on." They both hastened towards the scene of combat, towards which they both ran, for they knew their comrade's voice. The other villain awaited the coming of the stranger, whom he was waiting to assassinate as soon as his comrades had left him. The unconscious stranger walked down the Rialto with a slow and steady gait, humming an air from some opera as he walked along, well pleased in his own mind. He wore his cloak open in front, and his sword dangling at his side, and altogether most unsuspicious of an attack. Scarcely, however, had he passed the assassin's hiding-place, than the fellow rushed out and made a desperate blow at him with his dagger, which, however, miscarried on account of the loose manner in which he wore his cloak. The blow was foiled by the folds of the garment, and the wearer turned around. "Villain!" he exclaimed, "thou shalt have thy deserts!" And as he spoke he drew his sword and became the assailant in his turn. "Help! Help!" shouted the villain, who found himself beset by one who would quickly make him repent his temerity. At that moment the rest of the assassins came up, and commenced a furious attack upon the single stranger, who, of course, from being almost a victor, was immediately compelled to give ground to the three. "Help! Help!" shouted the stranger, as he was forced on one knee, and that with a wound. But at that moment help was at hand, and the tall stranger stepped up to his side, and casting his cloak to one side, and drawing his rapier, he ran one of the assailants through the body, and he fell backwards, dead. A furious combat ensued between the stranger and the other two assassins, who were compelled to fight, so closely they were pressed by the stranger. However, after a few moments they turned and fled. The stranger then turned towards the wounded man, who was rising from the ground by the help of the pillar that was supporting the sides of the alcove, and then endeavored to staunch the wound he had received. The end of chapter 169. Read by Eric Leach, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. #170 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Leach. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Press. Chapter 170. Count Polidori's Palace, Signora Isabella, the Count's daughter, and the Introduction. The stranger walked up to him and offered his services, saying, "Are you hurt, Signor? You bleed." "But slightly hurt, Signor. Thank you for that. You have saved my life. I had been cold meat indeed, a bloody corpse for all Venice to look upon tomorrow, but for your valor and stout assistance. Name it not, Signor, but the rascals have been well paid. There lies one of them. The others have escaped, but permit me, Signor, to say that the sooner you get away from this spot the better, for the knaves may return in greater force than before, or they will wait till you leave. By that time they will have rallied, and dart out upon you as you pass along." "I do not fear that, Signor, much. But the fact is, I am almost too weak to walk unaided. Permit me to render you the assistance you require. I am a stranger in this place, and therefore unused to your ways, but—" "Say no more, Signor. I will accept of your services, if you will accept of a lodging at my poor home. I have that which shall make you welcome, heartily welcome, and the Signora my daughter shall make you welcome too." "Signor, if I can be of service to you, I will do so with pleasure." "Lend me your arm, Signor. But your wound is not staunched. Let me bind it more carefully and securely. You ought not to bleed from such a wound when bandaged." "Perhaps, Signor, you have had more to do with these matters than I. I am a peaceable Venetian of rank, and neither afraid nor unwilling to draw a sword in a good quarrel, shrinking not from some odds. But I have had no practice in these matters. Times and circumstances have not been propitious." "It matters not," replied the stranger. "You shewed what you were when you had nearly defeated one, and afterwards kept at bay 3. He must be a man who can behave thus, sir. He must have the heart and conduct of a soldier. You would be one did occasion serve. No man can be more. But I have seen many climes, and have therefore some knowledge in these matters beyond the mere inward power and courage. I have from sheer necessity been compelled to mix in melees, and not from inclination." "I thank you for your skill as a surgeon, for truly you have stopped the bleeding, which I had not been able to do myself." "Lean on my shoulder, Signor. It will enable you to walk better. Have you far to go?" inquired the stranger. "No, Signor, but we will take a gondola. It will be the easier travelling, and moreover it will land us at my house, where you shall be most heartily welcome. If we turn down here, we shall soon obtain the aid of a gondolier. I had intended walking, but I have enough of that for one night, even if I were able to walk, which I am not." "As you please, Signor." As the stranger spoke, he walked towards the place indicated by the wounded man, and in a few moments more they reached the Grand Canal, and finding a gondolier sleeping in his gondola, the stranger left his wounded companion to wake the sleeper to his duty by shaking him. "Hello," said the stranger. "Will nothing wake you? Get up, instantly, and about your duty. Do you always sleep here?" "Oh, Signor," said the man sleepily. "Well, then, are you engaged?" "Yes, Signor, if you engage me." "Well, then I do." "Where to, Signor?" "Come with me to bring a wounded gentleman into the gondola, and he will tell you where to. Come, quick! Have you not yet awakened?" "I'm awake, Signor, and willing," said the gondolier, following the stranger to the spot where the wounded man was standing, and by direction of the stranger he aided the wounded Signor into the gondola. "Now, Signors, I have but to know where you desire to go to. Row on until I tell you where to stop. Follow the course of the Grand Canal, and you will go right enough." There was some time spent in silence while the gondolier rowed as desired up the Grand Canal, until they came to a large mansion, which the wounded man gazed upon, and after a moment's pause, as if he had a difficulty in speaking, he said, as he pointed to the building, "There. Row up to yonder steps. There I will land. That is my house." The gondolier immediately obeyed the injunction, and pulled for the stairs, and when they reached the place, the gondolier stepped out and secured the gondola. "Call out some of my people," said the wounded man. "Call them out. I am very stiff and not able to get out." The gondolier obeyed, and in a few minutes more several men, all in livery, ran down the steps to the gondola, and lifted their master out, who appeared to be unable to do so of himself. The gondolier was rewarded according to his deserts, and the stranger followed the wounded man into his own house, which was a most extensive building, and filled with servants, and furnished in the richest manner, displaying magnificence and wealth to a degree that was scarce to be surpassed in Venice. They were shown into an apartment replete with every appointment that wealth or luxury could suggest, and the wounded man was placed on a sofa, and his attendants stood round him as if waiting his orders. "Signor and stranger," he said, "welcome to my house, as the preserver of my life. All I have here is at your service." "I am obliged," replied the stranger with a dignified acknowledgment of the courtesy. "I am obliged, but I cannot recognize on my part any such right. If I have done you service, as I will not affect to believe I have not, still you overrate the amount of it. But I will accept of your hospitality for this night, for I am a stranger in Venice, and have little or no knowledge of the best course to pursue." "Remain here." "But you had better dispatch someone for aid," interrupted the stranger. "You are in pain at this very instant. Send for some assistance. You require the aid of a leech immediately." "I am faint, very faint," he replied. "Hasten," said the stranger. "Hasten, some of you, to fetch a leech, instead of losing our wits in silent astonishment." The servants immediately bustled about, and seemed to have awakened from a trance, and were seen running in different directions. The room was soon cleared, and the tall stranger seated himself by his wounded host. "In me, you see the Count Polidori." The stranger bowed. "I am not a native of this city, though now one of her favoured citizens. I have left the land of my birth because I and my rulers could not agree, and I ran some danger in staying against their will, and I have settled and married here." "Our adopted country is that which demands our care and preference," replied the stranger. "That, at least, is my opinion." "No doubt. I am now," he continued, "a widower. Your lady is dead?" "Yes, I am sorry to say so. I have, however, one child living at home, and one who is serving his country in her fleets, an honour to our house. But my greatest comfort is the dear image of my lost wife, my daughter." "Is she here now?" "Yes, in this palace. Signora Isabella is devoted to her father, and would not for the world do aught that would give me a moment's pain. Indeed, she would die for me rather than I should feel displeasure." "Such a daughter must be a treasure." "She is a treasure." "And what an inestimable jewel would she be as a wife." "She will be when the day comes when she will mate, which I hope will be before I die, for I should be too anxious respecting the worth of the man who was to be her husband to permit me to die happy unless I saw and approved of the choice, or chose the individual myself." "I see you are more anxious," said the stranger mildly, "in providing future happiness for your daughter, rather than in hoarding wealth or titles for her." "I am," said the Count, "and a most laudable ambition too, an ambition that few parents do not neglect in the pursuit of one of a different character, either some young love or someone who is endowed largely with worldly goods or titles. My Isabella will have enough of both, and therefore she will not need to seek for them. But she will not throw herself away upon any nameless adventurer who may love her fortune better than herself. That would be as cruel a neglect as the other, replied the stranger, and in my opinion more culpable of the two. So it would. At that moment the door opened hastily, and a light step was heard, and before the stranger could turn round, a lovely young female rushed to the side of the Count, throwing herself on her knees, saying, "Oh, heavens, my dear father, what has happened? Are you hurt? For heaven's sake, my dear father, what is the matter?" "Little or nothing, my dear Isabella." "But you are wounded! Oh, there's blood! Oh, my God, my God!" "Hush, Isabella. I am wounded, but not hurt seriously." "I pray heaven it may be so. But what sacrilegious hand could be raised against you? You have wronged no one." "I am not aware of having done so, certainly," said the Count. "But that does not always give any security to the wealthy. They will sometimes destroy them from motives apart from individual revenge." "The monsters! But have the villains been secured?" "One has paid the forfeit of his life for his temerity and villainy. The rest fled." "Ah, what will these assassins not risk?" "Well, my dear Isabella, I have answered your inquiries, and now, perhaps, you will see if you be alone with me." "Alone with you?" repeated Isabella, not quite comprehending the words, but she looked up, and her eyes encountered those of the stranger, who was gazing earnestly upon her, and she started as she rose, and said, "Excuse me, signor, excuse me. I knew not any one was present." "Nay," said the stranger, "filial love and respect need no excuse, signora. Do not think so badly of me as to imagine I can think otherwise than you were actuated by the tenderest impulses." "Your kindness, sir—" "Isabella," said the Count, interrupting her, "but for this gentleman's timely and efficient aid, I should at this moment have been a corpse in the streets of Venice." "You, my father?" "Yes, my child. This signor came up just as I was wounded and beaten down, and saved me from death. He killed one of my assailants, while he put to flight the other two, who left their dead companion in the streets. Thank him, my child, for he is my preserver, and he deserves thanks for the deed as well as for the bravery with which it was done, for he ran great risks in such odds." "He must. Signor, I know not how to thank you or what to say. The greatness of the obligation paralyzes me, and I have not words to tell you how grateful I feel for your goodness and courage. But 'tis an obligation that can never be forgotten or ever repaid. It is impossible." "My dear signora, permit me to say you rate my services too highly." "Nay, that is quite impossible. For my father's life I prize far before my own, before anybody in the world, and to save that is to lay me under the heaviest obligation it is possible to impose upon me. Say no more, signora. I will not underrate it after what you have said, but you must say as little about it as you will. I am happy, however, to have done any act worthy of your thanks." End of chapter 170. Recording by Eric Leach, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Chapter 171 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 171. The Opinions of Dr. Paleto. The Stranger's Account of Himself. The Welcome of the Signora. At that moment the door opened, and a servant announced the arrival of a leech, the famous Dr. Paleto, who forthwith entered the apartment and advanced towards the couch on which the wounded man lay. "Oh, doctor, do what you can for my father," said Signora Isabella. "I will, signora," replied the doctor. "I will. But what are his hurts, or his disease? For I see he has been taken very badly. But why this paleness? You appear to have lost blood." "I have bled, doctor, and I want you to dress my wound. I am hurt in the side here, and but for my friend here I should have been hurt mortally." "It was not a duel, then?" said the doctor. "No, no, doctor, no, no. It was an attempt at assassination, and I have escaped the death some one with more enmity than courage had doomed me to. But at the same time I am free, and one of his agents has perished." "'Tis but just," said the doctor. "But I must now see the wound with your good leave. We'll strip the wounded part and apply bandages to it, so as to secure it, after which something else must be done." The wounded Polidori was stripped, and after some exertion the wound was dressed, and all bleeding stopped. "What is your candid opinion concerning my wound, doctor?" inquired the Count. "What do you think will be the result? I would be truly informed of whatever probability of danger there may be, remote or immediate, as the case may be. Tell me, I beseech you, doctor." "I will, Count. I have those things to do which are important, and the execution of them depends upon your answer, so do not mislead me." "I will not. I cannot form so clear a judgment of your case as I can in a few days hence, when I may see the progress of the wound towards healing. Though at present I see no signs of danger, yet some may come." "You do not consider the wound dangerous of itself?" said the stranger. "No, not of itself, but it is so close to a mortal part that it cannot be considered free from danger. Indeed, it may become so. A little more on one side would have made it quickly fatal, but as it is, if it heal well, there will be no danger. You must keep your couch for some days." "That will be a lighter evil than any other," replied the Count. "You have lost much blood, and that alone will make you very weak, and it will take some time before you will be entirely recovered from your present state, and then your wound will probably be healed. And what you appear to think may be dangerous is only any possible interruption from the wound itself. It does so happen sometimes from bodily infirmity. It shows itself in healing, and the wound, which now appears healthy, may turn to gangrene, and then the worst may be apprehended." "It may," said the stranger, "but these things are only the worst things that may happen in extreme cases." "Exactly," said the leech. "And you have seen nothing in this case to induce you to anticipate any such result as this? It is only what may happen." "That is all. It appears to me that all is well at present." "Then I think the Count had better be left to himself in quiet, and he may have a good mind upon his recovery." "It will be best," said the doctor. "I am fatigued and sleepy," said the Count. "I would be alone. Daughter, you must entertain this gentleman as I would do were I able to do so. Signor, the signora will do the office of hostess. Excuse so cold a welcome." "Name it not," said the stranger. "I am well cared for. A welcome from such a one is well worth the acceptance of a prince, much less that of a stranger, unknown in Venice. I thank you for it." "Say no more on that head," said the Count. "I came here almost a refugee, and quite a stranger myself." "Will you come this way, Signor?" said Signora Isabella. "We will leave my poor father to himself. He will sleep." The stranger rose, and Dr. Palletto also, both following the signora, who led them into a separate but splendid apartment, and entreated them to sit down, and apologized for her own want of spirits to entertain them suitably. "For that matter," said the doctor, "I am by no means surprised, for such a mishap can never be heard of without producing lowness of spirits." "And such a misfortune is always productive of grief," said the stranger. "Signora, say no more. I would not interfere with your grief. I do not wish to stop it, and shall feel myself a bar to your own feelings if you say any more. I am made welcome, and feel myself so." "You are, sir. Your kindness deserves no less. But I pray you, tell me how this affair occurred, in which you have been of such signal service to my father in saving his life." "To tell you that, signora, I must first tell you who and what I am." "I do not wish to be thought unduly curious," replied signora. "Not at all. I am bound to acknowledge you have a right to it, for you have no introduction with me, which usually supplies the place of an account of who and what we are. Therefore I'll tell you. Though I cannot boast of being more than a simple chevalier of now no fortune, having left my country because I raised my voice against the abuses of state. Therefore I am but a nameless and fortuneless stranger." "Many a worthy gentleman has been in such a plight before now," observed the doctor. "I have known many such." "And I am one. Not that I am without means," added the stranger. "I have been lucky enough to provide against such a calamity as that which has befallen me, though not to the extent I could have wished." "You are fortunate, chevalier." "I am so far. I came but this morning to Venice. I landed here and agreed to meet the captain of the vessel, who promised to meet me on the Rialto, to conduct me to some quiet and respectable change house where I could lodge." "And he met you not?" "No. While I was waiting for him, I heard a cry for help, and found, upon running up, the Count Polidori beaten to the earth, beset by 3 villains, who had already wounded him in the manner you have seen, and I at that time stepped up, and being unexpected, the men were confused, and one of them fell mortally wounded, and after a little further desperate fighting, they all fled." "It was fortunate you yourself were not beaten down too with such odds, for these men are usually desperate." "True, but you see, one was gone, and they could not tell how it might be with the Count. They did not know how far he might be able to join in the fray again, and if he were to do so, there would immediately be an equality between us, and such men do not seek such a fight." "Truly not, chevalier," replied the señora, "truly not. When they are safe and secure in their deeds of blood, they will perpetrate them, but in fair contests such men never shine. Their deeds are of darkness." "Most true, most true. But they have a deal of ferocity," said the stranger, "and when they can, will pour out blood like water. But what amazes me is, that one like the Count, your father, should have been beset by such villains. They must have had some object to accomplish in getting rid of him by such means." "Private enmity." "Indeed, it must be a bad state of things." "It is, chevalier. It is a sign of great degeneracy in the state, but it is so. For gold you can procure the death of any man in Venice." "Horrible," said the stranger. "I have heard of such things, but I deemed them fabulous, or at least overrated." "No, no, I fear not. And yet who could have an enmity so deep as only to be healed by blood? And yet the good and the great have as many enemies as the wicked, for they are always opposed to each other." "Undoubtedly," said the doctor. "Good and bad are always antagonists." "Exactly. What, however, is the worst in these cases is the bad very often get the better of the good, which is the reverse of what ought to be done. Because, you see, if we are to suppose that there is a power above that rules men's actions, surely we might expect to see goodness manifest in the majority of cases, whereas we usually see to a much greater extent the success of evil." "Not always." "Not always, certainly," said the doctor, "but the exception proves the rule. Goodness ought to be the great object of men's lives, but it is not. Yet it ought to rule, and we must endeavor to be ruled by it, despite the way of the world, which is often, as we daily see, the reverse of what it ought to be. But," added the chevalier, "when ambition rules the minds of men, you will find that all other principles give way." "It is so, but why, I cannot see." "Because 'tis the master emotion of the mind," said the stranger. "And ambition appears to possess the souls of those who govern, whether for good or for evil," said the señora. "Some are ambitions of being rulers, some of being conquerors, and some of politicians, but they are all moved to it by ambition." "Ay," said the stranger, "the lover is ambitious of the smiles of his mistress, though ill fortune will, now and then, deny him the good luck to win them." Chapter 172 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 172. The Count Polidori's Recovery. The Interview with the Señora Isabella. The Consent. A few days' confinement placed the Count beyond the reach of danger. His wound healed rapidly and favorably, but which was more than anticipated by the cautious leech, who abstained from saying so, but took his daily seat beside his patient's bed, and with his prosy and imperturbable gravity he continued to give his advice. "Count," he said, "your wound is healing." "I feel it is so," said the Count. "But you must be cautious. I would not have you be too sanguine, or trust your feelings too much." "I do not. But I may take wine?" "Indeed, I would recommend you not to do so, for wine is inflammatory, and you are likely to suffer for it." "And yet I took a bottle last evening." "Last evening, Count?" said the physician. "Yes, I speak truly." "I doubt it not, but it was very imprudent indeed. For though half a bottle may do no hurt to a man in full health, yet a whole can do him no good, even if it do him no harm. But in your case it is dangerous." "It might be, but surely the danger is past now." "If you have taken it over 12 hours, though 24 would be better." "It is over 12 hours." "'Tis well, but it was hazardous. You are fast getting well, and as it happens you have no fever or other evil changes about you. Therefore you may continue your wine, but not in such quantities." "I will be more cautious. But, Pelato, what is your opinion of my guest?" "Your preserver?" "Yes, the same." "He is one of the most learned men I have ever met with. Even professed scholars have not been found so full of knowledge." "That speaks something for his youth." "Most undoubtedly." "But what think you of him as a man of the world?" "I think he has a vast fund of information. He has had an enlarged experience of society, and has visited, I think, all the continent of Europe. He understands their languages and manners too, and has the appearance of a traveller and of a man used to the best and most distinguished society." "That is just my opinion of him." "I understand he is from France." "Yes." "A refugee, in point of fact. I suppose without means." "No, he appears to have means, and hopes that times may so alter to permit his return and the resumption of his former fortune." "I understand as much. and he has spoken of people whom I know well in France, that would not associate with any beneath their degree, and he has told me things they would have divulged to none save their equals and families. It is my opinion of him." The doctor took his leave, and the Count was again left to himself, and he began evidently to ponder over something in his mind which appeared to demand his attention, and he for some time sat immovable. "My daughter," he murmured, "is a rich reward even for such a deed. I do not pit my life against hers. No, no. She is by far the most valuable. She I love more than life, and would provide for her in a manner that shall procure her future happiness rather than her immediate approval. The dear girl does not well understand these matters. She does not know that present pleasure may be followed by future pain. She knows not that we should forego the present to ensure future happiness." He paused a moment, and then he continued, "But I cannot be mistaken in this man. No, he has done a deed which, though I value it not at so high a price, yet gratitude impose upon me the necessity of showing the highest consideration. She is fancy free, and I do not see that there will be any difficulty in the way whatever." At that moment the door opened, and Signora Isabella entered and advanced toward the couch on which he lay. "My father!" "Ah, Isabella, I was but then thinking of you." "Of me, father? I come to see how you are." "Our good guest and preserver had been telling me he was quite sure you are much better than Dr. Pilato will admit, for he is slow and cautious to a degree." "My dear, he is quite right. I feel it. Oh, how joyful I am! What think you of our guest, Isabella? Do you think him a man well worthy of our warmest esteem and gratitude?" "Indeed he is, father. He is noble." "I think so. The true nobility of soul can be seen in him. To such a man as the Chevalier would I see my Isabella united. To such a man could I confide my daughter's happiness, for he would secure it." "What mean you, father?" "That the stranger, of whom you speak so highly, is to be your future husband. The preserver of the father will not act unkindly by the child." "My father, I am stunned." "Yes, my dear daughter, I have fully settled this matter in my own mind. He has asked your hand. Go see him. You have my blessing. I am sure he will be happy. Isabella, you never disobeyed your father. Such an act would be the cruelest stab that ever was planted in my bosom." "But when," said Isabella, almost trembling, "but when will this be? When am I to be given away, father, as you would a present of flowers?" "Isabella, when have I deserved, when have I had such an answer from thee? Let me have no more of this." "But when have you fixed as a time upon which I am to be sent away from home to strangers?" "You will not leave this palace, Isabella?" "You and your husband will always be here, and I shall have the satisfaction of seeing the happiness I have planned and made. He will be a father to the child as well as a husband." "I do not wish for any such change. I am happy, but shall be otherwise if I am compelled to wed." "Compelled, Isabella? Compelled? Do you speak of being forced when I wish it? Now that I have settled it in my own mind, love and duty to me, and gratitude to this gentleman, all conspire to point out how you should act." "But when, father, when?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" repeated Isabella in mournful accents. "Yes, my child, 'tis better done at once. 'Twill at all events save any of those unnecessary thoughts that might disturb you." "My father, my father!" said the young lady as she sunk upon her knees before him. "Well, my child?" "Pardon me for once begging a favor of you." "What mean you by such words?" "I wish a longer interval to be allowed me before I am "Married?" said her father. "Yes, father, that is the dreadful word." "Isabella, mind, my love, what my wishes are." "I have heard them, father, but give me a week. Indeed, you cannot decently bring this matter to a conclusion before the end of that time. I have had no previous warning from you or this stranger that such a thing was in contemplation." "If I grant it to you, my Isabella, I must be obeyed." "You shall be obeyed, father," said Isabella with an effort, "if it cost me my life, and it will be near it. But let me keep my room until that period is up, and then do with me what you will." "Be it so, Isabella. Though it will look ungracious to our guest, yet I will endeavor to excuse you with the best grace I can." The Lady Isabella was deathly pale, and as she rose she staggered and could scarce support herself out of the apartment. Chapter 172. Chapter 173 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 173. The Wedding Morning. The New Arrival. The Disappearance of the Vampire Bridegroom. The señora retired to her own chamber and remained there for many hours, but during that time 2 messengers had left the mansion secretly, and then all was still. The lovely and beautiful Isabella, however, was not to be seen in her usual walks, or at her father's board, as was her wont. She was only seen within the precincts of her own apartments, pallid, sad, and sorrowful. "Your daughter, Count," said the stranger one morning, "does not appear as usual. I trust she is quite well." "Yes, quite well." "I hope I have given no cause of offence. If so, I hope I may be informed of my error, that I may speedily amend it." "There is none, Chevalier, but my daughter Isabella has asked a week's preparation for the nuptials, which week she will pass in her own apartments, secluded, and at the end of which time she leaves them for your protection, and which will, I trust, be to her happiness. It shall be my business to make her happy, and for want of good will and hearty endeavor she shall never lack content and bliss. I have every presage of a most happy and felicitous life in the future. I am sure she will be happy. It is my great hope, Chevalier. It is the one object of my life. I would it were settled and the affair over. I should die unhappy if I thought poor Isabella in the hands of any one who would not use her as she deserved to be. She is of herself a treasure." She is. "And when she is once a wife, she will not look for a father's protection, neither will she need it. My death, when it does happen, will be a great and heavy blow, but it will be less when she has the comfort and consolation of a husband to console her for what would otherwise be irreparable. Yes, It would have the effect of deadening the blow, and of shortening the duration of its intensity, though it will be by no means prevented. I cannot say I should desire it. No, certainly not. And Signora Isabella never could forget such a parent. I have done my duty, I hope, and many congratulate yourself, Count. But then, with regard to Isabella, she will meet me as usual here on the day of the ceremonial. Most assuredly. And I am to be denied her company till then. Yes, she will meet you on the morning at the altar. Be it so, but I could have been happy in her society. At any rate, I must be so, by reflecting that I shall soon be the favored, happy husband of Isabella, for with her my happiness will be complete. And my happiness will be complete in knowing hers is so. I could have wished that some of those who have known me in France had been here to see my happiness, but that cannot be. Could you not send to them? There would not be time for their return, and moreover, if there had been, I question whether I ought to hold any communication with them, lest I bring them under the ban of the government, and I may not do that. Truly, you have the same feelings as I used to have, but I have long since ceased to feel any of that kind of interest. Time cures that. It does, and you will find that it will heal all those wounds, which such a separation from your country causes you. I hope so. My offences there they will never forgive. Thus conversed the stranger and the Count, and thus 6 days passed, during which time the Signora Isabella was seen by none save her attendants, who were few, and most of her time was spent in tears and prayers. She had a heart full of grief, but she dared not disobey her father, he whom she loved so well, and whom she had never thought for one moment as being opposed to her own ideas of propriety and her own wishes. She had always been taught to suppress her own and submit to his. Thus it was now, at the 11th hour, she had no means of fortifying herself in any preconceived liking she may have had. Submission was all she had learned, a blind and willing submission to a fond and doting parent. She knew no other course of action. Her heart, however, had other yearnings. She had loved another, but she knew not how to act. She dared not even entertain the thought of throwing herself at her father's feet and imploring him to save her from perpetual sorrow, much less did she think of opposing him, but she had done this much. In the first moment of her terror and anguish, she had written off to her brother, informing him of her danger, but at the same time she had advised nothing and expressed no wish, only told him the fact and her fears. The wedding morning arrived, and the house of the Count gave indications of the festivity, and with the day came guests richly dressed, and the bells rang a merry peal upon the occasion, and the Count was in high spirits, but the bride was not seen. "How is Signora Isabella, your daughter?" inquired one of the guests. "She is as well as maiden modesty will permit." "I have not seen her." "Nor I." "Nor you?" replied the guest, astonished. "No, she has secluded herself, but will appear presently when the bell rings for the service. The fact is, she cannot leave her father, even for the arms of a husband, without feeling a grief for the change." "I hope she will be happy." "I have no doubt of it. The man is worthy of her." "And capable of making her happy, I hope." I have no doubt of that. Hark! The bell sounds. Is that the signal? Yes. Follow on. I will bring my daughter forth." And as he spoke he left the guest, who hurried to the chapel, and found the stranger awaiting his bride with some impatience. He acknowledged the courtesy of those who came to him, and looked towards a small door, which presently opened, and the Count and his daughter appeared. She was of marble paleness, and no signs of happiness were seen in her face. She trembled, and her whole soul seemed to be intent on something afar from her presence. She lifted her eyes and gazed upon the throng, but apparently saw none, or not those whom she wished. Her father spoke to her. She heaved a deep sigh, and appeared to be resigned to her fate. The ceremony commenced, and Isabella stood, but her eyes occasionally sought the chapel door, and in a few moments more, before the important part was concluded, a bustle took place near the door, and immediately afterwards some officers in Venetian uniform entered the chapel, among whom was the young Count, Isabella's brother, and with him a young officer into whose arms she instantly threw herself and fainted. "Father," said the young Count, "father, this must not be." "Why not, my son?" said the Count. "Because my sister loves another, and yon man is a monster." "What mean you, sir?" said the Chevalier. "If you were other than what you are, your words would beget a different answer." "You are a vampire," replied a young Neapolitan, who stepped forward. "I knew you before. Know you not the Holy Father whom you murdered?" "'Tis false. I will bring one to prove it." As the Chevalier spoke, he crossed the chapel and left the place, but he did not appear again, and upon inquiry he had quitted the palace in a gondola and never reappeared. End of chapter 173.
Chapter 174 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 174. The Two Highwaymen. The Murder at the Gibbet's Foot. The Ride to the Golden Pippin. The evening set in a stormy mood. Sudden gusty showers rattled against the traveller, whilst the wind swept over the country, bending the tall trees, and whistling round the peasant's cot, and making the chimneys appear as if they were the residences of imprisoned spirits, which moaned and groaned most dismally to hear. The clouds came rapidly across the sky, now darkening the earth, and now they fled past, leaving the moonbeams pouring a flood of light upon the fields and roadways. But this was soon followed by another darkness, a cold rain and rushing wind, the night being inclement and very boisterous, not to say a night too bad to permit travelling. It was late on such a night, when down a lone cross-road a single horseman might be seen to ride slowly and carefully. He was wrapped up in a large cloak, and rode a powerful horse, and appeared to be somewhat tired. There was much difficulty in travelling over a bad road that was loose and shifty, with here and there a slough of some magnitude. In a very wild and desolate spot stood a mound of stones that had been heaped at the foot of a gibbet, and had been collected there in consequence of the unpopularity of the occupant of the instrument of punishment. On the gibbet, swinging to and fro, was the body of a malefactor hung in chains, an awful and disgusting spectacle, whose death no one regretted, inasmuch as he was the terror of the whole neighbourhood. It was the body of a highwayman, or of a robber, who had committed all kinds of depredations, and several murders. He was the son of a person of property, but addicted to vicious courses, and, to support them, he had recourse to robbery and murder. Several of his former friends were robbed, and at length his own father fell by his hands, when he refused to give up his purse in the road at this spot. His own son shot him through the heart. This was the last crime he ever committed, for he was taken and tried, when enough was proved that would have hung 100 men, and there was not one man who could, or who would, speak one word in his favor. He was executed, and so detested was he by all, that every one who came by this spot threw a stone, until it grew by these means a goodly heap, which remained a memento of their hate. It was this spot the stranger was nearing, and to which he appeared to look up with some degree of either curiosity or interest. But before he got there, there was another horseman riding along the country lane, and who would arrive there about the same time as the first. But when he came there, it was easy to perceive that he was not alone, but another horseman was in waiting beneath some trees, and hidden from the traveller. In a few moments more, the traveller reached the spot, and, looking up at the dead body that was swinging to and fro in the night air, the other horseman rode up. Upon which the traveller was about to push his horse forward at an increased speed, when he found that there was not space enough. "Which side do you take?" he inquired of the stranger. "Stand and deliver," was the reply. "That is uncivil," replied the stranger, "and a request that I do not feel at all disposed to consent to." "Deliver your money and a pocket-book, or you are a dead man." "Nay," said the stranger, "I have means of defence too." And as he spoke he pulled out a bright, double-barreled pistol, which he levelled and cocked, saying as he very leisurely did so, "Beware, you are playing with a determined man. I am not disposed to play. Get out of my way, or you are a dead man." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the other, and made way at the same moment, thus bringing himself alongside the traveller, leaving him room to go on. "You are not to be frightened. Well, well, go on." The traveller put his spurs to his horse, but at the same moment received a bullet from the treacherous highwayman. "Ha!" cried the traveller, putting his hand to his side, and in a moment more he staggered and fell over the side of the horse on to the ground. "Ha, ha, ha!" said the highwayman, who immediately dismounted, but before he could search the body, the other horseman came up at a gallop. "Well, Fred, have you quieted him?" "I have." "Resisted, then?" "Yes. Have you got your lantern?" "Yes, but it is not yet lighted. But that is soon done." "Then let us have it as quick as you can, for he has fallen down here in a slough, and I should like to get the money without more mire than I'm obliged to put up with." "Here it is," said the other, handing the lantern, a small one, which he had lighted by means of some chemical matches. The highwayman took the lantern, and after some examination, he secured the pocket-book and the purse, and having done this, he examined the fingers, but saw no rings and no watch, and he said to his companion, "Just come here. Did you ever see such a set of features as these? They are truly strange and singular. I could never forget them." "Indeed! I must have a look at them," said his companion, dismounting and bending over the body, and when he looked at them, he said, "I saw that man today where I dined, and thought he took the other road, and there waited for him." "Did you, though?" "Yes, till I was tired, and then I came across the country in search of you, but did not expect you to have any quarry." "Did you ever see such a countenance? It is most strange and ghastly." "Yes, it is; but he has died a violent death, you see, and therefore there is much to be done by way of allowance." "Yes, yes, I know all that; but the nose, mouth, and teeth—" "They are not the most disagreeable in the world, certainly. Well, well, it don't matter. You have done all your business with him, have you not?" "I have got it all, I believe," said the other. "He has no watch or chain, not even a ring has he got on his finger." "Perhaps you'll find enough in his purse and pocket-book to console you, though I must say, Ned, that he dined very sparingly. But no matter the amount. Ride on, for you know it is not a good plan to stand longer here than necessary, for we may have other riders down upon us." Not very likely on this road and at this hour, but 'tis bad. I'm off, and he will remain behind till found by some frightened peasant or other, who will go to the nearest market town with a frightful account." "Ride away. I hear horses' feet, I think." "I am ready. Forward, ho!" The two highwaymen rode off at a rapid rate, conversing as they went; but yet it was in suppressed tones for some distance; and after some riding one of them pulled up his horse partially, saying, "Well, I don't think it wise we should thus wear our steeds out. There is no need of our riding for life. Our horses never ought to be put to their mettle, unless there be plenty of occasion, which there is not. No, all is right to-night." "Have you done much lately, Ned?" "No, I have been rather upon the seek than find. I have been looking out brightly, but have not been successful." "I have myself only done moderately, but I have done better than I should have done, because I was fortunate enough to come across a fat grazier who had more money than any 3 or 4 persons that I have met lately." "Your fortune is somewhat like mine." "You have met with little good then, Ned." "Indeed I have not, but it is a long lane that has no turning." "Yes, indeed, it is." "However, I hope this queer-looking customer will reward one for one's pains. If you can but keep the game a-going, you are sure to succeed in the end. 'Tis only 2 years or better since I first began to ride." "That is, put a period to other people's rising." "Exactly." "Well, then, where do you intend to put up for the night? For I suppose you do not intend to stay out all night any more than myself." "No, I think of going on till I come to the Golden Pippin, where I intend to stay for the night. The landlord can wink hard at his friends, and not know they are in the house, or he can tell them a thing if they want to know anything at all to their interest." "He's the sort of man. I know him. I was thinking of going there. I don't know better or snugger quarters than are to be had at his hostel." "Then we'll have a good supper and a bottle at the Golden Pippin." "With all my heart. But you don't think there'll be any danger of our being pursued for this matter?" "Oh dear no. The direct road lies another way, and we shall be quite 15 miles from the spot where the body lies." "So far?" "Yes, we have come over the ground very rapidly, and have gone more than 2/3 of that distance. When we get there we shall be safe, easy, and comfortable; and right good wines are there to be had at the Golden Pippin." Chapter 174. 175 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 175. The Horrors of the Night. The Discovery in the Road. Contention between Man and Horse. Comfortable Quarters in the Golden Pippin. The malefactor's body swung to and fro on the gibbet, and the chains squeaked and groaned as the wind impelled the body's motions. The wind itself whistled heedlessly by, and the transient but heavy shower passed on, heedless of the deed of blood that had been perpetrated beneath its monitory shadow. Now and then there was a little light, and then the body might be seen heaped up, and lying in the mud and mire, which was all discolored with the blood of the fallen man. He was motionless. The rain fell on him, but it mattered not. The body felt it not. The wind blew the cloak about, but the body remained quiet, and nothing appeared to spare the body. There was no one nigh. That was a lonely spot, and that was tenanted by 2 dismal gypsies. The body of the malefactor swang to and fro while the body of the murdered traveler lay quiet enough. The clouds traveled across the face of the moon, and intercepted her light from the earth; but yet it was light enough at intervals to enable the traveler to see his way on foot or on horseback. About 2 hours after that in which the traveler had been stopped and murdered, there came another individual riding towards the scene. This was a countryman, a grazier, who was well mounted, and came along at a rapid rate, having a stout trotting nag under him. When he neared the spot where the murder had been committed, he gave a look up at the disagreeable object, the gibbet, and when he had done so, he put the spur to his horse's side, with the intention of going by at a quickened pace, exclaiming as he did so, "This is no pleasant place at 9 o'clock at night. I wish I were at the Golden Pippin instead of here." As he spoke he pushed his horse, as he manifested a design to stop. But the animal, instead of going past, reared up. "Hilloa, brute! What art after now, eh?" The spur was again applied, but the animal only became more and more unmanageable, and the rider near losing his seat; but he was, nevertheless, the more anxious to get onward, for the neighbourhood was not pleasant; added to which, it was a wet and dismal night, and late for a cross-road. "Curse you!" muttered the grazier. "What the deuce is the matter with you? Did you never see the gibbet before? If thee hadn't, I should not have been surprised at thee shying at the man swinging on the gibbet; but thee hast done so, and now thee art frightened. Whoa! Damn thee!" He made another attempt to force the horse by, but it was fruitless, and he was at length unseated into the mire. "Dm!" muttered the man. "The first time I have been thrown these 10 years, drunk or sober, and now I am sober." This was apparently the first reflection that came to his mind after the first effect of the concussion. He then scratched his head, adjusted his hat, and was getting up, when for a moment his eyes rested on something dark lying in the middle of the road, and at which his horse had in reality shied. "Oh!" he exclaimed, with a visible alteration in his demeanour. "That's what Peg shied at, eh? What the devil is it?" As he muttered these words, his hair began to stand on end; and the more he looked, the greater his apprehension; for he began to think what he wished was farther from the fact, though his notions were far from being definite, and he did all he could to dispel the rising terror. "Why, it ain't! No, it can't be! And yet it must be! What makes un lay there? He must be dead, surely!" Thrice he scrambled to his feet, and then walked a little towards the object against which his horse stood smelling and snorting with evident signs of fear. "Whoa, brute! What's the matter with thee? Confound thee! But I suppose thee wast frightened." As the man spoke, he walked up to the animal, and, taking the bridle, he passed it over his arms, and then approached the body. "Ay, sure enough, he's insensible, if not dead, poor fellow! What can be done? There's no one near at hand to lend assistance." He paused to consider what was to be done, when it occurred to him as being the most likely thing that could be done was to probe the unfortunate man. He could not say whether he was dead or alive, from his position in the middle of the road. "If un ain't dead," he argued, "he would come to no harm, for it wasn't every horse that cared as much for a man as Peg did. They might get run over or cause some desperate accident." Having made up his mind what to do, he secured Peg, and turned his attention to the body of the stranger, which had been left on its back, with its face upwards, but the wind had blown the cloak over it, and it was not seen by the grazier, who now essayed to move the body. After some trouble he succeeded in dragging him there, and propping him up against the bank, upon which grew a stunted hedge, and, when there, he opened the cloak, and looked upon the features of the dead man. "Well," he muttered, "I never yet saw such a face. I am sure I can never forget that. Of all the ill-looking thieves, he is the worst; but much, I suppose, must be set off on the fact that he is a dead man, and a murdered one to boot." There was a strange markedness in the style of features in the dead man, that gave no pleasing impression to the mind. It was one that could not easily be forgotten, especially accompanied by all the horrors of their place and circumstances. "He has been shot, no doubt," he muttered. "This must be all blood. Ay, in the breast, or thereabouts. Oh, he is dead. Well, I'll ride to the Golden Pippin, and then I'll give them notice of it." He was just about to turn and mount his horse, when the clouds parted, and the moonbeams, for a few moments, came upon the body, without any hindrance, and the grazier thought he saw a movement. "It must have been gammon," he muttered. "I'll be off. I'm quite cold and shivery here. I'll go to the Golden Pippin and get some good cheer, for I'm terribly shaken. What was that? The devil!" The latter exclamations were uttered in consequence of the figure turning towards the moon's rays, and then opening its eyes, which had such an effect upon the unfortunate man that he staggered back terrified. "Lord have mercy!" he ejaculated. What's that? He's coming to! Hilloa, friend, how are you?" The figure turned his large motionless eyes upon the terrified man, and they had such an effect upon him that, despite all he could do to rally himself, he sprang involuntarily onto his horse's back and galloped off furiously. It was scarce an hour before this occurred, when the two highwaymen rode up to the Golden Pippin. "Hilloa, hilloa, ostler here!" shouted one of them, and in a few moments more the ostler came out, willing enough. "Hilloa, Jem, you are sharp to-night. How is it you are not asleep?" "I was just going to roost, master, but I shall have a job instead, I can see." "You will, but not an empty-handed affair this time. Take care of the nags, and there's a crown for you." "Thank you, master, you are always generous." "When I can, Jem. But what company have you in the house?" "Little to speak of," said the ostler. "About 3 or 4 people, as lives about here, but nobody that I know, anybody or anything, only people that have to earn their living. They are in the kitchen." "Good fire?" "Yes." "Then we'll go there too," said the highwayman. "It's a raw, cold night, and one in which a good supper and a good fire will do one good." The two highwaymen then entered the house, and walked into the kitchen, which was a large room, with beams across the top, and a variety of utensils proper to the place. But the grand feature was the large fireplace, in which burned brightly some good logs, and threw a glowing warmth and bright light over the whole apartment, in which, however, was one candle, as if to be mocked by the light of the fire. The use of this solitary wick was to enable the smokers to light their pipes without stirring, and also to be taken away at a moment's notice for any purpose that might be needed. The 3 guests turned their attention to the newcomers, without, however, exchanging one word, and the landlord himself arose. "Oh, landlord," said one of the highwaymen, "I'm glad you have a good fire. 'Tis one of the best things after a cold ride a man can have met with." "Except a good hot supper and a cup afterwards," said his companion. "All these are very good things in their way, gentlemen," said the landlord, emptying the ashes of his pipe out into the fireplace by tapping the pipe on the toe of his shoe, and thus dropped the ashes out of danger. "You are right, landlord," said the other. "But I always think, gentlemen," said the landlord gravely, "that they are always a great deal better when they can be had together. They are better for their company's sake. The one helps the other." "So they do." "Well, then, let us have them all, old cock, as soon as you please, for we are both cold, tired, and hungry." "And they are the best accompaniments you can have as a preparatory for all that is to follow." "Amen, and about it," said the highwayman. The 2 new guests sat themselves down in one quarter of the kitchen, and near to a table facing the fire, where they could enjoy its genial warmth, which they appeared to do with much gusto. Having opened their coats and taken off their shawls, removed their hats, and sat down in a comfortable manner, they began to look about them. "Well, Ned, we have made a good exchange." "How do you mean?" "Why, we have exchanged the road to comfortable quarters, which, you will at least admit, is all the better." "Yes, much better, though I have ridden many a long and weary night before now, with the runners at my heels." "Ay, ay, so have I; but hush, say no more of that here. I have no idea of letting these blacks suspect anything. They are what you call honest men, and men who would give a clue in a moment, if they thought it was wanted." "I dare say it is so, Ned; but what are you going to have for supper?" "I don't know. "Landlord, what can we have for supper? Anything hot?" "Why," said the landlord, "I can kill a couple of chickens and brander them, for there is some chicken pie and a cold ham." "Well, what do you say, Ned?" "Can't you make the chicken pie warm?" "It is warm now," said the landlord. "I can't make it quite hot without doing too much. 'Tis uncommon good, and has not been long put by from supper. It was made for supper, but there's a good half left." "Eh? What do you say to chicken pie, Ned?" "With all my heart, chicken pie let it be then," replied Ned. "Well then, landlord, put the chicken pie on, flanked by the ham. Some of your foaming October, you know." "Ay, ay, sir, some with a head on, that would take a blacksmith's bellows to blow off, it is so strong." "Ha, ha, ha, that's the strike for us." The landlord now arose, and set about getting the necessary articles, and spreading them upon a table before the two guests, who were nothing loath to see the expedition that he had made to please them. "I think," said the landlord, "you will say you never eat such chickens. They are my hatching, and have been well fed. They have been well killed, cooked, and, I hope, will be well eaten." "That is our part of the business, landlord, and if they are such as you speak of, why, you may depend upon our doing our duty by them." "And the ham is my own breeding and curing." "Better and better. And the October?" "Why, I am just going to get that. What say you to a tankard?" "Yes, a foaming tankard." "Yes, gentlemen, I will obtain what you want. It is in beautiful condition, and when chilled, will give you a cream as thick as new cheese, and as mild as new milk." End of chapter 175. '76 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 176. The Grazier's Relation and his First Terrors. The Effects of Good Cheer and the Sudden Interruption to a Pleasant Party. The landlord was not long gone for the October. He came back with a placid smile and a smacking of his lips, when he shut the door behind him, and then deliberately placing the candlestick down, he said, handing them the tankard, "There, gentlemen, if you find any better brewed than that in the 3 adjoining counties, why, you may take measure for my coffin, for I won't live after I am told there is any so good anywhere else." "We will not take your word, landlord," said one of the highwaymen, putting the tankard to his lips, which act produced an approving nod from the jolly landlord, who said, with much encouragement, "That's right, never trust nobody, that's my motto, and I chalks it up over the fireplace, and acts upon it. Try for yourself, and then you won't be deceived. What's your opinion upon that now, sir?" "Never drank its equal, ever here." "I thought you'd say so. It comes out of a particular cask, one as I puts by for myself. But you have ridden hard, and I thought a brew of an extra strike would be an acceptable drink." "You are right. It is cold and very wet. I'm as tired as if I had ridden far, the wind has blown me about so." "Ah, don't you hear how it roars in the chimney?" "So it does. What do you think of the brew, Ned? Ain't it first rate?" "Indeed it is. I never had any equal to it. I tell you what, landlord, it will make an excellent nightcap, for a man who has taken a glass or two of this would not be better able to keep his saddle." "No, it's lucky we intend putting up for the night here. You have beds." "Yes, good and well aired." "That is capital. Well, your chicken pie is good, landlord, your ham good, and the October excellent. And now, what's that?" At that moment there was a sound of horses' feet galloping furiously towards the houses, and they had not listened long before they came close to the door, and then there was evidently a sudden pull-up. "Hilloa! What's that?" said his companion. "I think it is somebody pulled up at the door," said the landlord. Whoever they are, they have come in haste." The two highwaymen half rose, but a look at each other caused them to resume their seats, and in another moment there was a loud shouting and a call for the ostler. But there was no one at hand. "Where is that Jim got to? I must go and see after him at all events. He won't come if I don't." So saying, he walked away, while the guests remained silent, watching the actions of the two highwaymen. "It is but a single horseman," said the first. "No," said the other, "but still he may be mischievous, and yet I can hardly think he would venture here at such a time. Besides, it can't be known. We are much better here than anywhere else." "I think so. We have nothing to fear." "Nothing." At that moment the landlord retired, and, at the same time, the door was suddenly opened, and the grazier entered the kitchen. He glanced around him, much confused. The fire and light, no doubt, had some share in that; but he stared, and appeared terrified, and all splashed over. "Where's the ostler?" he cried out. "Here I be," said the worthy behind. "Look after my horse, he is very hardly ridden. See to him, that's a good fellow," said the grazier. "Yes, I'll see to un," said Jem, who departed with the animal. "Landlord! Landlord!" "Yes, here I am, Master Green, here am I." "Give me something strong. I'm half dead. I'm cold, and I'm frightened, and that is the truth. Where's the fire?" "Why, Master Green, I never saw you in this state before. Give me your hand, Master Green, I'll show you the fire," said the landlord, holding out his hand to Green. "Why, you are cold. What has happened?" "You shall hear," said the half-terrified Green. "Only give me a toss of brandy, and get me a supper, and then I shall be able to tell you more about it. At present I can say nothing." "Well, that is pretty well for a man that can't speak," said the landlord. "You are getting better, Mr. Green." "I hope I shall. The fire is comfortable." "Here is some good brandy. Take a gill, man. It won't hurt you on such an occasion as this. I have seen you do as much before. But as for supper, why, I can't say much. These two gentlemen have had the only thing I had in the house, and, save the ham, I doubt much if there will be any left." "If the gentleman will join us, he is welcome to take a share of what we have," said one of the highwaymen. "Here will be enough for us all, I dare say, sir, if you do not object to our company." Thank you," said Green. "I will accept of your offer gladly, for I have had a long ride, and have had much that is uncomfortable to put up with, to see, and to fear. Lord have mercy on me, say I." "Well, what is the matter, Mr. Green?" "Why," said Mr. Green, as he, between his words, poked in large mouthfuls of food, and now and then washed it down by the aid of the October. "You all of you know the Highwayman's Corner, about 15 miles from here?" "Yes," said the landlord, "I know it well. There's a chap hanging up in chains there now, at this present day that is, if nobody hasn't run away with it, or it hasn't been blown down." "Exactly. Well, that's the spot. There's been another dreadful murder been done there. Oh, it was dreadful." "Well, did you see it?" "Yes, I did." "What, the murder?" said both highwaymen at once. "No, the body. I only saw the body." "Where was it lying?" Stop a bit, not so fast," said Mr. Green, who was eating very fast indeed, but paused a moment. "You must not ask too many questions at once, because I have one way of telling a tale, and you'll spoil it." "Well, go on your own way." "Well, then, listen. I was coming along at a rattling pace, I can tell you, for I was late and tired, as it was. When I had reached the gallows, I looked up at the body swinging in the wind, and creaking and screaming on its rusty swivels, but I had scarcely done so when my horse shied, and very nearly landed me in the mud, but I contrived to keep my seat, though not without trouble." "What, at the dead man?" inquired one of the highwaymen. "Aye," replied his companion, "I am sure they ought not to put men up there like scarecrows, to frighten horses with. For my part, I never pass it but my horse snorts and bolts, and I am obliged to be wary." I don't know much about that. I have come by without my nag being any the worse. At all events, I thought there was something in his shying at the gallows, and I tried to push him by, but he would not go." "What did you do?" "Why, I was obliged to get down," said the grazier. "Thrown?" "No, no." "Forced to get down, you mean," said the highwayman. "Why, in some sort of way I did feel myself compelled to get down, because the brute wouldn't go ahead, and I saw something on the ground as the clouds cleared away a little, and showed me that there was something suspicious in the middle of the road, very much like a bundle of clothes." "Indeed," said the landlord. "What was it?" "I'll tell you, in course. Now, you see, I saw the animal would not move, so I got off to see what was the matter." "Forced off," added the highwayman. "Damn it, man! What can it matter? Then I got off," said the grazier, getting into a passion, and then, after a pause, which he employed in taking a long pull at the October, and then wiping his lips, he continued: "What is the matter now? thought I. So I went to the object, and found it was a man rolled up in a cloak in the middle of the road, dead." "Dead?" "Aye, dead as a doornail." "Lor!" said the highwayman. "Why, then he must have been murdered, I suppose?" "You may take your davy of that," said the grazier. "But I tried to wake him up, but he was not to be disturbed, so I dragged him to the bank, where I left him." "Where was he hurt?" "Shot right in the side, or stabbed, I don't know which, but that's where the blood came from, so I was sure he was dead. But when I removed the cloak from his face, I saw he had as ugly a set of features as a man can desire: a long peculiar face, large but thin nose, an awkward set of teeth, with one or two projecting in front, and oh, such eyes, that is, when he opened them." "Opened them?" said the highwayman. "Both?" "Opened them!" repeated the landlord. "Why, did you not tell me he was dead?" "Aye, but when the moonlight came upon him, he opened his eyes. Oh, what eyes! Why, they were like a pair of enormous great fish eyes, cod's eyes that had become suddenly lighted up, or the moonlight reflected back from the bottom of a new tin saucepan, and then you have 'em." "The devil!" said the highwayman. "And what did you do?" "Why, I came away as fast as I could. I wasn't to be done by a dead man. I didn't wait to see more than that. He turned round and stared at me. He was so horrible that I got upon my horse the best way I could, and came on here as fast as the animal would come. The body, I dare say, rolled over, and you thought it moved of itself." "I know better. Besides, it opened its eyes." "The moon shone on them, and you thought he looked at you. You were terror-stricken, and that's the truth of it." "Then I know better," said the grazier, doggedly. "It ain't nothing of the kind. I know it ain't a matter that happens every day, and that's why you don't believe it, and don't understand it, but I know I'm right." "House here! House! Ostler!" shouted a loud, authoritative voice without the door of the inn, which caused them all to start and listen for a repetition of the same sounds, to prove that they were not illusory. Chapter 176.